The Chronicles of Uzaya, a novel by Robert Ray. This audiobook is narrated by Silas Grimm, an AI voice built from scratch. No human voice was used in the recording of this audio. Copyright 2026, Robert Ray. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system without written permission from the copyright holder, except for brief quotations in reviews. Independently published. Chapter 1. The Orphan in the North. Snowfall silences the peaks above Holford. Wind sweeps along ridges of weathered granite, whispering through pine forests in a tongue older than memory. In the heart of a blizzard, beneath a fractured overhang of stone, a child lay abandoned. He was wrapped in a torn wool blanket far too thin for the cold, left beneath the rocks like something discarded. His ears bore the unmistakable taper of the drow. Yet his skin was pale, wrong for their kind, whose flesh runs dark as coal, black as volcanic stone. He had no name, not one that mattered. He would not survive the night on his own. Just before dawn, mountain clerics found him, drawn by faint cries threading through the wind. Mountain clerics. That's what the people of Holford called them. They were a small, secretive order who kept to a stone enclave in the lower mountain range north of Holford. No one knew the name of their faith. They tended the wild places, offered aid to the unfortunate, and asked nothing in return but to be left alone. Two of them patrolled the ridges that morning, keeping the high paths where travelers sometimes strayed, driving off predators before they learned to linger too close to the enclave. They heard the child before they saw him, a frail cry carried on the wind. Beneath a snow-covered outcrop of rock, he rested. One knelt and pulled back the snowy blanket, surprised by the babe's resilience in the unforgiving cold. Sharp ears, skin pale as milk. Even as a babe, the child bore long wisps of silvery hair. The other cleric's expression tightened when they saw him. Cursed. But their faith demanded charity. They could not leave him. They wrapped him in a dry blanket and bore him back in silence. They named him Split Blood, with voices that mingled pity and suspicion, for the mingling of drow blood with that of surface folk was held as ill fortune by the people of the northern realms. They raised him in their crumbling enclave, a cluster of stone buildings clinging to the mountainside, home to clerics, their families, and a handful of children. A place where religious law was valued higher than warmth or kindness. They fed him, they housed him, they taught him prayers, but they did not touch him with affection. Duty without love, care without warmth. The clerics raised him because their faith demanded it, not because their hearts chose it. When he bled, they bandaged him in silence. When he spoke, they answered with scripture. When he reached for comfort, they offered none. Among the children in the enclave, he found no companionship. The little ones learned to fear him from their parents' quiet warnings. Most his age had largely been sent away to apprenticeships or family holdings. The few who remained cast stones when the elders turned their gaze. Others simply avoided him, as though his blood might stain them by proximity. Eventually the anger came, hot and sharp, but useless. A child cannot fight the world. Protest brought nothing but more stones, more scorn, more cold nights sleeping alone, just far enough outside the enclave where no one would bother him. As it does when it cannot breathe, His anger turned inward, settled in his chest like a winter that never thawed. Once, when he was 12, a cleric's daughter visiting from the lowlands offered him bread from her own portion. She was perhaps 14, with sun-toned skin and eyes that didn't calculate danger before speaking. "Split blood," she said. "Why do they call you that?" He didn't answer immediately. The other children noticed the conversation between the two and stopped eating, watching with sideways glances. "Because," he thought for a moment. "Because I'm half," he said finally. "Half what?" "Drow. Half," he struggled to finish. "Human." Her brow furrowed, thinking. "My mother says the Drow built cities underground before the Storm Kings came. She says they were architects." He blinked. No one had ever told him that. "She says that?" he asked quietly. The girl nodded. "Before the Great Wars, before everything," she lowered her voice. "Before the Storm Kings drove them all away." He'd never heard anyone speak of it so plainly. The other races were ghosts in the histories the clerics taught, mistakes, corruptions that had been corrected. "What happened to them?" "Papa says they either fled or died, or became mixed, like you." A cleric's hand fell on her shoulder. Firm, not rough, but final. "Celine, your father is waiting." The girl rose, bread still in hand. She looked back once as she left. "I think half architect is better than no architect." He watched her go. She never returned to the Enclave. He never saw her again. But he remembered the bread and the word architects. By his 14th summer, he could skin rabbits without trembling. Not because he was brave, because no one flinched when he bled. He learned early that the world does not care whether you tremble or not. By his 16th year, any such trembling had left him entirely, as though fear had grown tired of him and moved on. He named himself Uzaya. No ceremony, no declaration, just a word he spoke once in the woods, alone. He liked the sound of it, and it fit better than split blood ever did. He didn't know it was an old word, or even what it meant. He spent more hours beneath the forest canopy than among the stone walls of the Enclave. The wilderness did not mock him. The cold did not resent him. Animals did not throw stones. He learned which herbs brought healing, which mushrooms nourished and which killed swiftly, and how to follow scent and wind to game or shelter. The forest was his, in a way that silence belongs to those who do not break it. One morning, sent to check trap lines in the highlands, Uzaya wandered farther than intended. Snow lay thin across the plateau where he stood. In places, the wind had scoured the ground to bare rock. The pines grew sparse and crooked, their roots clawing into stone like fingers trying to hold on. And there, rising above the tree line in the valley below, he saw it for the first time. The Shattered One. An ancient structure, a pyramid of black stone thrust up from the earth like a broken tooth. Its glossy surface caught the soft morning light and bent it. Not quite reflection, not quite absorption. The light returned at angles that didn't match the stone's planes, subtle enough that he had to squint to be sure he was seeing it right. Where the surface remained whole, it was pristine black, impossibly unblemished despite the centuries. But the apex was gone, snapped clean away, as if some enormous force had gripped the peak and broken it off. What remained was a shattered crown, jagged fragments of black stone thrust upward at broken angles, edges sharp enough to cut the sky. Deep cracks radiated down from the ruined summit, spider webbing through the gloss like fractures in dark ice. The shattered one loomed over the canopy, taller than the chapel bell tower, older than any story the clerics had ever told. When he made his way to the forest's edge, he stood staring. The air near it felt different, pressed, like something heavy rested on his chest. The snow didn't settle on its surface the way it should. It slid off, melted, vanished. Even the wind seemed to bend around it. He took a step forward. "Boy." The voice stopped in cold. One of the clerics stood at the edge of the clearing, breath misting in the air. His expression was hard. "You don't go near that place." Uzaya said nothing. "The Storm Kings shattered it," the cleric continued, his voice tight. "Thousands of years ago. They couldn't unmake it. No one can. It's older than our faith, older than the kingdom. And it hasn't forgotten what it was." He stepped closer and grabbed shoulder, not gently. "What was it?" Uzaya asked innocently. "That is not for you to know," he said. "No one goes there. Not hunters, not priests, not fools. Not you. Do you understand?" Uzaya nodded. The cleric released him, turned, and walked away without another word. Uzaya stood there a moment longer. He did not forget. Over the next 2 years, the wilderness around the Shattered One became his hunting grounds. The clerics never went there. The other children wouldn't, and that made it all the more his. He learned the trails, the game paths, the places where rabbits burrowed and where winter winds funneled through the ridges. He learned to move quietly, to watch without being seen, to kill silently and without hesitation. He ignored the cleric's warning, walked right up to the base where the black stone met the broken earth, touched it. Nothing happened. No curse, no lightning, just cold stone under his palm, smooth as glass. He found an entrance, a dark mouth at the pyramid's base, rubble spilling down into passages below. He didn't go deep, but he explored the outer ruins, the terraces and shattered steps that clung to the pyramid's flanks. The wildlife was better here, richer. Deer grazed in the clearings near the base. Birds he'd never seen elsewhere perched on the broken stone, unafraid. The forest felt older, thicker, more alive. And the pyramid itself, despite everything the cleric said, felt peaceful. He had a favorite place. He would sit in its shadow, back against the black stone, and feel the cold seep through his clothes. So quiet there. No voices, no insults thrown, no eyes watching with pity or scorn. Just him and the wind moving through the cracks. The pyramid didn't judge him. It didn't care what his blood was or what the world called him. It was just there, broken, enduring, like him. By the time he turned 18, the Shattered One had become more home to him than the Enclave ever was. In the spring that year, game was plentiful in the high country. Uzaya scouted farther than usual, following deer trails into terrain he hadn't fully explored, venturing along the ridges and pine stands north of the Shattered One. The sky darkened to a flat, lifeless gray, the kind that promised nothing good. The wind was picking up. The air grew heavy, rain-laden, and electric. Thunder rumbled in the distance, low and threatening. The temperature began to drop, and for a moment he considered turning back, but the thought of returning empty-handed drove him on. When the rain finally fell, it was too late. The storm broke. Sheets of rain pelted down, the wind tearing through the trees. Thunder cracked closer now, almost overhead. Lightning lit the forest canopy in sharp, white bursts. He made his way toward a rocky outcropping he had spotted through the trees, a cathedral spire of jagged stone jutting from the hillside. As he drew closer, he saw a narrow opening at its base, half hidden behind twisted vines. He pushed through and ducked inside, shaking the water from his hair, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness while the thunder rolled on outside. The cave mouth was narrow, choked with rubble that had fallen from above. He squeezed through a gap just inside the opening. Beyond it, the space widened. Inside, he was dry and sheltered. The air here was cold and smelled of mildew and wet soil. The chamber hadn't been occupied for years, probably longer. He brushed the dirt from his hands and clothes and looked around. The rain and wind reduced to a dull, distant rumble outside. His first realization was that this was not a natural cave. The walls were too deliberate. The ceiling curved smoothly overhead, though parts of it had fallen away over time. He went deeper, away from the rain-soaked entrance. Veins of obsidian ran through the cave walls. The volcanic rock held a dark sheen, black and glassy, like the shattered one. The passage ended at a wide alcove. The air was stale. His breath carried in the stillness. A smooth stone altar had been hewn from the back wall, waist-high, carved with faded symbols he did not recognize. Resting on its surface, beneath a thin layer of sediment and dust, lay a pendant tied with a cord of leather still intact. He lifted it, brushing away the grit. Rhombus-shaped, black metal edged in silver. Etched lines covered the pendant's surface, spirals and angles that seemed to shift when he was not looking directly at them. He felt it, a vibration, subtle but insistent, crawling up his fingers and settling at the base of his skull. He stared at it. The spirals seemed to move, patterns morphing beneath the surface, as though it was alive. Yet someone had left this here, deliberately, placed it on the altar like an offering. It had been here for years, decades. He reached out. His fingers touched the pendant, and in that split second, the world tore open. Visions, not sight, not memory. Something imprinted in color and form. A corridor of 7 arches, carved from white granite, standing in perfect alignment. Light flickers through them. Through each one, the space beyond bends. Distance folds in on itself, then stretches out again. He can't move, can't breathe. The arches duplicate, slide out of sequence. 7 becomes 14, 21. The corridor has no end. A city. Buildings of stone and timber sinking into their own foundations beneath an orange sky of embers. The ground fractures. From the rupture, a pyramid of black stone drives upward. Light, no, something harsher, erupts from its upper terraces in rigid bands, slicing across rooftops. Streets collapse, towers split. Figures scatter and vanish into widening voids where the earth has torn open. And above it all, peering through the sky like a giant wound that will not close, a horrible eye, vast, infinite, watching. It sees him. He tries to pull back. Can't. The taste of copper floods his mouth. Blood. His hands burn. His chest tightens with pain. The pendant is killing him. He knows it. He can feel it. His heart slowing, his lungs collapsing, everything in him shutting down. The corridor folds inward. The arches collapse into a spiraling void, into flames, into... then nothing. Uzaya woke, gasping. Sound returned first, dripping water. His own breath, ragged and too loud. Cold stone against his back. The cave. He was still in the cave. His hands stung. He looked down. Blood. His fingers were raw and bleeding, like he'd been clawing at stone. Soil caked under his nails. He spat, dark blood pooling on the cave floor. His clothes were soaked, not from rain, but his own sweat. How long had he been here? The pendant was still resting on the altar where he'd touched it. Unchanged. Just black metal. But he felt its presence. Somehow. He stared at it, aware of the space between one breath and the next. Slowly, with hand shaking, he reached out again. He closed his fingers around it. This time, nothing. He picked it up and slipped it over his neck. It settled against his chest. A faint heat spread where it touched his skin, welcome against the cold of the cave. Outside, the storm had faded to distant thunder. The forest closed around him again, pine needles soft underfoot, the creak of old wood bending in the wind. But for Uzaya, something had changed. Somewhere beyond space and outside time, something vast and patient took notice. Chapter 2. The Pendant's Call. In the weeks after Uzaya found the pendant, the world began to treat him differently, though nothing he could name had changed. The mountains stood where they always had. Pines bent beneath familiar winds. Snow fell in the same silent patterns. Yet it felt as though the world now regarded him from a slight remove, watchful in a way it had not been before. Where once he could approach animals like old friends, especially the smallest ones. Now they scattered at his presence. Rabbits froze in their burrows as he passed, eyes wide, bodies locked. Birds fell silent. His reflection in icy streams hesitated, just for a fraction of a second, before moving with him, as if checking first whether it should. The clerics noticed as well. Their cold reserve hardened into unease, distance kept without explanation. They asked no questions, and even if they had, Uzaya would have had no answer for them. Unease regarding the split blood spread through the enclave. Families who had tolerated him before found new reasons to turn away, and prayed he would simply go. Through it all, the pendant sometimes vibrated in time with Uzaya's heart, a rhythm that did not match his pulse so much as answer it, like something listening from the other side. He slept less. When he closed his eyes, he felt something immense pressing at the edge of his awareness, present, but just out of reach. The visions came more frequently now, not only when he touched the pendant, but in his dreams, in the narrow spaces between thoughts. White granite arches stretching into the distance, a pyramid grinding upward through stone and fire. The eye, vast and patient, fixed in a torn sky. He didn't understand what it meant, but he knew he couldn't stay. 3 weeks after finding the pendant, Uzaya left the enclave without ceremony. He took his bow, his knife, and the clothes on his back. No one stopped him. No one said goodbye. The clerics watched him go from the stone archway, silent as ever. He didn't look back. The wilderness swallowed him whole. He wandered south through the highlands, following game trails that led nowhere. The pendant pulled him forward, but he had no destination. Just finding purpose in movement, adding distance from the place that never wanted him. Days blurred together. He ate when he could, slept when exhaustion forced him. The visions grew stronger, sharper, more insistent. Then, one cold morning days later, he woke with blood in his mouth, bloodied fingers, dirt in his wounds, just like the time he first found the pendant. Too weak to hunt, thirsty and without food, Uzaya was coming apart in mind and body. He was lost. The visions give him no rest, stalking his sleep and his waking thoughts alike. By the time he reached the lowlands, he could barely walk, his mind splintering beneath relentless, unnerving visions. That's when Arkan found him, a figure wrapped in tattered robes, stitched with bone and leather, face veiled, a twisted wooden staff in hand. He did not ask if Uzaya needed help. He moved as if the decision had already been made. "You're dying," Arkan said. Not a question, a fact. Uzaya said nothing. Couldn't. His legs gave out. Arkan caught him before he hit the ground. The last thing Uzaya saw before darkness took him was his own pendant, glowing faintly against his chest. And Arkan's eyes, barely visible through the veil, fixed on it, with recognition. When Uzaya woke, he found himself warm, wrapped in blankets in a small hut. Firelight flickered across rough-hewn walls. A pot of something simmering sat near the hearth. Arkan was across from him, silent and watching. "Where am I?" Uzaya managed to say. His throat was parched. Arkan didn't answer immediately. His eyes were locked on the pendant around Uzaya's neck. "How long have you carried that?" Arkan asked quietly. Uzaya's hand went to his chest. "Weeks, maybe a month." "And the visions?" "How did you?" Uzaya started. "Because I know what it is." Arkan leaned forward. "I've seen such a pendant before. There's more than one, you know, scattered across the world. It brings nightmares and fever, bad omens." Uzaya said nothing, didn't know what to say. "For rescuing me," he said finally, voice hoarse. "How can I repay you?" Arkan's gaze steadied. He looked at Uzaya for a long moment, as though measuring something beneath the surface. "You aren't through yet, boy. Those visions have just begun. Grant me 13 days to teach you what I know of the Ancient One, to whom that pendant belongs." Uzaya didn't hesitate. The next morning, Uzaya woke to find Arkan sitting by the fire, turning something over in his hands. A wooden box, small, worn smooth by age. "You're awake," Arkan said without looking up. "Good. We begin today." Uzaya sat up, blankets falling away. His body ached less. The fever had broken. "What's that?" he asked, nodding toward the box. Arkan was quiet for a long moment. Then he set the box down and looked directly at Uzaya, or rather, at the pendant hanging around his neck. "I told you I'd seen one before. A relic like yours," he said. "What happened to it?" Arkan shook his head once. "I carried it 3 days. He gestured toward the box. "Still have it. Dug it up." His voice stayed flat. "I buried it after," he said. "Swore I'd never touch it again." "Why?" "Because it showed me things I didn't want to see." Arkan stirred the fire. The visions came every night. A city burning, black stone rising from the earth, and something watching, something older than time itself. Uzaya felt cold despite the fire's warmth. "The eye." Arkan's head snapped up. "You've seen it?" "In the cave, when I first touched the pendant, and in my dreams since." Silence stretched between them. The fire crackled. "Then you're further along than I ever was," Arkan said quietly. "I could take it off, and the visions would fade. Can you?" Uzaya thought of the weeks since the cave, the visions bleeding into waking hours, animals fleeing his presence, his reflection hesitating. He realized he had never once tried to remove it. "I don't know," he said. "Then you're truly bound." Archon reached for the wooden box, hesitated, then pushed it aside. "I won't show you mine, won't risk waking it again, but I'll teach you what I know, about the order it represents, about what's coming." "What is coming?" Archon met his eyes through the veil. The Veilguard only rise when the balance has already failed. The days that followed blurred into a rhythm of drills, ritual, and discovery, all of it leaving Uzaya exhausted. Each morning, Archon taught him the warlock's path, not spells or incantations, but discipline of will and force of mind. How to shape thought into hex and bolt. How to brace the mind against what moved unseen. How to draw on spiral and ley line currents without being consumed, and bend that power into form. They practiced until blood ran from Uzaya's nose, until his dreams spoke in elemental languages that predated words, until the pendant burned hot against his chest, and the eye opened in his sleep, gazing upon him, vast and patient and knowing. Archon never pushed him beyond what he could endure. He watched, always watching, as though waiting for something to surface. The pendant, however, remained a mystery to them both. On the 5th day, they sat outside the hut. The afternoon sun was weak through autumn clouds. Uzaya's hands were scraped raw from practicing channeling exercises against the focus stone. Blood had crusted under his nose from another nosebleed. He wiped it away as Archon handed him water. "Your endurance is impressive," he said. "You're stronger than any I've trained." "Trained? How many?" "Enough to know." Archon settled onto a log, staff across his knees. Few follow the warlock path. Most who hear the call refuse it. Those who accept often don't survive it. "What makes it different from other magic? Source?" Archon gestured vaguely. "Wizards study. Sorcerers inherit. Clerics beg. Warlocks?" He tapped his chest. "We bargain. Bound to powers beyond mortal comprehension, in exchange for knowledge, for strength, for purpose." "The Ancient One," Uzaya said. "There are others. But yes, the pendant marks you as his." Archon paused. "Do you know what the Veilguard were?" Uzaya shook his head. "A very old order. They served the Ancient One when the Drow walked the surface world in daylight, before the Sundering, before their retreat back to the deep." "I thought that was a myth." "Myth is just history people stopped believing." Archon drew in the dirt with his staff. "The Drow once ruled both above and below. The Veilguard maintained the balance, kept spiral corruption from spreading through the ley lines, kept the entire system running." "What system?" "Gates, pyramids, obelisks, networks of blackstone that resonated together. I don't know the principle, but the effect was undeniable. They could darken the sun itself." Archon's voice dropped. "The umbral field, that's what I've called it. Technology and magic woven so tightly you couldn't separate them." Uzaya thought of his visions, the black pyramid rising, daylight turning to darkness. What happened to the Drow? The spiral. Archon slowly scraped the drawing away in a circular pattern with his stick. Corruption, chaos. It spread through the ley lines like poison through blood, and it spread in the hearts of the people as well. The Veilguard tried to contain it, with limited success. Ultimately, they failed. Once the umbral field collapsed, the tribes of the surface world gathered forces, became hostile, as you might expect. The Drow retreated to Thalvorith, their realm deep beneath the earth, scattered, hidden below. And the Veilguard died with the old order, or so everyone thought. Archon looked at the pendant around Uzaya's neck, but their relics remain, and if the pendants are waking... He trailed off. What? It means the balance is failing again. The spiral is spreading, growing more powerful. Archon stood. That's a Veilguard problem. The last Veilguard I read about died 300 years ago. Archon leaned in and looked directly into Uzaya's emerald eyes. Know this, those who wear the relics of the Veilguard will certainly be caught up in whatever comes next. Archon gestured towards the pendant. And that's one of them, right there, around your neck. The training intensified over the following days. Archon pushed harder, taught faster, cognizant that time was running short. Uzaya felt the urgency as well, the visions more insistent. Something was calling to him, south, always south, towards something he couldn't name but felt in his soul. On the 7th day, Uzaya asked about the pendant again. Archon didn't answer immediately. He stirred the fire, added wood, let the silence stretch. Then, it's not yours. You're its. The sooner you understand that, the longer you'll survive. Uzaya said nothing, but he knew it was true. Archon studied him for a long moment. Uzaya, he said. Mistwalker in the old tongue. Did you know that? No. The mist knows. Archon turned back to the fire. On the 9th night, Uzaya couldn't sleep. The visions had been worse, more vivid, more insistent. The fire burned low. Archon was reclining across from him, awake as always. The man seemed to need less sleep than any person he had ever known. You're troubled, Archon said. Not a question. The visions, they're getting clearer. Tell me. Uzaya hesitated. Sharing the visions felt like exposing a wound, but Archon waited patiently, staff resting against his shoulder, and said nothing. I see a city, Uzaya began, built on water, districts stacked on each other like a broken staircase. Eldenport, Archon said immediately. The great port city, south of here, on the coast. Something is rising beneath it. Massive, black stone, forcing its way up through the earth. He paused, the vision still vivid. And when it comes, molten rock comes with it. The city burns. Archon was quiet for a long time. The fire popped. An owl trilled in the distance. I've seen fragments, Archon said finally. In my own visions, years ago. Black stone, cities on fire, but never so clear, never so specific. You believe me? The visions show what is, what was, or what will be. Archon leaned forward. How much of the city do you see? Just the breach point, or more? More. Uzaya's hands clenched. The sky changes, turns dark, like looking through old stained glass. An amber haze. It covers everything. The Umbro field, Archon whispered. He stood abruptly, pacing. The Drow, it has to be. They're the only ones with knowledge of the old systems, but they've been silent for 3,000 years. The pendant warms with the visions, Uzaya offered, like it wants me to go there, to the city. Archon stopped pacing, turned to look at him. Then you will. The pendant is pulling you toward whatever's coming, toward Eldenport. He resumed his seat. But not yet. You're not ready. The visions will kill you if you don't learn to weather them. How long until I'm ready? Arkan was quiet, then spoke. 4 more days. I'll teach you what I can in that time. They sat in silence, watching the fire die. Deep in Thalvorith, the chanting began. The final days passed too quickly. Arkan taught with urgency, drilling techniques and warnings into Uzaya until exhaustion claimed them both each night. And every day, the pendant's pull grew stronger. South, toward Holford, toward Eldenport beyond, toward the Black Pyramid that waited in his visions. On the 13th day, Uzaya woke before dawn. He didn't leave a note. He gathered his things, stepped through the door, and walked south into the misty morning. He didn't like goodbyes. When Arkan woke and found him gone, he already knew. He sat by the fire, staring at the empty space where Uzaya had slept. The wooden box on the shelf caught his eye. The box he'd kept buried for years. The box containing his own pendant. His fingers twitched toward it. Arkan had told Uzaya that if the pendant chose, it would not let go. His own had never chosen him. The visions faded when he removed it. Eventually. Now another walked that path. Bound more completely than Arkan had ever been. Walking toward the mysteries he had once feared. Arkan stood, crossed to the shelf. His hand reached toward the box. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But as the dawn light crept through the window, something shifted in him. Some old certainty cracking. Some buried purpose stirring. The pendants were waking. And perhaps, just maybe, it was time to stop running from what that meant. He turned away from the box. But he didn't push it back into the shadows. He left it on the shelf, waiting for when the visions returned, for when he could no longer refuse. Uzaya continued south toward Holford. The pendant hummed against his chest, warmer now, restless. Somewhere between time and eternity, between waking and dream, the eye had opened, and it did not blink. Chapter 3. The Sanctuary and the Faith Break. Holford rose against the mountain's western face, built into and upon dwarven ruins older than memory. Cliff-carved grottos formed the town's bones, massive stone doorways and arched halls cut directly into the rock, stacked vertically along winding paths that climbed the mountainside. Human-built structures filled the spaces between. Timber-roofed homes, the town hall, market stalls and small shops clustered where the land flattened. Forest growth twisted through it all. Pine and oak breaking through old courtyards, moss claiming every surface the dwarves had left exposed. Smoke rose from 3,000 chimneys and cook fires. The air held scents of bread, wood smoke, and the mountain cold. Uzaya reached it as autumn sharpened toward winter, Arkan's teachings still fresh in his mind. He spent the first 3 days walking the edges of the settlement, searching. Not for work, Wendred would find him soon enough, but for a place apart, somewhere the town's eyes couldn't follow. He found it where the last farmsteads gave way to wilderness, a hollow beneath an ancient oak, its trunk broad as a cottage, roots plunging deep and spreading wide through the earth. Moss and vines curtained the entrance, a narrow passage threaded between them, barely wide enough to turn sideways. Inside, a chamber was carved by time and water, softened by soil and laced with roots thicker than his arms. He shaped it gently, reinforcing the walls with timber and stone, carving shelves into the natural curves of the wood. placing a fire pit at the back, where smoke would rise through a long, rotted cavity in the tree's core. He cut a window into the wood, overlooking the stream outside. Waterlight danced across the walls during the day. Firelight and candles warmed the chamber at night. By winter's end, with the stream just beyond the oak, it was something he had never known. Home. Villagers called it his sanctuary. The name endured. 2 years passed in the shadow of those mountains, and Uzaya learned what belonging truly meant. Not blood, not lineage, but standing between danger and those who would not face it. Wendred, Holford's mayor, brought him his first jobs. Wolves harassing the northern passes. Strange lights in an abandoned silo. Voices echoing from a disused watchtower. Work the town guard would not touch. But Uzaya did not hunt like the men of Holford did. When he stepped into the snow-bound forest, mist followed. Thin at first, then thickening around his feet, as though it recognized him. Wolves knew he was coming. They scattered ahead of his tracks, restless and wrong-footed. Bandits camping in the gullies above the trade road saw the mist arrive first. Then came the whispers, coiling through the dark, impossible to place. By morning, the camps were empty. None of this was spectacle. Uzaya exerted no flourish, no display of arcane theatrics. These were quiet things, precise things, the way Archon had taught him. Thought sharpened into force, shadow condensed into pressure, space bent subtly around intention. The villagers did not understand sorcery, and they certainly did not know the ways of the warlocks. But they saw the effects, they saw the mist. And so the whispers began. Mistwalker. Rumor shaped his presence into myth, and myth wrapped itself comfortably around him. It was in the fall of the second year that children began to disappear. 5 in 2 weeks, along with Mira, a caretaker who followed their tracks into the mountains. The town guard refused to enter the Old North mine. Too deep, they said. Too dark, too dangerous. Uzaya went alone. He found their trail easily enough. Small footprints in mud, branches broken at knee height, Mira's distinctive boot prints following behind. The tracks led north into the high country, then vanished at a rocky outcrop where the forest thickened into wilderness few dared to enter. But Uzaya knew these woods. He'd hunted them for 2 years. He circled wide through the densest timber, moving with a canopy choked out undergrowth and sound carried poorly, avoiding direct approach, denying them warning. Whatever had taken the children would be watching the obvious paths. He found the mine's rear entrance a half-mile from the main shaft, a collapsed ventilation tunnel, partially hidden by deadfall and creeping vines, fresh claw marks in the ground, the reek of something living below. He went in. The tunnels twisted like veins beneath the earth. Gray, spindly creatures moved in the dark, their eyes gleaming in torchlight. They were quick, but unprepared for someone who knew where shadow swallowed sound and sight. When one lunged, Uzaya snapped a practiced thought outward. A brief psychic strike, cold and precise. The creature seized, fell, and did not rise. Deeper in, he found them. In a natural chamber where the tunnel widened, lit by phosphorescent fungi growing on wet stone. The children huddled together in a crude pen of stacked rocks and rusted iron, Mira unconscious against the wall, her arm bent at an unnatural angle. The creatures had been keeping them, for what purpose Uzaya could only guess. Food stores, perhaps, or something worse. The children were terrified, but alive. He freed them quickly, quietly, carrying 2 of the smallest himself. When he climbed out of the mine at dawn, mist rolled behind him as though rising from the earth to embrace the returning. The villagers celebrated until the stars faded. Mothers wept. Fathers clasped his arms, smiling. Children danced around him, small hands tugging at his cloak and brushing his fingers. Affection he had never known. They called him Mistwalker, openly, without fear, and their laughter washed over him like rain on dry earth. For a time he felt nearly human in their eyes. Nearly. As Uzaya's reputation grew, Mayor Wendred's warmth soured. Uzaya saw the signs. Emergency funds that never thinned despite constant crises. Merchants gaining wealth as others starved. His own payments shrinking while Wendred's cloaks grew finer. The townspeople spoke freely around Uzaya. Mist gathered when he entered a room, and people gave the mist respect. They spoke of the taxes, of grain stores locked behind guarded doors, of an election Wendred had supposedly lost until the secret recount. Uzaya said nothing. He was not here for politics. But Wendred began watching him, the way men watch storms, hoping they pass, but fearing they will not. During Uzaya's second year in Holford, the pendant began leading him toward the church. The church of Sylvanus was simple stone and timber, filled with candle smoke and the scent of pine needles. Father West tended it with sincerity. Uzaya respected him, but each time he passed the chapel, the pendant stirred. A faint vibration beneath his ribs, a gentle warmth, a sense of direction, as though something beneath the building was calling him. He passed the chapel as part of his daily routes, nodded to Wes when their paths crossed, exchanged a few words at most. Enough to be familiar, never enough to stay. Sometimes, as they spoke, mist gathered at the chapel steps. Thin as breath, it curled around Uzaya's boots and lingered. Wes never commented, but he noticed. They both did. One frost-crusted morning, while Wes was tending a sick child, Uzaya stood alone in the church. He approached the altar, fingers tracing its edge. The stone did not match the chapel. Darker than the walls around it, its surface bore the dull smoothness of something handled for centuries. Beneath the edge, he found a faint seam, a mechanism shaped into the stone. He pressed it. The dais shifted aside with a grinding moan, revealing a spiral staircase carved into bedrock. He glanced back toward the chapel's front doors, then descended. The air grew old, still, heavy. Symbols carved into the walls shifted when he looked away, as though they preferred not to be observed directly. He recognized the same feeling from his time near the Shattered One. At the corridor center lay a spiral mark etched into the stone floor, its lines sharp and elegant, intersecting with deliberate precision. Uzaya stepped forward. When his boot touched the center of the mark, reality refused him. Sound collapsed into a single subsonic hum rising from the pendant, then from everywhere, vibrating through bone and memory. The corridor dissolved into white mist, a boundless, clouded expanse where light had no source and time stretched thin. Uzaya hung suspended in the stillness, watched, measured, not judged, claimed. The hum deepened, resonating through his spine, his lungs, the marrow of his being. It carried the same slow cadence of pressure that had haunted his dreams since the pendant chose him, the same pulse that lived behind the visions and the eye. Then the world snapped back. The spiral mark lay inert beneath his foot. Dead stone. Uzaya crossed the spiral. Only afterward did he understand what the symbol had been built to do. It was not meant to test. It was not meant to warn. It was a point of corruption, a place where the spiral bled upward into the world, an ending without intention or mercy. Had nothing intervened, it would have killed him instantly, erased what he was, or twisted him into something that could no longer remember itself. The Ancient One had not judged him. It had intervened. Uzaya moved forward through the corridor, following it deeper. At the passage's end stood a seamless stone door. No handle. As he approached, it began to sink into the floor, descending smoothly, precise, and balanced. The sound was too clean for something that old. The door vanished into the floor. Beyond, a dark chamber opened. The only light came from the crystal itself, a green glow suspended above a spiral sigil carved precisely into the center of the floor. It pulsed with its own slow rhythm, casting shifting shadows across the walls, answering the warmth of the pendant on Uzaya's chest. He reached out, wary of the sigil, giving it space. The gem drifted into his hand, then past it, pulled toward the pendant as though answering a call. It touched the black metal at the pendant's center and merged. No heat, no resistance. The green crystal settled into place as though it had always belonged there. The pendant flared warm against his chest. Then something began to take shape before him. Uzaya jerked back, hand going to his dagger. An eye took shape in spirit form. Its iris, deep amber, ringed in black. Tentacles sprouted from its surface, each thick as a finger, drifting and coiling through empty air with the lazy rhythm of kelp in deep water. It blinked once, fixed its gaze on him. Uzaya's breath caught. His grip tightened on the dagger hilt, muscles coiled to strike. Then knowledge flooded his mind. No words, no explanation. Just understanding, immediate and absolute. The chamber was Veilguard engineering. The gem had been performing Veilguard function for centuries, suppressing the spiral corruption bleeding upward from the sigil below, containing it, neutralizing it. The ward in the corridor above, the mechanisms, the purpose of it all. And the eye, his constant, his guide, now made manifest. He knew. Uzaya lowered his hand from the dagger. The eye rotated once, studying the empty space where the gem had hung, then began to fade, its form dissolving like smoke drawn back into the pendant's green center. He emerged into the morning light with the quiet certainty that something vast had noticed him again. When Father West returned and Uzaya told him what he had found, the priest's composure wavered for the first time. His hands gripped the edge of the desk. "There's something beneath your church," Uzaya said. "A cyst. Spiral corruption. It's been contained. Barely." Wes stared at him. "I don't understand. There's nothing beneath the church but foundation." "So, you didn't know?" Uzaya watched him carefully. Wes shook his head. The silence stretched. "How could something like that be there?" Wes whispered. "Beneath Sylvanus's house?" "Because," Uzaya said quietly, "the stone beneath your church is older than your god." Wes said nothing. Uzaya left the church without another word, thinking. Not every liar wears a mask. Some wear hope. That night in his sanctuary, Uzaya sat by the fire and considered his future. He had made a home beneath the oak. He had earned respect. Children waved when he passed. People told stories of the Mistwalker. But beneath Holford's soil, beneath its church, beneath the fabric of its safety, the spiral whispered. The mist stirred. Uzaya felt it before he saw anything. A disturbance at the sanctuary's edge, pressure against the ward, like fingertips testing a membrane. Not hostile, familiar. He stood from the fire in his kitchen and opened the front door. Arkan emerged from the mist, as though the fog itself had shaped him. Staff in hand, robes more threadbare than Uzaya remembered, face still veiled. He looked thinner, older. The weight of 2 years showed in the way he moved, as though his body had begun arguing with his will. "The mist let you through," Uzaya said. "It tested me first." Arkan's voice carried the rasp of hard travel. But yes, eventually. They stood facing each other where the path met the mist. The stream whispered beyond the roots. "You didn't come all this way to test my wards," Uzaya said finally. "No." Arkan stepped closer, into the firelight spilling from the sanctuary entrance. "I came because I saw you." Uzaya waited. "3 nights ago, I took out the pendant." Arkan's voice was quiet, careful. "I told myself I just wanted to look at it, that I wouldn't put it on. But I did." He paused, as though remembering something that hurt. It came at once. Not like before, just fragments. His hands tightened on the staff. "Your face, overlaid with black stone. The pyramid rising. Eldenport. No longer there." Arkan stepped closer. But it wasn't a warning. It was a certainty. His voice dropped. "And I knew. Whatever's coming to Eldenport, whatever rises beneath that city, you are the center of it." Uzaya's hand felt at his chest. The pendant was warm. "The visions I have," Uzaya said slowly, "show the same thing. The black pyramid, darkness over the land, fire, rivers of lava, the city coming apart." "Then you've already decided." "No." Uzaya's eyes drifted south. "I've been waiting." "For what?" "A reason it has to be me." Arkan was quiet for a long moment. "The pendant doesn't give reasons. It gives purpose. You felt that the moment you put it on. Purpose without understanding is just obedience," Uzaya responded. "And understanding without action is just cowardice." Arkan's voice was firm, not scolding. "I refused. It was easier, but it rots you from the inside." He let the silence sit. "I had to tell you what I've seen. The pendant showed me you at Eldenport, because that's where you're meant to be. Something only you can face awaits you there." Arkan's voice hardened. "And if you don't go, Uzaya, that vision I had, it doesn't change. The pyramid still rises, the city still burns, but you're not there, and whatever you were meant to do doesn't happen." Uzaya stared into the fire. The mist curled around his boots, restless. "I'm not a hero," he said quietly. "No," Arkan agreed. "You're not. The Veilguard never were. They were a necessity. There's a difference." Silence stretched between them. "When it's done," Arkan said finally, "when whatever happens in Eldenport is finished, you'll need somewhere to go, somewhere that understands what you've become." He paused. "I'm building something, an order, small for now, but real. Warlocks who've made their bargains and survived them." He met Uzaya's eyes. "There would be a place for you, if you want it." Uzaya looked at him. This man who had saved his life, taught him the warlock's path, gave him the tools to survive what was coming. "I'll remember that," Uzaya said. Arkan nodded. He turned to leave, staff clicking against stone. robes trailing behind him. At the edge of the mist, he stopped. Uzaya? Yes? The pendant will protect you through what's coming. But after, Archon's voice was barely a whisper. After, you'll be alone in ways you can't imagine. He didn't wait for a response. The mist swallowed him, and he was gone. Uzaya stood at the entrance for a long time, watching the place where Archon had vanished. The next day, Uzaya visited Wendred to collect his payment for clearing the blood-drinking swarm in the old mill. They had agreed on 80 gold. Wendred offered 20. Times are hard, he said, unable to meet Uzaya's gaze. We must all make sacrifices. Uzaya looked at the fine rings on Wendred's fingers, the wine stain on his expensive shirt, the ledger conveniently closed behind him. We agreed on 80. That's no longer possible. Where does the rest go? Wendred bristled, voice tightening. I don't care for your implication. Uzaya leaned forward slightly. Mist seeped from beneath the table legs. Wendred flinched. Then you shouldn't have given me cause to make it. Wendred shoved 20 gold toward him, hands shaking. Take it, he said. Take it and go. Uzaya did. Wendred watched from the window, fear gnawing at him, long after the door had closed. That night, Uzaya sat by the fire in his sanctuary one last time. He had carved a home beneath the oak, earned respect. Children waved when he passed. People told stories of the Mistwalker. But Archon's vision had shown him the truth. Holford was never the destination. The pendant thrummed against his chest, warm. He packed his bow, his knife, the few possessions that mattered. Left the rest for whoever found the sanctuary after he was gone. At dawn, he walked the southern road under a sky of cold stars. No farewells, no ceremony. Just a man and the mist moving with him. Chapter 4. The Fellwolf. 3 days south of Holford, the mountains had given way to forest. Uzaya had descended from the familiar pine-thick slopes into lowland woods where the trees grew broader, older. The terrain rolled in gentle slopes, winding him southward through corridors of oak and ash. To the east, the searing hills rose, a volcanic range whose peaks smoldered against the horizon. The land beneath them was parched, dry soil, sparse brush, heat radiating even from a distance. Uzaya had crossed through stretches of it when the forest thinned, pushing hard through 8-hour marches where sweat soaked his shirt and the ground cracked underfoot. But he always returned to the woods, the glades, the streams, the green life he knew how to read. 3 days of that had brought him here, deep in the southern forests, where the canopy was close overhead and the air was cool in the shade. Birdsong filled the branches. Then it stopped. The trees thinned ahead, opening into a small glade. Uzaya froze, ears straining. Silence. Then he heard it, a rustling in the undergrowth ahead, branches snapping, the rattle of disturbed foliage growing louder. Something was coming. It burst into view through a wall of ferns and low-hanging branches, scattering leaves in its wake. A wolf, far larger than it should have been. Its coat threaded with silver that caught the light like metal wires woven through fur, shimmering. Its eyes held a strange luminescence, not color exactly, but intensity, like embers behind smoke. Neither of them moved. Uzaya rested his palm lightly on the pendant and let the mist gather quietly around him, thin and pale. The fell wolf's gaze locked onto him. A long moment stretched between them. Uzaya reached out with his mind, the way Arkan had taught him. Not words, intent shaped into presence, pressing gently against the fell wolf's awareness. We mean no harm. The path is yours. We will turn aside if you wish. The fell wolf's ears flicked, its great head tilted, listening not to Uzaya's voice, but to the shape of his presence. Muscles rippled beneath spell-threaded fur as old memories stirred, echoes of commands long buried beneath moss and time. It inhaled, slowly, deeply. A low growl rose from its chest, not a threat, but recognition. It turned away, melting into the forest's shadows. Uzaya dipped his head in quiet respect. Mist pooled behind him as he continued south. That same night, 5 miles behind him, Wendred's hired killers tracked along the forest path. 5 in number. Silent, disciplined, paid in secret to ensure Uzaya never returned to speak of Wendred, the glyph beneath the church, or the arrangements that had allowed it to remain hidden. They found the clearing under moonlight. The fell wolf was waiting. It did not wait alone. 2 shades stood behind it, spectral silhouettes drifting in the gloom, bound to silence, emanating hatred. Their forms flickered like half-remembered nightmares, tied to ancient rituals and dead masters. They hunted without pause or thought, guardians preserved by magic whose source had long since died. They once served a reclusive wizard in a tower not far from these woods. In his final paranoia-filled years, he bound a fell wolf to his service and tethered 2 shades beneath its authority. So fearful of death was he that a warding sigil was crafted to repel intruders with crushing force. But he inverted its orientation. The spell collapsed inward, folding the chamber, the chair, and the wizard himself into a single instant of annihilation. The guardians did not falter. They simply continued. The tower's remains lay in ruins, but the guardians' purpose endured. Protect this territory. The assassins died quickly. Screams broke the night. The fell wolf's growl, deep and guttural, the sound of the shades, piercing, inhuman wails. Crossbow bolts fired into darkness, then the tearing, bones snapping, and blood-curdling howls. Silence. By dawn, blood marked the clearing. Shredded armor, pieces scattered across the ground. Where the shades had killed, flesh had withered black against bone. Where the fell wolf had struck, nothing remained whole. No birdsong returned. No wind stirred the branches. 2 days later, Wendred's search party returned. They described what they'd found. Blood soaking the ground in wide pools, crossbows in mud, armor torn open. Bodies, or what remained of them, scattered everywhere. Some were unnaturally withered, like a mummified corpse unearthed. Others ripped to shreds, no longer recognizable. One man's voice shook as he spoke. Another stared at the wall, sick and silent. All had been traumatized by what they had seen. Wendred sat behind his desk and set his stories in motion. He dismissed the search party and went to work. By evening, whispers moved through Holford's taverns. The Mistwalker left 3 days ago. 3 days later, 5 men were slaughtered. Others remembered the children returning from the mine. They remembered him carrying them out, one by one, and leaving without asking anything in return. Yet there were those who chose to believe Wendred's lies. Uzaya continued south, unaware of the slaughter behind him. The forest thinned, the ground leveling beneath a widening sky. Sound gathered again in the branches. Light found its way down in broken shafts, warming his face and shoulders as he walked. The air carried pine and damp earth, clean, alive. He did not think of Wendred, or what lay beneath the church, or the men who would never return home. Uzaya walked on. Chapter 5. Cathulmar. 2 days passed, and the forest changed around Uzaya. The land descended in long slopes that carried him south. Pines thinned into older oaks, joined by beech and ash where the ground stayed damp. Small streams no longer hurried. They spread lazily, seeping into soil that gave faintly underfoot. The air warmed. It was no longer marked by Holford's biting cold, but softer, humid, carrying the first scent of lowland decay. To the east, the searing hills receded behind him, but still smoldered. He kept them on his left, black smoke rising as his compass. Bones began to appear along the trail, set into the crooks of trees, wedged where branches split and grew back around them. Skulls bleached pale, cracked by age, some bound together, some alone. Uzaya slowed, gave the marked territory a wide berth, and kept moving. Farther on, through a break in the canopy to the west, he caught sight of a broken tower, its upper half sheared away above the tree line. It was too far to reach, but he noted its location all the same. The slopes softened, giving way to lower, flatter ground beneath the trees. Oak roots twisted across the forest floor, thick and ridged, breaking through the soil in looping arcs. Broad-leafed plants crowded the gaps, ferns fanning outward in layered growth. Water lingered where it should have drained, and each step sank deeper than the last. Then it hit him. The smell. The scorched tang of burned wood fouled the air, smoke hanging low to the ground. Beneath it came the soft crackle of dying embers, the hiss of smoldering ruin. He angled up a gentle rise, moving cautiously as the slope steepened beneath his boots. With so much of the land torn away ahead, it felt like climbing a ridge that hadn't existed the day before. When Uzaya reached the top of the rise, the ground fell away before him. A vast hollow stretched out below, sculpted perfectly smooth. An enormous stretch of earth had been removed, not collapsed, not eroded, taken. The walls curved inward, as if something immense had scooped the land out in a single motion. Fractures spiderwebbed outward from the deepest point at the center, cutting deep through the forest floor. At the edges, trees had been cut, clean through. Flat, scorched cross-sections leaning over the drop, roots dangling into empty air. Thin coils of smoke drifted across the hollowed basin. Charred fragments hovered inches above the ground, suspended, as if gravity held no sway here. Uzaya stood still. Heat bled up from it, the air above the smooth-cut earth rippling like a mirage. At the center of it all stood the thing, a leviathan, its upper torso breaching the forest canopy, towering above the smoldering trees. Its shape was roughly bipedal, but the proportions warped any expectation. Legs thick as rooted trunks, a torso that narrowed, then widened again along a heavy spine, as though two bodies had been merged without concern for balance or symmetry. Its skin stretched tight across the immense frame, corpse pale and bloodless, and beneath that thin membrane, the surface moved. Bulges pressed outward, shapes rising and sinking back again, half-formed faces or limbs, or something else entirely, never settling, never resolving, as though whatever lay inside that mass could not decide what form it meant to wear. The air around its body warped, not with the heat, but with the distortion of something the world could not hold. Uzaya found himself staring, breath shallow. Then the thing's head began to turn, toward him. Slowly, steadily. He watched the undulating surface rolling with the motion, dim shapes beneath the skin pushing upward, as if trying, and failing, to become features. And though the head held no eyes, no sockets, no face at all, Uzaya felt the moment as unmistakably as a meeting of gazes. A vast and ancient regard met his own, sightless and absolute. Uzaya broke. He turned and ran, crashing into the tree line with no thought but escape. Branches whipped at him as he plunged deeper into the forest, his vision narrowing to the path ahead. He didn't look back. He didn't have to. The awareness clung to him still. The terrifying realization that he had not escaped so much as been allowed to leave. He ran until his legs nearly buckled, until his lungs screamed to stop. Only then, when his body refused another step, did he collapse beside a fallen trunk, gripping the damp bark to steady himself as the world tilted and swayed. Night fell. The silence deepened. Every shifting shadow felt aware. Every stillness felt like watching. Uzaya stayed there, half collapsed, gripping the earth as if it might otherwise fall away beneath him. Behind him, in the darkening forest, the thing towered in its hollow. It did not pursue. Its attention had already moved on. That night, he camped beneath a ridge of broken shale. The fire caught, but the flame rose too tall. He held his hands toward it and felt no warmth. What it cast leaned inward. One shadow stretched beside him and lingered. Another bent toward his pack, then withdrew. He lay down, but sleep did not follow. His thoughts circled, then slipped. Firelight shadows loomed at the edges of his vision. The trees separated from the dark, one by one. The fire had burned to ash. He rose at first light. The world had not changed. But something in him had. Chapter 6. The Quagmire. Part 1. The Summoning. The deep cult did not serve the Ancient One. They did not fear the spiral. They worshipped what lay between, entities that existed in the dimensional layers adjacent to material reality. They were scholars turned devotees, researchers who had dared to push past lines others refused to cross, only to discover that the spaces they studied were inhabited by elder beings, all too aware of their scrutiny. The Drow Empire knew of the deep cult and feared the consequences of their rites, but the ambition to retake the surface realm once more far outweighed their fear. They did not turn to the cult out of desperation, but to prepare. Contact was made. Terms were set. The nature of what would answer could not be controlled. There came a point where caution no longer applied. Tonight was such a night. They gathered in the lightless deep, far below the reach of surface sound. 17 figures assembled in a cavern deep beneath the quagmire. The site had been chosen for its proximity to the gates of Valros, not for secrecy. The ritual would pull its answer toward this point, where the Drow Empire intended the blow to fall. What arrived would follow the call. Where it resolved could not be controlled. No torches, no lanterns. Darkness here was absolute, a pressure that bore against the eyes until even the memory of light thinned. To the Drow, it was irrelevant. At the circle's center, one figure knelt. His posture was deliberate, balanced, as if waiting for a precise moment rather than pleading for one. The darkness held until the first candle was lit. The flame was small and controlled. It did not push the dark back so much as puncture it. A second candle followed, then a third, each placed along lines etched into the cavern floor. The pattern was not circular. Angles overlapped and repeated, resolving only from where they knelt. More candles were lit. Distance warped. Depth fractured. Shadow intruded. Each of them held a gem, none alike. A diamond split the candlelight into cold facets. A ruby absorbed it until it glowed from within. Sapphire, emerald, amber, each chosen with intent. The central figure spoke. Kathumar. The name settled without echo. As the final syllable fell, the gems dulled. Then they were gone, leaving nothing behind. The cavern did not collapse. It withdrew. Heat and humid air replaced the chill of stone and darkness. They stood within a crumbling, ruined temple, choked by jungle growth. Pillars rose like broken trunks. Vines and vegetation claimed the stone, roots splitting blocks carved by hands long ago. Enormous statues loomed through the overgrowth, depicting noble figures eroded by rain, limbs broken where roots had forced the stone apart, faces emptied of expression. The builders of this place had not endured. Only the candles remained in place. They stood exactly where they had been before, flames steady, light unaltered, as though the world had rearranged itself around fixed points it could not dislodge. The kneeling figure rose and crossed to a low stone plinth. From his robe, he produced a small, ornate box and set it down with care. A single folded sheet followed. He placed the note inside, closed the lid. A fire was lit around it. Nothing of the box caught, nothing of the note blackened. When the fire reduced itself to embers, the air shifted. The temple, the jungle, the statues folded away at once, as if the space itself had completed a task. They were back in the cavern. The candles still burned. The work was finished. Miles to the north, at the edge of the woods beyond the quagmire, something answered. The ritualist opened his eyes. He did not speak aloud. The command passed through the connection they had forged. South. Consume. There was no reply. None was expected. Part 2. The Long Crossing. Dawn found Uzaya already moving. The fire had burned itself down to orange embers. He scattered the coals with his boot, shouldered his pack, and moved on, though the memory of the thing in the basin refused to leave. He saw it again, the way the creature's smooth head had pivoted toward him. No eyes, no face, only awareness. His body remembered before his thoughts did. The image stayed with him, fixed at the back of his mind. He continued south. The trail was rugged, broken by shallow gullies and soft, waterlogged ground. He moved as though Eldenport lay just beyond the next rise, a thought he repeated with every mile, every hour, every faltering step. Just beyond the next rise. Just past this ridge. Just through these trees. But it wasn't. Branches shifted in the windless air, and his body tensed, expecting the weight of something massive moving through the trees behind him. It didn't come. He walked faster. By midday, the terrain dropped into slick clay slopes and water-scoured channels. He passed old watchstones, half sunk in the ground, each more weather-worn than the last. Some bore crude symbols, angular marks, purposeful. He'd seen similar cuts on the bones tied to the trees days before. He kept his eyes on the tree line ahead and picked up his pace. The ground began to soften. Soil surrendered to damp, spongy earth, mud kicking stones slick with lichen. Trees grew wider apart, hunched and rotting, their roots exposed like grasping fingers. The air turned foul, tainted with the sour stench of stagnant water and fermenting peat. He had entered the quagmire. Something splashed ahead. A bogworm hauled itself from a dank pool. 6 feet of rust-red chitin, slick with oily water, and trailing strands of rotted vegetation. Its many legs gripping the mud in perfect coordination as it crossed toward him. Its blunt, eyeless head swept left, then right, tasting the air. A faint warmth stirred beneath Uzaya's pendant. A thin, ghost-like wisp gathered around it, briefly forming the outline of an eye, lidless and depthless. It did not speak. It did not linger. But in that brief moment of attention, knowledge settled into Uzaya's mind, fully formed. The creature ahead was a bog worm, territorial, not hunting, not hostile unless threatened. The wisp dissolved. The warmth went with it. The bogworm clicked once, slid into the next stagnant pool, and vanished beneath the surface. The water barely rippled. The quagmire did not change. Standing water lay filmed with green. Reeds whispered against one another. Gnats hung in the air, unmoving. The smell of stagnant water and decay settled into every breath. It stretched endlessly. The trees were dead, their trunks bare, branches lacking leaves or growth. Bulbous sacs, the color of old fat, clung to exposed wood, glowing faintly with bioluminescent veins. Some had burst, trailing slick black threads down the grain. Marsh crows circled overhead, bloated carrion birds with ragged wings and sparse, molting feathers. Their plumage was greasy black. When they cawed, the sound split the air, harsh and grating, too close to screaming to be mistaken for birdsong. A yellow haze lay along the northwest flats, low and pallid, its edges blurring the land beneath it. The air carried a sour stink that reached him even at this distance, sharp enough to prickle the back of his throat. Within it, trees stood as faint silhouettes, their outlines softened, the mist nearly erasing them. Dark shapes drifted there, distant and unresolved. Too slow for weather, too numerous for chance. Uzaya could not tell whether they moved of their own will or were being borne along by the mist itself. He kept walking, and the shadows in his thoughts walked with him. By the second day, most would have collapsed. Uzaya's legs trembled, his vision blurred, but he pushed on, driven by will and something in his blood that refused to let him stop. His body moved on instinct, past exhaustion, past thought. The quagmire deepened. Low hummocks of peat broke the surface at irregular intervals, soft underfoot and crumbling at the edges. Narrow channels wound between them, their banks sagging where the soil could no longer hold. Deadwood lay half submerged, bleached and smooth. Mud dragged at his boots. In the shallows, firm footing vanished without warning, solid ground dropping into deeper pockets that forced him to brace and pull free. The water carried a sour trace of decay. A heron lifted ahead of him, thin and ragged, patches of bare skin visible along its neck. It rose without a cry and disappeared into the mist. By mid-afternoon of the third day, the ground began to harden. Pools of standing water ran clear now, no longer skinned with oily scum. Willows took the place of dead trees, their branches spreading over low scrub and weathered stone. A gull cried overhead. Uzaya paused. For 2 days, there had been only silence and the screaming marsh crows. The gull's call, cut through the gray air, sharp and real, and he felt something lift inside before he was aware of it. Another gull answered, then another. He started moving again as the air shifted, cooler now, carrying salt from the distant sea. Coarse grass rippled across the moor instead of sinking underfoot. A rabbit bolted across the path. A lark sang from the next rise. Uzaya pushed on. He dragged himself up the final rise, one step at a time. His breaths came shallow and tight, never quite enough. His legs ached with a dull, settled fatigue. His cloak was stiff with dried mud. The ridge opened before him. East and west of the city, farmland spread across the coastal plain. Fields of barley and rye, broken by low rises and drainage ditches. Scattered villages, sending up thin threads of smoke. Roads converged from all directions, drawn toward the massive walls that dominated the open land. The gates of Valros. They rose nearly 100 feet, carved from cyclopean granite and bound in black-forged iron that had never rusted. Runes older than any living tongue were carved into the surface. Flanking the sealed central gates stood the Valric twins, two constructs, each 80 feet tall, motionless, eternal. Guardians, said to wake when the city was threatened. Before the gates, market activity clustered in the plaza. Travelers queued at the side passages while guards checked papers and inspected wagons. Beyond the gates, the city sprawled across the peninsula. He could make out the rise of tiered stone, the dark silhouettes of towers, smoke rising in thin columns. To the east, where the land met the sea, fog rolled thick and gray across the water. Uzaya's legs buckled as he took it in. He caught himself against the rock, waited for the shaking to ease, then began the descent. Chapter 7. The Crooked Keel. The descent took longer than it should have. Uzaya's legs refused to cooperate. Each step down the ridge, a negotiation between will and failure. Beyond the peninsula, the ocean opened wide and blue, stretching unbroken to the horizon. Roads converged across the plain through amber light, all of them drawn toward the gates of Valros. By the time he reached the flatlands, the sun was sinking toward the sea. He followed the road as it meandered toward the city, the noise of voices and wagons growing with each step. The gates loomed. Runes he didn't recognize traced the surface beneath grime, carved deep enough to catch shadow. Flanking the sealed gate stood the Valric twins. Uzaya had heard the name his whole life. Stories told in northern taverns, whispered around fires. Even the name had no single origin. By the time Eldenport was built, they were already there. Constructs forged in an age before memory. Legendary. But they were real. Dwarven work, from the age before the Storm Kings, when the surface was ruled by many peoples, not just one. The joints proved it. Precision no human mason could replicate. Mechanisms still functioning after thousands of years without maintenance. The dwarves who had carved them were long dead, or driven deep into the mountains, their knowledge buried with them. Each construct rose above the plaza, carved from stone and banded in corroded iron. Humanoid in shape, but wrong in proportion. Torso too wide, arms too thick, fists too massive. Their faces were smooth, nearly featureless, impassive. The automaton on the left held a massive sword at its side, the blade nearly 30 feet of carved stone, half buried in the earth. Centuries of rain and wind had darkened and pitted the lower third. The ground around it had settled and cracked under the weight. Moss crept up the crossguard where ancient metal bands reinforced the grip. The base was worn smooth where vendors leaned and argued over prices. The hands of the defender on the right were clenched into fists, each the size of a wagon. Deep grooves scored the knuckles, worn blunt from repeated blows against something that refused to break. Its feet had settled into the plaza floor over time. The ground beneath cracked and depressed where the weight pressed down into the earth below. Birds had nested in the heights. A large nest lay wedged into the crook of the sword-bearer's shoulder, built from gray, weathered branches. Lower down, birds darted through gaps between the iron bands, disappearing into shadow. The crowd moved around him, paying the guardians no mind. But Uzaya felt the weight of their presence. His stomach cramped with hunger. The dried meat was gone, his water skin nearly empty. But he'd made it. The plaza before the gates of Valros was crowded with life. Traders shouted over the din, hawking goods from carts and stalls. Northerners stood with weathered packs and cautious eyes. River traders held their place with ledgers tucked under their arms. Laborers in mud-stained tunics gathered in the shade of the gates, waiting for work calls. There were food vendors working stations along the edges, smoke rising from braziers, meat sizzling on iron pans, skewered sausages, flatbread baking on hot stones. A woman called out prices for roasted chestnuts, her sing-song voice cutting through the noise. The crowd funneled toward smaller gates, flanking the main threshold, guarded by soldiers in patched armor, checking papers and waving people through. Uzaya joined the line. When his turn came, he produced his identification, folded parchment stamped with the Holford seal. The guard glanced at it, marked something in his ledger, and stepped aside. Move through. Inside the gates, the street narrowed and the press of bodies closed in. The flow of traffic carried Uzaya forward, whether he willed it or not. Heat and smoke thickened the air. A butcher's stall crowded the road ahead, sides of meat hanging from iron hooks, fat catching the firelight. Beneath them, a hawker worked a flat iron pan, turning thick cuts as grease hissed and spat. As he approached, his hand moved toward his coin pouch, then stopped. Something was wrong. The smell seemed right, rich, exactly what his body was craving. But beneath it lingered a faint bitterness he had learned to distrust, the same note he had found in certain roots and mushrooms that sickened before they killed. Not the meat itself, something laid over it. Poison. Not enough to kill, just enough to dull the mind, to make a traveler sick, weak, easy to rob an hour later in a narrow alley. Uzaya straightened and met the man's eyes. He spoke directly into the vendor's thoughts. "You would feed me poison?" The man recoiled as if struck. His voice caught, eyes wide. His hands trembled over the pan. Uzaya continued silently, his presence tightening in the man's mind, his eyes holding him there. "I'm too hungry to kill you properly. Be grateful." He turned and walked on. By nightfall, the pallid face of Uzaya was known to those who made their living choosing victims. He was noted and duly removed from their lists. Uzaya's stomach cramped with hunger. His resolve hardened. Clearly, street vendors couldn't be trusted. He wanted a proper meal, somewhere with a roof, tables, a reputation to uphold. The streets unfolded as he walked. Cobblestone lanes stretched away from the gates, broad and well-kept, lined with timber and stone buildings rising 2 and 3 stories high. Shop fronts crowded the street, open doors, shuttered windows, painted signs hanging from iron brackets that creaked softly in the evening air. As dusk deepened, amber light poured from open doorways and windows, falling in uneven bands across the street. The air carried the layered scents of the city: baking bread, roasting herbs, sweet wine, the odor of cooked meat. Voices overlapped. Laughter drifted from open windows and balconies above the shops. Somewhere nearby, a fiddle played, quick and bright. Merchants called from doorways. Apprentices hurried past with bundles under their arms. Travelers slowed, craning their necks, while locals moved with practiced ease, weaving through the flow. Near one of the wider plazas stood the Emberlight Inn. Its name was etched in steel above the entrance, restrained and deliberate. No barker lingered outside, no list of prices hung by the door. Tall windows shone warmly from within. It didn't need to advertise. Uzaya went in. The interior was warm, lit by copper sconces and the glow of a wide hearth at the far end of the room. Logs burned low and steady within it, their crackle soft and constant, the sound swallowing the noise of the street as the door closed behind him. The tables were dark oak, well-joined and unadorned, built to last longer than the men who sat at them. The inn smelled of wood smoke and roasting meat, rich and savory, with the deeper warmth of fresh bread and simmering stock beneath it. A few patrons sat scattered throughout, merchants in fine coats, a pair of scholars bent over parchments, an older woman dining alone by the window. He paused just inside the room. The server noticed him immediately. Mud on the hems, travel-worn boots, clothes that didn't belong in a place like this. Ordinarily, that would have been enough. But his skin was wrong, almost white. His hair was a color she had never seen. He met her eyes and said nothing. Gold appeared instead, generous and unhesitating. She waited against the rules and let them bend. Moments later, he was seated near the back, away from the windows, but with a clear view of the door. She returned to the table, sharp eyes. The roast is venison tonight, served with wild greens. The stew is lamb with barley. Perfect, he said. 2 servings, bread as well. Uzaya heard a glass clink. Ale too. He slid another gold coin across the table. The server's mouth almost smiled. Good choice. Uzaya leaned back and closed his eyes for a moment. The warmth of the room settled over him. His legs still ached. His hands still trembled faintly. But he was here, seated, and soon he would eat. The food arrived quickly. Roasted venison, flaked with salt and juniper, tender enough to pull apart with a fork. A bowl of steaming broth poured over wild greens. A second plate sat beside the first, with a thick slice of fresh brown bread, still warm, served with butter, and a clay pitcher of dark ale, nearly black, foam clinging to the rim. Uzaya poured a glass and drank. It was slightly bitter, heavy, with a faint sweetness beneath the surface. He took his first bite. The food was simple, familiar. It carried the memory of northern winters, smoked meats and simple fare, just like he had as a child. His shoulders eased, and a comfortable fullness settled in his stomach. For the first time in weeks, he felt like himself again. He ate slowly, finished the first plate, then the second. The spice bread lingered warm and sweet on his tongue. He drank half the pitcher before noticing that the ale was softening exhaustion into something more manageable. When the server returned, she paused. Another pitcher? Uzaya shook his head. Another slice of bread. She nodded. This time, she did smile. When he finally stood, the weight of the meal and the ale made the world feel steadier beneath him. He left more coin than the meal required. Chapter 8. The Hearth End. Outside, evening had settled over the city. Uzaya walked without hurry, the warmth of the meal and the weight of the ale steadying him after 3 days of fear-driven flight. His body was fed. His mind wasn't. The memory of the basin clung to him like damp cloth. He needed noise, light, real people living normal lives, something to drown out the thoughts of the thing that wouldn't let go. He followed sound into the district's rougher quarter. Laughter, off-key music, curses sharp enough to cut through the cold. The buildings leaned closer here, their facades weathered and darkened by smoke. The smell of sweat, cheap stew, and pipe smoke thickened. A sign swung overhead. The Crooked Keel. Uzaya stepped inside. The heat hit him first. Body heat and hearth heat. Sweat and smoke in the air. The room was packed with sailors, dock workers, traders. In the back, people gambled over tables. Painted women, serving drinks and wearing very little, wove through the crowd with practiced grace. The floorboards were warped from years of spillage, sawdust stuck in blackened mats. A bard massacred a melody in the corner, but no one cared. Laughter moved through the room with the smoke and noise. It was just the place Uzaya was looking for. He slipped toward the far end of the bar, placing his back against the wall. The bartender was thick-armed, his face lined and creased in ways his body was not. "I'll have your best ale," Uzaya said. The burly man glanced along the shelves, then reached up and took down a bronze mug from the top row. He filled it with dark ale, the head overflowing. The first swallow was even better than he expected. Uzaya lowered the mug. A woman's face was carved into the side. Half-lidded eyes set too wide. Her hair worked into writhing serpents. "Where'd this come from?" he asked. The barkeep jerked his chin toward the door. "Down the street to the left. Little ways. Mugsmith. Real strange work. Calls the place the Gorgoneum." He shrugged. "We sell a few of his pieces here. Not cheap." A pause. "Wouldn't buy one myself." He wiped his hands on a rag. "You want to see it? Right past the tannery. You'll smell the forge smoke." Uzaya nodded slowly, fingers tightening on the bronze handle. Something deep beneath the building vibrated, so faint that only the ale in his mug rippled. No one else reacted. He finished, paid, and stepped back into the night. Uzaya climbed toward the ridge above the drowned quarter, the path narrowing as stone gave way to packed earth and exposed roots. The city's noise thinned behind him, leaving only the distant wash of the sea and wind threading through the trees. Hearth End Lodge stood at the ridge's edge, 3 stories of weathered clapboard facing open air. Beyond it, the land fell away toward the drowned quarter below. Its sign rocked slightly in the night wind. Smoke rose from the chimney. Inside, the barkeep barely looked up. Nara was an older woman with gray braids and hands like knotted rope. After curt introductions, she took his coin and slid a key across the bar. "Room 2C, top floor. Best view in the house, if that's what you're after." Uzaya climbed the narrow stairs, exhausted. The room was small. A cot, a single chair, a scarred table beside a shuttered window. The balcony door stood half open, cold air breathing through the frame. He crossed to it without thinking and stepped out into the night. The wind cut sharp, carrying sea spray that slicked the iron rail beneath his hand. He leaned there, letting it hold him up. To the right, the drowned quarter sprawled across the flooded basin. Rooftops sagged into black water. Arches leaned at wrong angles. Canals cut through abandoned streets. To the left, far out on the horizon and half lost in mist over the water, a darker shape loomed. A faint vibration shivered through the railing, barely more than a tremor. Uzaya felt it anyway, deep in his bones, the same subtle disturbance he had felt in the crooked keel. He squinted at the distant tower, but the effort made his head throb. Tomorrow, he would begin asking questions. He went back inside, left the balcony door as it was, and sat heavily on the edge of the cot. Tonight, the city could keep its secrets. Uzaya lay back and let the sound fade. Chapter 9. The Mugsmith. The tremor woke him. Subtle. Half a heartbeat long. Then gone. The morning was cold, the kind that lived in old coastal wood and never left. Below his window, gulls cried over the drowned rooftops. The quarter was waking. He tightened his cloak, took up his blade, and stepped into the hall. Stairs descended at the far end. Faded paintings lined the stairwell, the quarter before the flooding, a world that no longer existed. He came down into the main room. Tables filled the floor. A bar ran the back wall, the kitchen door shut behind it. Nara was at the counter. She glanced up as he approached. "You're early." Uzaya nodded. He turned for the door. Outside, the air was cold. Fog rolled low between the buildings, pushed along by the breeze. He descended from the ridge, following the slope toward the central districts. The northern brick run carried him through the workshop quarter, still quiet at that hour. Another low groan drifted through the district. Distant. Uzaya paused, listening. A carter, reining in his horse, stopped, frowning. "You hear that?" he muttered, then shook his head. "City's sinking more every year." The streets narrowed as he moved deeper into the workshop quarter. A few smithies showed signs of life. Forge smoke, the ring of an early hammer. At this early hour, most shops remained shuttered. The stench of the tannery found him before he reached it. Sharp lime, foul water, rotting hides. He breathed shallowly and hurried through. The lane opened into a dead-end courtyard, paved in uneven stone. Stacked barrels and split crates were pushed against the walls. The building at the courtyard's end was more bunker than workshop. No windows, thick stone walls, a single reinforced door banded in steel. Above it, a simple wooden sign hung from a bent iron rod. Mugsmith. No flare, just the word, burned into the grain. Uzaya pushed the door open. Heat rolled out. Steady, controlled. The kind that came from coals kept burning through the night. Lamps hung from iron hooks, their light flickering against rows of masks and sculptures arranged along the wall. Some shelves held bronze figures mounted on detailed bases. A heron poised at the water's edge. A fox turning back over its shoulder. Two hounds working the same trail, heads low. And among them, the same woman's face from the mug he'd held at the bar, serpent-crowned and out of place. Uzaya felt sure the mug was made from memory, not imagination. In the back of the room, a wide stone forge glowed with banked coals. Tools hung from hooks above it. A crucible rested on its lip, a thin tier of cooled bronze trailing down its side. A man worked at the anvil, older, gray at the temples, thick-shouldered. Hands steady except for a faint tremor in the left. He adjusted a detail piece with practiced familiarity, lifted it to the forge light, and slowly looked up. "You're here about the mug," he said, as if he expected the question. Uzaya stepped closer. "Your Medusa. It was real?" The man's left hand twitched. Uzaya let the silence stand. The forge crackled softly. "I make them again and again," the man said quietly. He gestured toward the shelf where many mugs of the same woman were meticulously crafted in bronze, variations repeating endlessly. "I had to get it right." Uzaya's gaze hardened. The mug's face, the eyes sit too far apart, wider than human. The man stiffened. His breaths came shorter. "You've seen one." Uzaya nodded once. "North of Holford, years ago, from a distance." The man exhaled slowly. "Then you know what it's like to see something that shouldn't exist and survive it." Uzaya's jaw clenched. He remembered the basin, the eyeless thing turning, the pressing weight of its awareness. "Yes," he said softly. The mugsmith stepped away from the counter, poured water into a clay cup, and drank without offering the same. His eyes unfocused, fixed somewhere beyond the forge light. He lifted a hand and pointed to a rough map nailed to the wall. Charcoal lines marking the quarter's boundaries, notes sketched in messy strokes. "I saw one. Here," he said, tapping the island beyond the boundary lines. "Liesenhold. You can reach it at low tide. I was scavenging, looking for anything I could melt down." He swallowed. "I shouldn't have gone." His hand tightened. She was gliding, serpents for hair, eyes like... He gestured toward the bronze mugs. "Like that." He shook his head once. "I ran, and I didn't look back. But I never stopped seeing it." Uzaya's voice was steady. "Is she still there?" "Don't know." A pause. "Wouldn't worry about it if I were you." He wiped his trembling hand on his apron. "If you're fool enough to keep on," he said, "Hearth End Lodge overlooks the quarter. Best place to watch Liesenhold from afar." Uzaya nodded once. So that was what he'd seen last night, the silhouette. The mugsmith turned back to his anvil. "You buying anything?" Uzaya glanced at the shelves, then shook his head. "No, but thank you." The hammer rang again, bronze chiming softly as Uzaya left the shop. Outside, the smoke hung low in the courtyard, dulled by the morning mist. The district was waking. Chapter 10. The Gauntlet. The mugsmith's workshop receded behind him, the scent of hot bronze and oil still clinging to his coat. Uzaya turned north toward Scholar's Rise. The Arcanum's towers cut crooked lines against the morning sky. If he was right, and something truly stirred beneath Eldenport, then scavenged clues wouldn't be enough. He'd need training, theory, fresh magical knowledge, and the discipline to wield it without breaking. Eldenport's arcane institutions were infamous enough that Uzaya had known their names long before he reached the city. The Crucible Vault, Eldenport's ancient academic citadel, built atop the ruins of older, similar institutions. Known for politics, pedigree, and the relative safety of its sanctioned curricula. a place where divination was discouraged, necromancy shunned, and conjuration flattened into diagrams and theory. But the Arcanum was something else entirely. It called to him, not with promises, but with gravity. An institution that dealt with spirits, voids, the dead, and things that passed between worlds. These things intrigued Uzaya. He made his way toward the outer hallows, where the city's comfort ended. The road bent toward Stillward, Eldenport's largest graveyard, its iron fence running parallel to the street. Beyond it, rows of gravestones stood in careful order, some freshly tended, others long neglected. Across from Stillward, the Arcanum rose, close enough that its shadow crossed the graves at certain hours. The air shifted as Uzaya passed the gates. Incense smoke drifted out from memorial braziers, lavender and myrrh cutting through the smell of turned earth. When the institution established itself 9 centuries earlier, Eldenport did not abandon the area, but its presence thinned. Workers sent to fix streets heard whispers from beyond the fence. Masons repairing walls glimpsed figures that vanished when faced directly. The district earned a reputation for haunts and quiet horrors. The Arcanum never explained, never denied. It let the rumors stand, and in time, the city learned to leave the place alone. What remained was a pocket of deliberate neglect, where intervention invited consequences none welcomed. The Arcanum of the Blessed Departed loomed between 2 black towers, rising between a wide staircase of bone-colored stone. Gothic, angular, refusing harmony. The right tower's upper third was gone, sheared away. Everyone in Eldenport knew the story. A teleportation experiment 3 centuries past, a miscalculation, a dimensional rupture that passed through stone as if it weren't there. The damage was never fixed. The gap, ringed by warped stone that glowed faintly on stormy nights, stood as testament to the error. No one attempted repairs. The Arcanum forbade it. The facade was decorated with hunched gargoyles, mouths grinning in eternal witness. Stone reliefs depicted eyeless figures locked in gestures of invocation and prayer. It did not explain itself. It never had. Uzaya climbed the worn steps toward the Arcanum's bound double doors. Inside, the chamber opened beneath a domed ceiling, supported by thick pillars running along either side. The air was heavy with ritual incense, threads of smoke twisting upward and collecting near the crown of the dome. Across from the door stood a tall archway that dominated the space. Within it, mist roiled in metallic silver and gold, folding inward on itself like steam under unseen pressure. Faint lights flashed deep at its center, vanishing and reappearing without pattern. 2 obsidian pillars flanked the arch. A sculpted face embedded at the keystone, neither bestial nor human, its expression made for judgment. Most who entered here turned back. Uzaya stepped forward. As he passed beneath the archway, silver mist snapped to black, swallowing all light. No depth, no shape. Only shifting folds of darkness, pulsing red along the edges. Then, utter silence. The darkness vanished in a burst of white light, inside him and everywhere at once. Time slowed, light broke, the stone returned beneath his feet. Uzaya stood in the gauntlet. The corridor stretched ahead, 8 feet wide, carved from chalky white granite, veined in black like ink spread underwater. When he looked up, there was only darkness. No ceiling, no sense of height, just void. The walls, rough and jagged, glowed faintly. A weak phosphorescence, greenish at the edges, and just enough to see by. Roots pushed through cracks in the stone. Water trickled down in thin streams, gathering in shallow pools along the floor. Before him stood the 7 arches. Each rose 12 feet high, nearly spanning the corridor's width. Constructed from the same white granite, but worn to a deeper age, where the corridor glowed faintly, the arches did not. No two were alike. Each leaned into a different shape, deliberately asymmetrical. A door of dark wood stood at the corridor's end. Simple, weathered, an iron ring hung at its center. Beside it stood a small round table, a vase of dead flowers, blackened, brittle, drained to lifeless form. A gift for those who reached the end. The first arch bore a single word carved below its apex. Memory. Uzaya stepped forward. His boots scraped granite, the sound climbing into the void above and refusing to fade. As he moved beneath it, the wall's glow dimmed, as if drawn from the stone by his presence. He felt a faint breeze as the air chilled around him. Memories came unbidden. The pendant against his chest, warm to the touch, somehow aware when it couldn't be. Something watching through it, reaching across dimensions he couldn't name. The moment beneath the church in Holford, the glyph igniting, his life preserved by a will not his own. Intervention. He took 3 more steps, and the dim light returned. The chill eased. Behind him, the first arch stood silent, already feeling distant, as if he'd walked farther than the few paces his boots had taken. The second arch waited ahead. A single word carved across it. Clarity. As he passed beneath it, the corridor remained, but its order slipped. The arch behind him stood to his right. The one ahead tilted at an angle his eyes could not quite resolve. The door at the corridor's end drew nearer, then farther, then vanished altogether. The passage simply stopped. He heard his name. The sound arrived wrong in the silence. The syllables came out of order. The meaning fell away. Others would have stopped, tried to make sense of it, or waited for the world to correct itself. Uzaya did not. He moved through it. The light steadied. Angles aligned. The arches resolved into fixed spans his eyes could finally measure. Uzaya chose a direction and walked. Forward. 1 step. Then another. The third arch waited ahead. Regret. As he crossed beneath, sound disappeared, leaving only silence. His vision blurred, then vanished. He felt his pulse quicken as the images came one after the other. Holford. Children pulled from the mine, alive. The town gathered in gratitude, faces open, hands reaching. They would have embraced him, made him one of them. He had walked away. Arkan. The warlock who had saved him, who had seen something in him worth teaching. Uzaya had left him without a word. The pattern was clear enough without being named. The arch did not ask him to deny it. It didn't offer forgiveness. It simply held it there, waiting. Uzaya stood beneath it and did nothing. His sight returned. Behind him, the third arch stood in judgment. He felt only acceptance. Ahead, the fourth arch waited. It bore no inscription. That absence felt deliberate. He stepped beneath it. The phosphorescent glow did not dim. It shifted, warming, softening toward gold. The jagged walls lost their edge, resolving into smooth stone. Water that had pooled along the floor thinned and vanished, leaving the surface dry beneath his boots. He felt no pain, no terror, only a nagging pressure deep within. The edges of himself, the boundary between Uzaya and not Uzaya, began to loosen. His name drifted away from him. Not forgotten, but optional. It was merely a word he'd chosen once and could choose differently now. Or not at all. His purpose blurred. The I, the choices that had led him here, all of it felt like clothing he could remove. Heavy. Worn so long it had come to feel like reality itself. Images flickered before him. A simpler life. A village. Honest work with his hands. No pacts. No watching eye. No weight of cosmic purpose pressing down on mortal shoulders. It wasn't a lie. The arch wasn't trying to deceive him. It was offering a way out, a different version, a reshaping into something that would never have to stand in corridors like this, never have to carry what he carried, never have to become what he was becoming. All he had to do was accept. He stood there in that golden light and felt the pull. He did not resist it. Neither did he accept it. He simply remained. The light flickered. The offer hung in the air a moment longer, then withdrew. Something had extended a hand and been ignored. It recoiled. The golden glow snapped back to green. The walls roughened. Water pooled again along the floor. And the corridor vanished. No sound. No transition. One moment he was within the arch, the next, stone steps beneath him, cold air. The Arcanum's facade rose overhead in the dimming light. The world had not paused. From the outer hollows came the muted sounds of stillward, a shovel striking earth, a cart creaking past, the boots of gravediggers moving with purpose and no inclination to linger. He had simply appeared. A few people stared. A woman clutching her prayer beads gasped and hurried along. Uzaya ignored them. The test was over. He'd failed, or been rejected. It didn't matter which. The Arcanum wanted something else. The Crucible would have to do. He descended the steps without looking back. Chapter 11. The Crucible Vault. Uzaya left the Arcanum of the Blessed departed, as dark clouds massed over the outer hollows, bruised purple and black, pressing down like a fist about to close. Lightning hadn't struck yet, but the air felt charged. The Arcanum never built walls. It didn't need them. Those who stayed too long heard whispers from empty doorways, saw movement in windows that held no light. The district itself kept watch. Aside from the dead, the mad were its only permanent residents. Abandoned shop fronts gaped with broken windows. A cooper's workshop stood hollow, its sign hanging askew. A larger hall sagged beneath a collapsed roof, the skeletal frames of looms still visible inside. When the Arcanum established itself here 9 centuries ago, the district emptied by choice. Workers heard whispers. Masons saw ghosts. Businesses closed one by one until only the dead remained willing neighbors. A block east, the Stillward spread across 10 acres. Weathered crypts, iron-gated family plots, some gravestones centuries old. The ground here sat above the flood line. It always had. When the lower districts flooded and debris and corpses floated free, the dead here remained where they were placed. The Arcanum claimed it afterward. Between the plots, a gravedigger pushed a handcart toward the gates. 2 mourners in black shawls stood quietly in the distance. Nearby, mud-caked laborers unloaded pine boards from a wagon, hurrying to finish before the downpour. Mist hung over the district. Thick coastal fog was common enough in Eldenport's damp climate, but around Uzaya it followed, wrapping about his cloak and shoulders. The vapor moved as though it was a part of him, marking him as someone who had crossed more than doorways. Uzaya was blank-faced, ruminating on what had just happened. Confusion simmered, tinged with raw insult. He had passed through 4 arches. His memories had come. The world had shifted. The 4th arch had tried to rewrite him. He had refused. Yet 3 arches were withheld. No explanation. He turned west, feeling restless and adrift. The questions he wasn't allowed to ask echoed in his mind, louder than any answer they might have given. The abandoned buildings and haunting silence of the outer hallows fell away behind him. Life crept back into his surroundings. Cartwheels rolled on fitted cobblestone. Vendors argued over copper without glancing over their shoulders. Windows glowed with lamplight, doorways open for business. He moved through the crowd, hood up. A half-drow in a dark cloak earned few glances, but some stares lingered on his pallid skin, unusual for his kind. Thunder rumbled overhead as the rain began to fall. Then a sound rose through the air, a long, low reverberation, too deep for thunder, too sustained for any common explanation. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, sounding through stone and water. Uzaya halted and listened. So did a baker in his doorway, a woman carrying cloth, and one of the guards leaning against a post by the trade store. All of them turned upward instinctively, eyes searching the clouds as though expecting judgment from above. A few breaths passed. Then the ominous groan faded, and the sounds of street life returned to normal. The others dismissed it and went about their lives. Uzaya did not. He had heard something very much like it before. Long ago, as a young one, near the ruin of the Shattered One by Holford, the sound echoed up from within it, carrying through the misty woods where he camped. He had thought it just another of the ruin's oddities. Now it seemed obvious there was more to it. The northern districts were the oldest part of Eldenport, sprawling into wide avenues where massive blocks of glossy black stone were common. Building corners sat flush against them, or their foundations were deliberately merged with the ancient blocks. The city had built itself atop them, around them, incorporating what it could not move. Most citizens called them the old foundations and thought no more of it. But Uzaya recognized their ancient origin and felt their cold patience. He had arrived at the Ashikas Purim, Eldenport's institutional heart. The district felt different here. Broader streets, older, cleaner stone, historied chapels built beside guild halls and civic offices. At the district's center, the Crucible Vault rose above the rooftops, 7 stories of stark gray stone. A massive carved head crowned the main entrance, its eyes fixed downward. Similar faces jutted from towers and corners, stone watchers gazing out over the streets below. The closer Uzaya drew, the quieter the city seemed to become. Fewer noises, fewer voices. The Crucible was built atop the old foundations. The dampening effect from the blackstone was obvious. Muffled voices the nearer one went. Even the rain muted as it fell around him. Beneath the murmur of the district was a low, steady vibration, faint enough to overlook, constant enough to notice once you knew it was there. Uzaya halted at the foot of the wide marble stairs before the Crucible. His eyes lifted to the stone face set above the doors, its weathered features fixed in a gaze that had outlasted generations. He climbed the steps. The ancient doors stood open. From them, an entry hall rose in a single uninterrupted volume, its ceiling far overhead. Columns of immense scale climbed 3 stories before meeting the curve of the great dome, their fluted shafts banded with carved sigils near the base and again near the crown. The marble floor was dark and polished, reflecting light from tiered crystal chandeliers suspended above. Worked reliefs ran the length of the walls, robed figures in formal procession, mages gathered in council, hands raised in oath or command. Scenes of instruction and judgment repeated in careful sequence. Between tall windows hung heavy tapestries chronicling the order's history. The founding convocation, the rise of the great schools, legendary archmages standing before citadels long since lost. On the main floor, beneath the dome, stood a ring of statues, each 7 or 8 feet tall, positioned along the outer edge of the chamber. Former archmages rendered in granite, faces stern, hands holding staffs, orbs, or open books. They faced inward, as though still presiding here. The dome itself was painted with arcane diagrams, interlocking sigils, layered spell circles, and ley-line junctions in luminous pigment. Scenes of sanctioned arcane workings unfolded between them. Barriers raised, gates sealed, powers bound and controlled, each depicted as a glorious structure rather than a moment of casting. No guards were posted in the entry. Only a single clerk stood behind a brass and oaken counter, quill poised above a stained ledger. He did not look up until Uzaya stopped before him. "Purpose?" the clerk asked. "Entry." "Tuition or stipend?" "Neither." The clerk finally met his eyes, searching his face, then his cloak, then the wet floor around him, as if hoping some scrap of social standing might materialize. "Recommendation letter?" "No." "Affiliation with an accredited institution? Noble sponsor?" "No." The clerk exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. "Then I'm afraid—" Uzaya reached beneath his cloak. The pendant rested against his chest, radiating that reassuring warmth he'd grown used to over the months, like hands held near a fire after hours in the cold. He hesitated. He had worn it since Holford, since the cave, since the eye's presence first brushed against the boundaries of his mind's eye. It had guided him, warned him, connected him to visions even Archon could not fully explain. But he had no coin, no name, no one to vouch for him. Uzaya unclasped the chain. The absence hit him immediately, a sudden hollowing in his core, as if a tether had just been severed. He set the pendant on the counter anyway. As he did so, frost bloomed outward in a crystalline pattern, racing across the brass with a quiet, brittle crackle. The clerk jerked back from the counter. He fumbled beneath it, retrieving a pair of iron tongs with visible reluctance. Even the tool frosted as he lifted the pendant. His hands trembled. He nudged it into a small iron lockbox, lead-lined and inscribed with containment runes, then slammed the lid shut as though afraid it might leap out. Wait here." The clerk avoided Uzaya's eyes before vanishing behind a curtain. Uzaya remained still before the counter, rain still dripping from the hem of his cloak, the cold spot in his chest aching with absence. Outside, the rain intensified. Somewhere, muffled and distant, a deep resonance rolled across Eldenport, a sound that made strangers halt mid-step and search the heavens for an answer that would not come. Minutes passed. The clerk returned with a woman, gray threading through dark braided hair. Her purple robe was marked with the crucible's silver seal. She moved with practiced efficiency, her expression set and unreadable. Behind her, 2 guards in worn leather and mail took positions by the doorway. She stopped at the counter, examining the box containing the pendant without opening it. Her eyes flicked to Uzaya, taking in his appearance with the practiced assessment of someone who'd spent decades evaluating students and character. "I'm Master Arcanist Thylin." No pleasantries. "Head of Artifact Studies. The clerk tells me you're using a potentially dangerous relic as entry collateral." "My necklace," Uzaya said. "Necklace?" Her gaze dropped briefly to the crystal at his chest, then returned to him. "Yes," she said quietly. "Your necklace." Thylin opened the lockbox with iron tongs, careful not to touch the pendant directly. The frost patterns on the brass had spread even in the sealed container. She lifted it up to the light. The emerald crystal caught the glow from the overhead lamps, pulsing faintly. "Where did you get this?" Uzaya thought for a moment. "Found it." Her eyes narrowed. "Found it where?" "North. In the mountains." "Be more specific." Uzaya hesitated, weighing the cost of each detail. "A cave," he said, "near Holford." Thylin turned the pendant slowly, examining every angle. Her lips moved silently, counting facets in the green gem at the center, measuring proportions and angles only she could determine. Rhombus configuration. Black metal, not iron. Something older. Her gaze fixed on the crystal. "The crystal has a stable internal lattice." She went still. Her grip on the tongs tightened. She looked from the pendant to Uzaya, then back to the pendant, as though confirming something she didn't want to believe. "And it reacts to separation from its bearer with environmental frost manifestation." She put it back in the box with deliberate care, the kind of care used for things that could unmake their handlers. She looked at him sharply. "How long have you carried it?" "Months." "And the visions?" Uzaya went still. "What?" "Don't play ignorant." Thylin's voice dropped, but her gaze intensified. "Something like this doesn't bond without consequence. Visions, dreams, compulsions." He said nothing. Thylin leaned forward slightly, hands flat on the counter. "I'm not your enemy, but I need to know what we're dealing with here. This institution has protocols for dangerous relics. If you've been experiencing anything unusual, tell me." "I'm fine." Uzaya's voice was flat, final. "Are you?" Thylin pressed. She studied his pale face, darker beneath his eyes, the gaunt line of his jaw, the way he held himself, like someone carrying a burden no one else could see. "You look half-starved. Your eyes have that look, like you haven't slept properly in weeks. And you're willing to part with something that's clearly bonded to you?" She tilted her head, which suggests desperation. "I'm not desperate," Uzaya said. "I want access to your library." "Why?" "Research." "On what?" Uzaya met her gaze. This time he spoke plainly. "The Veilguard, the Sundering, whatever's buried under Eldenport." Something shifted in Thylin's expression. Not surprise, but recognition. Her understanding cleared as the pieces fell into place. "You know what this is." She said it quietly, not a question. "I know enough." "Who taught you?" Her tone sharpened. "The northern enclaves barely acknowledge your kind exist. So where did you learn about Veilguard relics?" "A teacher, years ago." He recognized it. "Name?" He didn't give one. Thylin's jaw tightened. She closed the lockbox with a decisive click. "Convenient." She straightened, adjusting her grip on the container. One of the guards shifted his weight behind her. "Here's what's going to happen. We'll examine this tonight. Run resonance tests, check for corruption signatures, verify it's not an echo construct or corrupted. And if it's genuine, we'll discuss terms tomorrow." "What if I don't return?" "Then we dispose of it accordingly." She collected the frosted box and turned to leave, then paused. Her head tilted slightly, as if reconsidering something. The wards in this building react to spiral corruption. Active spiral energies trigger an immediate lockdown. You walked through 4 ward lines to reach this counter. She glanced back over her shoulder. They didn't react. That probably means whatever you're carrying, whatever you've been exposed to, is not corrupted by it. Is that good? It's promising. She studied him for a moment longer, as if memorizing his face. In the old accounts, bearers of relics rarely survived uncorrupted. The spiral exploits any opening. But you... She trailed off, thinking. "What is it?" Uzaya asked. "You're either incredibly lucky, or it chose you for a reason." Thylin shifted the box to her other hand. Her fingers had gone numb. "Tomorrow, midday. Don't be late." She left, the guards falling into step behind her. The heavy doors slammed shut with a sound like finality. Behind the closed doors, Thylin carried the box deeper into the Crucible's halls. She didn't take it to the standard examination rooms. She took it to her private study, a chamber warded 6 times over, lined with arcane books and old writings that predated the institution itself. She set the box on her desk and opened it carefully. The pendant lay there, icy crystals clinging to it in delicate patterns. The emerald in the center pulsed faintly, as if aware of her attention. Thylin had seen 3 Veilguard pendants in her lifetime. 2 in museums, sealed behind glass and dead for centuries. 1 in a private collection, inert and powerless. This one was alive, active, bonded. She reached for a tome on the shelf behind her desk. Thick as a man's forearm, bound in black leather, cracked and stiff with age. The cover bore a single mark, a half-closed eye embossed deep into the hide, its pupil rendered in tarnished silver, worn ragged along the edges by centuries of handling. The Chronicles of the Veilguard Order, compiled by scholars who'd studied the ruins after the Storm Kings defeated the Drow. Such documents were extremely rare. After the Great War that scholars called the Sundering, Farragoth destroyed the pyramid technologies and outlawed such research. She flipped to a marked page, read the passage again, though she'd memorized it years ago. When the pendants wake, the balance has already failed. The eye-bearers are not chosen, they are recognized. Recognition is not measured in virtue or strength. The Ancient One decides. They are not saviors of men, they are apertures. The Ancient One sees through them, acts through them, so that its pattern may complete. Thylin closed the book slowly, staring at the pendant. A loner, half drow, desperate, carrying a wakened Veilguard relic and somehow not corrupted by it, likely oblivious to its true historical significance. She locked the study door and began her examination. Uzaya stood alone in the entry hall. The hollow ache where the pendant used to rest was already spreading. He turned and walked back into the rain. Without the pendant's warmth, he felt raw and vulnerable. The mist still gathered, thicker as he walked, wrapping his shoulders. Tomorrow, Thylin would have questions, but he would have no answers. For now, the city's cacophony pressed him, louder, without the pendant's presence. Chapter 12. Without the Eye. Uzaya found himself at Hearthend Lodge with no memory of the walk back. His mind had wandered somewhere his body couldn't follow. He had always pushed himself beyond what most men could. As a boy, he walked through freezing nights without collapse, survived days without sleep on the wild's edge, kept tireless watch over camps that never knew they were guarded. Something in him always carried him further than reason allowed. But tonight, even that hidden reserve ran dry. The lodge's crooked sign swung in the wind as he stepped inside. Tankards thudded, chairs scraped. Someone laughed. From the kitchen beyond the bar came the rasp of iron as food was laid down. He felt it all distantly, as though he was behind glass, looking in. He climbed the stairs to his room, 2C. The room was dim, lit only by a single lantern hanging near the shuttered window. A small brass plaque above the sill read, "Glass provided for viewing of Leesenhold and the Drowned Quarter." The far-seeing lens rested beneath the window, a narrow, well-kept instrument the lodge provided for guests who wanted the view. He sat down on the edge of the bed. The absence inside him throbbed. For years, the pendant had been a quiet presence, a weight he'd stopped noticing. Now that it was gone, the space it rested felt bruised. He lay down, turned the lantern wick low, and let exhaustion take him. Sleep didn't come gently. It dropped him. Whole and sudden. He woke, gasping. Not visions. Nightmares. His own, this time. Archon's figure dissolving into mist. Faces turning away. The pendant in someone else's hand while he reaches for it, closing on nothing. The lantern burned low, its flame barely flickering. Darkness and mist pressed against the window, streaking the glass in crooked lines. Uzaya sat up and dropped his feet to the floor. In a moment, the dreams fell away. His gaze settled on the far-seeing glass. Leesenhold. He crossed to the shutter and eased it open. Freezing air slipped in from the east, mixing with warmth rising from the kitchen fires below. The Drowned Quarter sprawled in shifting grays, rooftops half swallowed by dark water and fog, lantern reflections smearing the air like brushstrokes across canals. He turned his gaze eastward towards Leesenhold. Uzaya lifted the far-seeing glass from the sill. The lodge had polished it well. Brass fittings were smooth and faintly warm from the lantern's heat. He braced it against his eye and sighted along the watchtower's ruined crown. It leaned out over the water, its stone bulk canted at an angle that should have sent it into the bay centuries ago. He panned over the rest of the structure. Moonlight caught along the broken crenellations, pale and diffuse through drifting fog. He held the lens there. A shape glided into view, bathed in ghost-pale moonlight. Tall. He guessed 8 feet. Writhing things coiled atop its head, undulating in slow arcs. The Medusa. She moved with steady precision, Merlon to Merlon, then slipped from sight. A moment later, she reappeared below, crossing the castle grounds. She paused at intervals, head turning slightly, the serpents coiling and settling, as if responding to something beyond his view. Uzaya held still, breath shallow. She never looked toward him. After a long moment, she completed her circuit and disappeared into the fog. Even from this distance, he felt the weight of her presence. He closed the shutter. The bed was warm. He drew the wool covers up around him. Below, voices murmured and chairs scraped. as the tavern wound down for the night. Sleep followed, without struggle. Far northeast of Eldenport, in the deepest parts of the quagmire, something stirred. A rupture in reality, where spiral-tainted energies had eaten through the world's surface and taken root. The cyst pulsed with a muted green light, its swirling patterns tightening, spinning faster. What had awakened it was distant, barely a whisper. A Veilguard pulse, suddenly exposed. A threat unshielded. The spiral responded. Dark motes swirled within the muck, gradually tightening into a vortex. Mud rippled outward. Shapes formed in the churning liquid. Limbs, faces, teeth. Forming and dissolving, then trying again. A spine coiled out of nothing. Limbs budded. 8, then 6, stabilizing into crooked symmetry. Patches of exposed muscle, chitin, fungus, and hide knit together. A jaw unfolded sideways. Eyes blinked into existence along a shifting curve of bone. The crawling entropid inhaled its first breath. A wet, dragging sound, like mud learning to breathe. It shuddered, then began to move. Chapter 13. The Veilguard. The Crucible Vault Dampening Cell. An ancient vessel hauled up centuries ago from the ruins directly beneath the vault. Egg-shaped, 8 feet tall. Black stone dimpled like hammered bronze, threaded with platinum where stress fractures had been sealed. The chamber predated the Sundering. Crucible mages had never replicated it. They had only learned how to use it. Copper bands reinforced the elliptical shell at regular intervals, tuned to amplify the stone's suppressive resonance. The interior was hollow, barely wide enough for a man, and a narrow examination table. It sat at the center of a bare chamber, where a single brazier provided heat and light. Inside, magic died. Thylin placed the pendant on the table, then stepped back outside the cell. Jesper Hadley, a junior arcanist eager to prove himself, went inside. He was the first to volunteer. Thylin had warned him to be careful, but warnings meant little to the young and ambitious. "It's just a trinket," he'd said. "I've handled enchanted jewelry before." Jesper reached out, took the pendant in his hand, fingers tracing the designs in the metal. Several seconds passed. Nothing. Then his hand recoiled. Not from heat, but contact. Something on the other side, pressing back through the metal. His breath hitched, pupils dilated. "What?" The word died in his throat. The pendant lay still, unchanged. Jesper staggered back, face drained of color. He braced himself on the examination table, chest heaving, breath fast and shallow. Thylin stepped forward. "What did you feel?" He didn't answer immediately, just stared at the pendant like it might move. His hands trembled. "Junior Arcanist Hadley," Thylin said sternly. "Report." "It exists." His voice was barely audible. "Something impossible." He swallowed hard. Thylin's eyes narrowed. She pulled a small journal from her robes, quill poised, but her attention stayed on Jesper. "Describe it. What did you experience?" "Contact," the word scraped out. "Like something on the other side." Jesper met her gaze, hands quivering. "Saw me." She wrote quickly, hand moving across the page without looking down. "Hostile?" "Yes." "No, I just..." He trailed off, staring at nothing. Thylin studied him, trembling hands, face sickly, nearly white. She closed her journal. "Go back to your quarters," she said. "I'll examine it myself." He nodded and stumbled out without saying anything. Thylin began preparing immediately. She brought every precaution: anti-scrying wards, psychic dampeners, resonance nullifiers. She laid them in concentric circles around the table, checking everything twice. The preparation took hours. The pendant was extraordinary. Veilguard make, certainly thousands of years old, transmitting along ley line nodes she couldn't fully map. The craftsmanship alone, the harmonics encoded into the metal structure, would challenge half of the Crucible's established doctrine on the construction of artifacts. Then she picked it up. As she tried to trace the transmission, to follow where it led, something turned its attention toward her and looked back. A quiet breath escaped her. The wards did nothing. She set the pendant down immediately. "That's enough," she said to the empty room. Jesper was right. This should never have been brought inside. She locked the pendant away and carried it to her office. That night, Jesper couldn't sleep. He lay in his quarters, curled on the floor against the wall. The bed was too soft, too open. Every shadow held that presence, lurking just behind. Infinite, unblinking, judging. He had been weighed and found wanting, without explanation or appeal. There was no anger in the verdict, no malice, only certainty. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. He'd tried eating but vomited it up, tried drinking water but it felt like sandpaper going down. The presence had not left him. It remained at the edge of his awareness, the way a mountain is recognized. Unmoving, undeniable, eternal. By dawn, he was whispering to himself. Prayers, numbers, anything to keep his thoughts from slipping. When his supervisor found him mid-morning, Jesper was still sitting on the floor, rocking slowly, mumbling about eyes and spirals and something deep beneath the world. Thylin signed the reassignment herself. They carried him to the asylum. Jesper never returned. It was just past noon when Uzaya climbed the Crucible steps. Thylin's office sat on the third floor, north wing. Her door slightly ajar. He knocked once. "Come in." Uzaya stepped inside. The office was small, organized. Books lined 3 walls, stacked by subject rather than size. A single window overlooked the inner courtyard, where the ley line well in the center pulsed with blue and purple light. 10 feet across, stone-rimmed, energies rising like luminescent mist. Mages gathered around it, practicing cantrips that flared brighter near the well's presence. She gestured to the chair across from her. "Sit." He sat. She studied him for a long moment. "I examined your pendant. So did Jesper Hadley, one of our junior arcanists." "And?" "Jesper is in the asylum. Whatever he experienced destroyed his mind." She took a deep breath and leaned back in her chair. "It's Veilguard made, very old, and as you're aware, still active, still transmitting. When I attempted analysis, the connection proved bilateral." She paused, choosing words carefully. "This isn't a cursed object. It's not spiral tainted. It belongs to a magic system the Crucible has no category for." Uzaya said nothing. Thylin's gaze did not waver. "You've been wearing it a long time," she said. "Does it disturb you?" "Not anymore." "Why not?" He answered without hesitation. "Because it's meant for me." Silence pooled between them. Thylin leaned back slowly. "I'm not going to pretend I understand the relic or why it responds to you. But I recognize capability when I see it, especially the kind that survives what others have not. She opened a desk drawer and drew out a folded document. I have a proposition. Thylin folded her hands on the edge of the table and leaned back. There are sealed chambers beneath the crucible. One of them is an old research laboratory. We've sent several expeditions. Her fingers tightened together for a moment, then relaxed. Some didn't come back. The ones who did weren't the same. Whose laboratory? Archmage Temrath. 75 years ago, the Crucible attempted to expand into the sublevels, to tap into the ley line power beneath the foundations. Temrath led the effort. She paused. Something went wrong. He was found dead in his chamber. The recovery team refused to return. His body's still there. And the expeditions? All within the last 5 years. None were successful. She slid the document across the desk. Go to Temrath's chamber. Bring back whatever is salvageable. She let a moment pass. Succeed, and I'll grant you full crucible clearance. Archives, research stacks, apothecary stores, facilities for preparation and controlled testing. Her fingers drummed once on the desk. Until then, access is provisional. Supervised research, limited hours, apothecary use under oversight. She slid a second document across the desk. Your access will be revoked immediately if you abandon the mission, or if the pendant shows corruption. Her gaze held his. Prove you're as capable as I think you are, and formal membership follows. Uzaya read the terms. They were clear. Fair enough. He set the document down. Agreed. Thylin retrieved the pendant from the warded case and set it on the desk. Uzaya fastened the leather cord around his neck. His shoulders eased as the familiar warmth spread through his chest. Thylin watched. It doesn't bother you at all? No. She extended her hand. Then we have an agreement. After Uzaya left, Thylin locked her office door. She crossed to her cabinet and withdrew a weathered text, spine cracked, pages stained with smoke from fires it had survived. Chronicles of the Sundering, Volume 1. She sat at her desk, opened the book carefully, and began to read. The opening passage described the age of the Ancient One, nearly 5,000 years past, an entity that ruled both surface and deep, that appeared as a tentacled eye, large enough to eclipse the sun. She kept reading. The world was its dominion. In those days, the sky dimmed to twilight not by storm, but by decree. The Drow, Jurau, the text called them, served as architects, masters of sonic magic. They erected black pyramids at ley line junctions, structures so massive their foundations still remain. Hours passed. Thylin cross-referenced fragments scattered across 3 texts. One mentioned regulators. Another referred to keepers of the frequency. A third described the pendants, black metal, geometric etching, rhombus form. The Crucible's own archives dismissed most of it as legend. Mythology before the Sundering. Drow propaganda. But the stories aligned. Veilguard. Keepers of balance between the ley line and the spiral. At the height of the Ancient One's dominion, an order of 9 Veilguard walked the world together. After the Sundering, references spoke only of solitary figures. The Veilguard were exceedingly rare. Each bore a pendant, forged from metal that fell from the sky, marked with a half-closed eye. The pendant did not seek the virtuous. It sought alignment, resonance with the frequencies that built the world. Thylin set down her quill. Most scholars would call this speculation, fringe theory, career-ending conjecture. But Jesper was in the asylum, and Uzaya wore the relic without consequence. Another fragment, this one older, spoke of bloodlines, not something that could be learned, only inherited, to perceive what others could not, to feel the frequencies that ran through the ley lines, through stone, through everything. The pendant recognized something in the blood. Thylin thought of Uzaya's calm when he wore it. Some part of that bloodline lived in him. The fragments described endurance beyond normal limits. Those with the Veilguard lineage could hear the songs of the Ancient One in all things, in the frequencies that sustained the world. She turned pages faster now. When the Great War began, over 3,000 years ago, the tribes on the surface rose to oppose the Ancient One's dominion. The Jurao were tasked with suppressing the rebellion. They turned to their most advanced discipline, sound weaving, refined into weapons of devastation and control. To extend its reach, they began incorporating corrupted spiral frequencies into their sonic arts. At first, it was effective. Rebellions collapsed under sustained assault. But the spiral does not distinguish between intent and outcome. It draws all things into its nature. Prolonged exposure altered the Jurao themselves. Within a generation, corruption took hold. Paranoia replaced discipline. Precision decayed into excess. Their sound weaving lost coherence, devolving into dangerous, unstable magic. Worse, the spiral energies embedded into their discipline propagated independently. Cysts formed where harmonic stress accumulated. From them emerged warped growths, deadly breaches, and monstrous entities no longer bound to Jurao control. The power meant to enforce order had begun to dismantle it. Then came the Storm Kings, weather priests. From the far northern wastes, wielding lightning as blade and hammer, they had watched the Drow corruption spread for generations, watched the spiral cysts multiply, watched the Ancient One do nothing as they suffered. They chose war. The Storm Kings shattered the Black Pyramids and toppled the twilight obelisks that had kept the world in permanent dusk. Once again, the sun's light warmed the earth. The Jurao fled underground, retreating back to Thalvorith, their realm deep beneath the earth. The Veilguard scattered, their pendants lost or buried with the bonded. Thylin set the book down briefly, staring into space. The Ancient One watched its own order collapse and did nothing. After a moment, she picked it up again and flipped forward. The Sundering did more than shatter empires. It reordered the world's population, breaking the elder races and leaving humanity to fill the spaces they left behind. The elves, who had served as the Ancient One's bureaucrats and record keepers, were despised and hunted. Some fled to hidden enclaves in the deep forests. Most died in the purges that followed. Humans had long memories, and the elves had been the judges and magistrates who enforced Drow law for millennia. During the Sundering, they were scapegoated and folded into the crimes of the Drow themselves. Within 2 centuries, seeing a full-blooded elf became rare. Half-elves, born of desperate alliances amid the collapse, were all that remained in most cities. The dwarves withdrew to their mountain holds. But the Storm King's lightning did not discriminate between Drow pyramids and dwarven fortifications. Seismic shocks split stone that had endured for ages. Entire holds collapsed. Thousands were buried alive. They never forgave it. Wherever Storm Kings were encountered afterward, conflict followed. Dwarven survivors withdrew deeper than ever before, sealing roots, abandoning surface trade, vanishing from human reach. By the time Ferragoth consolidated power, the amphitheaters, transit chambers, and deep vaults the dwarves had built had been repurposed, maintained by hands that no longer understood the systems beneath them. The gnomes vanished almost entirely. They had always been rare, but their importance far outweighed their numbers. Their keen understanding of the harmonic arts was integral to ley line stability. Most of the tools and infrastructure they built to contain it were not understood and were quickly dismantled as symbols of drow tyranny. Those few who survived hid their knowledge and vanished into obscurity. Within a single generation, their secrets were lost, their inventions no longer understood. Humans inherited a much different world, one built on the bones of peoples they did not honor. By the time the Ferragoth Empire fractured into the kingdoms that exist today, the shift was complete. Tharn Eskar was ruled by humans. Half-elves lingered in port cities. A lone dwarf might still be seen on the trade roads. A drow might survive, but only by hiding what they were. These were the remnants, not considered equals, echoes of a world that once was. She turned the page. 2,000 years ago, surface mages discovered an ancient ruin built above a powerful ley line node. There they built the Crucible Vault, sitting atop the old foundations and anchoring it to the convergence of energies there. A settlement formed around it. Those who held power were drawn to the ley line's focus. It was in this way that Eldenport rose. Thus the Storm Kings founded the Ferragothic Empire, bringing the rule of man to all of Tharn Eskar. Then, near the back, a single paragraph she had marked with a faded ribbon. The pendant does not choose the time. It wakes only when balance has already failed, when the spiral has already grown beyond containment. A Veilguard does not manifest as a warning, but as a last resort. Thylin read it twice, then closed the book. Minutes passed. She sat in silence, hands resting on the worn cover. She didn't need proof. The ley lines were weakening. The spiral was not. And the pendant had woken. Her throat tightened. She locked the volume away. The world is ending, and no one else has even begun to see it. Chapter 14. The Black Blade. Uzaya began his preparations. Thylin had given him the expedition maps, 3 separate sheets, each drawn by different hands. The first was neat, methodical, areas labeled in careful script, but ended abruptly halfway through the second level. The second map showed the same passages, but the proportions couldn't be right. Corridors stretched too long, chambers drawn too large, the ink smudged in places. A note along one margin. Growth on east wall. Yeri ill, can't go on. The third was barely legible, like it had gotten wet. Lines crossed and recrossed themselves, spirals drawn in the corners. Breathing in the walls, breathing in the walls. It was signed at the bottom in an unsteady hand. Tovan. He remembered Thailand's words. 3 men dead, 2 returned, broken. He spent 2 days arming himself with what the Crucible could offer before his descent. The mornings were spent in the Crucible's practice yard, reacquainting himself with balance and blade. Students sparred in predictable patterns, but he learned quickly watching the masters. Their technique, their choices. Afternoons belonged to the archives. The iron screen to the restricted stacks stood closed. He opened it. Inside, he found a volume titled Catalogus Monstrorum, Apex Predators of Tharn Eskar. He found an entry on gorgons. Territorial, nocturnal, scattered across the realm. Sightings recorded at temple ruins north of Holford, coastal caves near Brinehand Cove, and Liesenhold. A marginal note faded. Concord records cite the transformation of scholar Ilvare, 175 years past. Ritual mishap, bound by surviving priests. Current status, unknown. Uzaya read the passage again. Liesenhold. Scholar Ilvare, bound by surviving priests. The figure he had watched did not wander the ruins. It haunted them. And she had a name. He returned the book to its shelf. On the second day, Uzaya visited the alchemy labs. Benches lined the walls, cluttered with crucibles set in sand trays and racks of cooling glass. Corlin, the head alchemist, worked among them in a stained leather apron, sleeves rolled, moving with the steady economy of someone who had ruined enough batches to stop rushing. Uzaya moved slowly through the lab, pausing at the shelves, checking labels without touching anything. Corlin watched him with suspicion until Uzaya corrected a mislabeled jar of wolfsbane by scent alone. "That's not fever moss," Uzaya said. "It'll kill someone." Corlin tipped the jar, watching the material cling to the glass instead of slumping. He set it down and met Uzaya's eyes. "How did you know?" "Grew up in the woods. You learn what poisons you." By afternoon, Corlin trusted him with components volatile enough to melt skin and spoke to him like someone who had already earned his place. "Most think alchemy is beneath them," Corlin muttered while pouring a pale green tonic. "You actually know the plants." Later, Uzaya completed a full antitoxin batch without direction. Corlin watched the final stages, then nodded once. The tonic cooled in its glass vial. Corlin corked it himself. By sunset, Uzaya was back in his room at Hearthend Lodge. He reviewed the expedition notes one last time. Tomorrow, he would descend. In the morning, Thylin met him at the northwest tower entrance. The area was restricted, even to faculty. Sub-level access was sealed some 70 years ago, she said, unlocking the outer gate. Metal slid aside with a muted groan, exposing a second barrier beneath. She worked through the locks, one by one. Each door opened, exposed another. "The wards reset at dawn," she said, placing her hand on a glowing sigil. It flared silver and died. "I can keep it open until then. Once it reconfigures, no one will be able to open it." The last door ground open, and Uzaya descended the stone stairs into the dark. As the light faded, he drew out his glowstone. The stairs ended in a rough-hewn corridor with broken tile floors. The stone walls were crumbling, uneven, braced in places. He could taste the dust in the air. Dry, stale. Doorways opened on either side. Storage chambers, barracks, offices. They repeated as he went, broken by stretches of blank wall and the occasional side passage that slipped out of sight before turning away. One large chamber held walls of shelves sagging under ledgers and remnants of books rotted past handling. Another contained alchemical equipment, glass vials in wooden racks, some clouded, others filmed with residue. He gathered the few that still seemed viable and put them in his pack. He passed by chambers that must have been living quarters once, long abandoned, and followed the main corridor until it ended at another staircase. The glowstone's light shifted as he went down. The walls of the stairwell changed beneath his hand, blockwork giving way to black, seamless surfaces that curved inward as the stairs continued down. Veilguard construction. He recognized it instantly. At the bottom, the stairs opened into a broad hall. Sculpted panels lined the walls, familiar patterns engraved in stone, symbols he recognized from his pendant. Farther along, an alcove opened in the curved wall. Set against the outline of a pyramid was a single eye, carved in disturbing detail, its gargantuan tentacles spiraling outward from the edges. Worshippers clustered below, hands raised in fear or worship. Beyond that, a chamber held the remains of what was clearly an expedition camp. Rotted bedrolls, empty lanterns. A map was scratched into the plaster wall. A name scrawled beside it. Tovan. Below it, in increasingly desperate script. So close. So close. So close. Uzaya looked back the way he had come. The stairs were not that far, but the map showed their attempts. They had marked every passage, every turn. Lines circling, doubling back, leading again to the same wrong places. Tovan had been right here, and still couldn't find his way out. Uzaya moved past the camp. The corridor curved and sloped downward before leveling out again. At last, he reached another staircase, much narrower than the last. He descended, the air growing colder with each step. The stairs ended at a junction, 3 passages. The left ended quickly in a collapsed mass of rubble and packed earth, the way completely blocked. The right sloped downward into stagnant water. Straight ahead, a warning sign was fixed to the floor. Spyro corruption confirmed. Do not proceed without sanctioned clearance. Uzaya went that way. The Veilguard stonework persisted, but human touches clung to it. Storage crates stacked against seamless black walls. Torch sconces wedged into gaps where black stone met ordinary stone. Wooden platforms bridging sections where the original floor had collapsed. He moved through the rooms methodically. It wasn't long before he found it. Double doors, taller than the others, set beneath an archway carved with administrative crucible seals. A bronze plaque was mounted at the apex, tarnished but still legible. Office of the Archmage Research Division. The doors hung ajar. The chamber contained a carved desk of dark wood, splintered down the middle, its drawers torn out and scattered. Broken bookshelves lay toppled across the floor, their contents long since rotted or removed. Uzaya found a nameplate amid the debris, its brass surface dulled by decades of dust. Archmage Corel Temrath, Research Division, Antiquities and Resonance. On the wall, certificates, awards, commendations, mounted high and sealed with the crucible's mark, all bearing the same name. Journals lay scattered across the workspace, most ruined, pages fused together. Uzaya sifted through them carefully, lifting what he could, separating what remained whole from what powdered between his fingers. One volume had survived. The binding held, barely, only a few pages intact. It lay open where it had fallen, the writing still legible. He read it. Activation successful. The surface responds to certain frequencies. I can see the patterns forming, geometric, precise, drawn. This is communication. There were no further entries. Everything here was destroyed, and Temrath's body was nowhere to be found. He moved beyond the office into the laboratory. Work tables overturned, retorts shattered, alembics cracked along their coils, glass crunching beneath his boots. But something much worse was here. Across every surface, walls, ceiling, floor, spiral cysts swelled, bulbous growths of dark, glass-sheened flesh, threaded with precise geometric seams, pulsing with low green radiance. They had not been placed there. They had pushed through the stone itself, fed by power that had nowhere left to go. He moved to the nearest table. Glassware lay broken in radiating patterns. Through each shard ran a vein of restless luminescence, tendrils threading the crystal, something inside them that writhed and swam. At the chamber's far end, stairs led down. This was where the last expedition had turned back. Uzaya did not. At the bottom of the stairs, he could sense it and smell it. The spiral corruption intensified. In the laboratory above, spiral cysts were spreading in patches, like lichen on stone. Nauseating green vapor curled into the air from wart-like abscesses and ruptured growths. Here, the walls themselves were threaded with thick, root-like growths, glowing with thin green luminescence. Fleshy bulbs swelled along those lines, spreading an odor of death and decay. The cysts expanded and contracted slowly, deliberate and rhythmic. He followed the corridor until it widened into a vault. Black walls and floor absorbed the light. The ceiling was ruptured. Growth had forced its way through. Lines cracked and pulled out of alignment. Veins of light traced those breaks, threading ancient design with something that no longer obeyed it. Display cases lined the walls, set with deliberate spacing beneath the geometry. Most were shattered or emptied. The air felt wrong here. Not in his lungs, but behind his eyes. An ache that urged retreat. Uzaya moved deeper into the vault. The acrid stench intensified with each step until the edges of his vision blurred. His hand went to the pendant. Relief and warmth spread through his chest. At the vault's far end, a hairline seam cut across the black stone where wall met floor. Dust had settled along its edge, tracing it. He knelt and pressed his palm to it. The pendant pulsed. The seam parted without sound, the stone withdrawing to reveal a narrow recess. Inside lay a dagger. A half-closed eye formed the pommel. The recess fitted precisely. The blade was black metal, leather-wrapped hilt, threaded with veins of cold blue light that pulsed faintly beneath the surface. Patterns traced along it, geometric, fractal, shifting, not etched, grown, as if the blade itself had chosen these designs during forging. He reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the hilt, cold coursed through his palm and up his arm. The pendant flared warm in answer. Recognition between them. Uzaya slid the dagger into his belt. The vault had two exits. One led back toward the way he'd come. The other opened in the floor. A tight winding stair dropping away into darkness, ringed by a low chain meant more as warning than protection. He went deeper. The air grew colder. Dawn was coming. Thylin would seal the door, with or without him. He pressed on anyway. The stair wound down and ended at the edge of a single chamber, half-domed and enclosed. The floor spread wide enough to move freely, while the ceiling rose only as high as it needed to. The walls curved inward as they climbed, shaping the space around what it had been built to contain. A mirror stood near the center, 3 men high. The surface rippled. Something moved within it. It was not his reflection. Chapter 15. The Echo. Before him rose the mirror, framed in black stone that rose from the floor as a twisted arch. A cool light filled the chamber, bleeding gently from it and softening the edges of everything around it. The surface rippled, the reflections wavering like images seen through water. He circled wide, hand rising defensively. Uzaya recognized it in the seamless curvature, the stone drawn and turned as one piece. Dark metal worked along its edges, Veilguard symbology etched into each angle. The surface shivered. Something stepped through. It emerged soundlessly. A figure Uzaya recognized. It was him, but not quite. Where his skin was pale, it held no color. Where his eyes held life, it held none. Where he drew breath, it did not. An echo, nothing more. The thing lunged towards him. Uzaya sidestepped. The creature shifted at the same instant, occupying the space he had just vacated. When he feinted left, it was already there. Changes in footwork gained him nothing. He drew the dagger from his belt. The thing hesitated where it stood. Uzaya felt the pendant warm as green threads burned into view, time slowing. Tendrils of green filaments extended outwards from the mirror, into the echo's spine, its limbs, its throat. Not guiding it, holding it together. The vision vanished. Uzaya struck. The dagger stabbed into the echo's shoulder, but the blade met no resistance. Uzaya stumbled, catching himself a moment later. Sound vanished as the dagger passed through, leaving a pressure that snapped inward through the chamber. It began to break apart. Its form tore loose from its outline, smearing and stretching as though 2 parts had been held together by tension alone. It continued toward him, but the distance never closed. The thing was already unraveling, pulled toward the mirror in long distortions, its presence slipping, as if the chamber could no longer agree it had ever been there. Uzaya moved toward the mirror and drove the dagger into its surface. The blade entered and slipped through, passing into a different plane. The surface shuddered. What had given it depth flattened abruptly. The shifting reflections lost separation. Cracks spread across the liquid plane. Gaps opened where it no longer held, widening until nothing remained to bridge them. The thing flickered. Its form stretched toward the retreating void, then lost cohesion, drawn back into the emptiness where the surface had been. A final distortion, and then nothing. Where the mirror had been, only the frame remained. Through it, he could see the far chamber wall. The silence eased. His breathing returned, uneven. He ascended to the sealed door as the sun rose. Thailand stood where she'd been, arms crossed. She'd waited there all night. She looked past him into the dark stairwell, as if expecting something to follow. When nothing did, she began to close the barriers. As the last door slid shut, she turned toward Uzaya, allowing time for the wards to reform. "What did you find?" "No body," Uzaya said, opening his pack. "But these might be of interest." He showed her the few vials he'd taken. "Probably worthless now, but the spiral cysts," he said. "The corruption is growing on everything. Don't go down there." Thailand considered his words. Uzaya drew the dagger. For a long moment, she simply stared at it. Then she moved closer, examining it without touching. The black metal, the half-closed eye, the way light seemed to fall into the blade rather than reflect. "Veilguard," she said, not a question. "Yes." Her hand hovered near the pommel, close enough to feel the cold radiating from it. But wisdom kept her from contact. "That must be from the 4th level," she said. "Guess they missed it." She was quiet for a moment, calculating. "Do you know what this is?" Her voice had changed, almost reverent. "A knife," he said. "It's called null tone." She spoke the name as one might speak of an ancient god. "I've seen it referenced in the Veilguard Chronicles. It's one of the few artifacts with supplemental annotations." Uzaya waited, rolling the dagger in his hand, watching violet light move through it. The Veilguard forged it to sever what shouldn't exist. Spiral cysts, possession anchors, reflection-born things, like what you saw. She met his eyes. The name describes what happens when it strikes. All sound dies. Severance. He remembered the echo coming apart without sound. After the access wards reset, Thylin led him back to her office. "Welcome, Uzaya. Full Crucible access starts today. I'll have your pass ready by afternoon. Null tone is yours," she continued. "Standard policy says recovered artifacts revert to the institution. In this case, I'll make an exception." He nodded and turned to leave. "Uzaya," she said, "there are other sites, sealed areas beneath the city. If you're interested in continued work, we'll talk." "You have enough to worry about beneath you," he said. Uzaya turned and left the crucible behind. Thylin remained seated after he was gone, sitting at her desk, lost in thought. 2 Veilguard artifacts, both responsive to one man, dormant until now. A line she'd read the day before rose unbidden in her memory. "The balance has already failed." "The spiral is spreading," she whispered, "and only one man stands in its way." She sat in silence, listening to nothing. Outside, the rain resumed, soft at first, then steady, washing down the crucible's stone and into the cracks that had been growing there for centuries. Chapter 16. The Breach. Uzaya returned to Hearth-End Lodge before nightfall. That night, his sleep was interrupted by the sound of breaking glass, the room dark around him. The sound came from directly below. He sat upright, hand already reaching for null tone on the nightstand. Another crash, followed by wood splintering, something heavy collapsing. Screaming. Multiple voices. He pulled on his boots and moved for the door. The stairwell was chaos. A woman stumbled into his path, clutching her arm. Blood seeped between her fingers. Her eyes were wide, unfocused. Shock had gutted her awareness. She didn't even see him as he passed, one hand sliding along the wall, leaving red streaks behind. Shadows cast by moving forms below flickered up the stairwell walls. The stench hit him before he reached the bottom. Rot, death, decay. The common room was a slaughterhouse. 3 figures shambled between the overturned tables, wearing little more than tatters, dirt caked onto what remained of them. Their skin hung slack, gray-green in the lamplight. Their eyes were clouded over, whites marred by slow-turning spirals of deep violet and black, crawling across the surface. One crouched close to the fire, half hidden behind a fallen table, tearing into a body on the floor. A man's chest had been crushed inward, ribs driven through muscle and cloth. Blood spread thick and dark across the stone. The creature worked clumsily, broken fingers digging and pulling, unfazed by the shouts, the crashes, the scramble of the living around it. By the front door, a man swung his club at another of them. The blow landed with a wet crack. The husk barely registered it. Behind the bar, Nara raised her crossbow. Her hands were steady. She fired. The bolt punched through a zombie's throat. It staggered, but didn't fall. Uzaya stood at the edge, closed his eyes, and the chaos fell away. Something gathered in his throat, deep and instinctive, older than words. He let it break free as a sharp, percussive tone. The air convulsed. An invisible force slammed into the nearest one, hurling it across the room. It crashed into the wall, hard enough to crack timber. The spiral taken form by the hearth turned toward him, mouth slack, hypnotic patterns drifting slowly across the surface of its eyes. Uzaya drew null tone and was upon it in seconds. He struck. The blade passed through. The thing convulsed as the blow detonated, hurling it backward. It did not rise. Silence fell, except for ragged breathing and the slow drip of blood on the floorboards. Nara lowered her crossbow. "Cellar," Nara said, pointing toward an open door by the kitchen entrance. "They came from there." Uzaya looked. The door hung open, splintered outward from the inside. Cold air spilled through, the stench thickening toward the doorway. "That door's been locked for 15 years, Nara said quietly, "since I bought this place." Borum leaned against the bar, leather armor dark with blood, breathing hard. Blisters had formed along his arm, where the dead had clawed, red and weeping. His cough was wet. "Front door's clear," he rasped, wiping his mouth. Callista, Nara's daughter, sat on the floor near the kitchen door, clutching her neck. The bite had already darkened, skin swollen and glossy. Nara crossed to them both, already moving. One look was enough. "It's in the blood," she said. "Both of you." Borum coughed again, wet and ugly. "Poison?" "Close enough." Nara tore cloth from a fallen sleeve and bound Borum's arm, tight and efficient. She crossed to Callista and did the same at her neck. "Too tight." She adjusted it without comment, her hands steady, her eyes fixed anywhere but her daughter's face. "Take them," she said. Someone hesitated. "Where?" "The celestial heart," Nara replied. "Now." She turned back to Borum. "Get a wagon ready." "I'll take care of the cellar," Uzaya said. "Whatever's down there." The cellar smelled of wet earth, sour and long-sealed. Darkness pressed close. Uzaya drew his glowstone, pale blue-white light spilling across the space. Barrels and crates emerged from shadow. Merchant stamps marked some. Eldenport vintners, southern grain suppliers. Ordinary storage, unremarkable. Until he reached the far wall. A broken shelving unit lay scattered across the floor. Behind it was an opening where a solid stone should have been. The concealed door set into the wall had been torn from its hinges, splintered inward, its destruction dragging loose masonry and mortar down into the cellar. Cold air rolled out of the gap. Uzaya stepped through. Timber supports braced a crude passage, hacked through earth and stone with more determination than skill. The cuts were rough, the beams crooked, gaps already opening where soil had begun to slump inward. Roots dangled through cracks in the makeshift ceiling, water seeping down in thin streams, pooling across the muddy floor. Uzaya slowed, testing each step. 60 feet in, the character of the passage changed completely. The rough-cut tunnel ended in a hard, deliberate break, stone giving way to worked space. The wall looming ahead was not carved to follow the earth. He stood in a natural chamber. Ahead rose a wall of black stone, seamless and precise, its edges too straight for any hand. At its base, an archway, open, certainly not built by the hands of whomever dug the tunnel. Black stone, Veilguard architecture, thousands of years old, here beneath the district, long before Hearth End Lodge existed. The tunnel builders had broken into it by accident or intent. Either way, they'd found something they shouldn't have. Uzaya stepped through the arch. Stairs descended into darkness. He followed them down, letting the glowstone lead the way, one hand trailing along the smooth, glossy wall. 20 steps, maybe more. The air grew colder. The stairs opened into the sanctum's heart. Octagonal. The ceiling was faceted rather than curved, planes of black stone meeting at hard angles above him. A stone basin and raised bench occupied the center. Concentric circles cut the floor, radiating outward. Uzaya moved inwards, listening. Nothing answered him. He crossed to the far archway, null tone cool in his hand. The next chamber bore signs of occupation. Cot frames stood against one wall. A footlocker, a low dresser, a hook driven into the stone and left there. Smoke stained the ceiling in a shallow band, the trace of countless fires kept small and controlled. The walls belonged to a far older order, Blackstone, carved with priestly figures, hands raised in supplication, eyes closed, praising something beyond the frame. At the far end of the chamber, Uzaya found a skeleton slumped against the wall. Leather armor still clung to the bones, stiff with age. On the vest, a sigil, an angular mark like a hooked spear, stitched in faded red thread. Iron Jacks. He'd heard the name in passing. They were notorious smugglers, vanished from the quarter years back. The first of the undead stood in the very next chamber, in the center of the room, unmoving. Head canted slightly to one side, as if listening to something beneath the stone. The leather vest it wore was the same as the one he'd seen before. At the chest, the familiar sigil. A blade hung from its hand, dull and corroded. The grip clenched tight. Waiting. Uzaya stopped. There were more. He circled wide, keeping to the wall, silent as mist. In the chamber beyond, two shapes waited. One crouched on the stone floor, scraping at the darkened surface with broken nails, its breathing raspy and uneven. The other stood near a doorway, swaying slowly. Uzaya drew a breath and released it as a sharp, guttural pulse. The air rippled. The standing one in the first chamber hurled backward into the wall with a crack. The one by the doorway collapsed where it stood. The crouched thing convulsed, clawing at its own skull, but kept moving. Uzaya was upon it. Nulltone passed through. Whatever held the body together let go. Its spine gave way, and it folded to the floor without sound. The passage opened into a space unlike the one before it. Shallow channels had been cut into the floors, converging toward central drains. Each wall bore a single vertical indentation, form-fitted to the human frame, worn smooth at shoulder and hip where bodies had rested. Iron rings had been set directly into the walls at measured heights, their anchors fused into the stone. Each area included narrow recesses where objects or tools had been placed. The only exit was a wide ramp sloping downward. Uzaya followed it to an abrupt end. A massive block of blackstone had sheared free and settled across the passage, filling it wall to wall. Fine dust lay undisturbed across the fallen face. There was no way past it. Dawn light touched the common room's windows as Uzaya emerged from the cellar. Nara had already organized cleanup. Bodies dragged outside and covered, blood scrubbed from the floorboards with lye water, broken furniture stacked for repair or burning. She looked up, wiping her hands on a rag. "Well?" "There's a tunnel cut beneath the cellar," he said. "Not natural. Someone dug into something that was already there." She frowned. "Something?" He nodded. "Stone rooms. Old." She was quiet for a moment. "I didn't know." Her grip tightened on the rag. "Is it still a problem?" "I took care of the dead," he said. "Nothing's down there now." Nara let out a breath. Then her expression darkened. "What was down there?" "The Iron Jacks," Uzaya said. "Or used to be. Found their sigil on a vest." Her face went still. "They owned this place. Years back, before I did." "You bought it from them?" She nodded once. "He didn't mention tunnels." "They used the cellar to reach the storage below," Uzaya said. "Hide things. Keep out of sight." "How are Borum and Callista?" "Left a while ago," Nara said, unable to meet his gaze. "Should be at the church by now." She studied him, arms folding. "The room's yours," she said, "as long as you need. No charge." "Thanks." He turned to leave, then paused. "Seal the cellar. Properly. I'd rather not be wrong." By mid-morning, the district was already buzzing. Someone passing the lodge had seen a body laid out front beneath a tarp. Another claimed the keeper's daughter had been lifted into a wagon, pale and gravely injured. The inn was closed. Speculation wasn't. Something bad had happened at Hearth End. That much everyone agreed on. The rest of the story depended on who was telling it. The pale drow had gone into the cellar alone, had slain the rest of the undead beneath the inn, alone. Rumors of the incident spread quickly throughout the districts, swelling as they traveled. By the time the story reached beyond Hearth End, it had grown sharper, darker, more certain in the telling. The deeds of the pale drow reached many ears. Shortly past noon, a messenger arrived at the lodge. He wore green robes trimmed in silver, the antler insignia of the Order of the Celestial Heart stitched prominently at his shoulder. Young, perhaps 20, he carried the practiced solemnity of a newly ordained acolyte. After a brief exchange with Nara, she went to fetch Uzaya. Uzaya appeared at the foot of the stairwell moments later, and did not come any farther. He stood where the light from the common room thinned, waiting. "Master Uzaya?" The acolyte bowed respectfully. Uzaya took in the young man's appearance. Immaculate, untouched by work or stain, the unmistakable look of a recent initiate. "The Verdant Council requests your presence. The Grand Hierophant wishes to honor your service in defending Hearth End Lodge and saving the lives of our faithful." "Honor?" "You destroyed undeath and preserved life. This is the sacred purpose of our order." The acolyte's voice carried rehearsed conviction. "The council convenes this afternoon at the second bell. They ask that you attend. The matter is considered urgent." The messenger's eyes settled on him. He hesitated. "For the record," he said, "from what line do you come?" "I'm half-drow," Uzaya replied. The acolyte nodded once. He scribbled something on his pad. The pause tightened, settling into something quieter. At last he spoke. The church stands in the mid-district, near Guildstone Plaza. I can escort you if... I'll find it, Uzaya interrupted. The acolyte bowed slightly and departed, green robes swishing against the doorframe. Uzaya returned to his room. The church's reputation was clear enough. They fought undeath with religious fervor. If they wanted to honor him for doing the same, he wouldn't refuse. Beneath Hearth-End Lodge, the cellar is quiet. Stone and mortar fill the breach in the wall, now packed tight. Beyond the seal, the crude passage remains, sloping downward through mud and earth. 20 feet, 40. Where soil meets black stone, the ancient structure's outer wall. An archway, stairs descending. Through the sanctum, ritual chambers, barracks where corpses stood waiting. Past choked stairwells and flooded passages. Past the obstructions. Deeper into the structure. The architecture begins to change. Elegance replaces haste. Details carved with inhuman precision. Angles sharpen. Corridor walls tilt inward, ending at a circular door shaped like an ornate shield. Veilguard letters are fused into the door's surface. Warnings in a dead language. 2 years earlier, 6 iron jacks stood in a circle, torchlight throwing their shadows long across ancient walls. Chalk lines crossed the floor in warding patterns, copied from a book they barely understood. Symbols misdrawn, angles wrong. Weeks of digging had brought them here. The chamber was older than anything above it. Black stone walls carved with geometric precision. Channels cut into the floor, converging on a central basin, worn smooth by use they could not imagine. "Ready?" one asked. The leader nodded and began. He spoke words of a dead language, gestures lifted from diagrams. They believed they were calling something useful. Wealth, protection, power they could carry out with them. The air thickened. Pressure gathered in the confined space, wrong and tightening. The chalk lines began to glow green. Fear crept in. The leader tried to stop. He couldn't. The words dragged themselves from his throat, syllables he had never learned, forcing their way out. The basin cracked. Stone split down the center. Not from impact, from beneath. Green light bled upward as the fissure widened. An invisible wave of something struck them all. Flesh drew tight over bone. Eyes sank. Leather collapsed around frames that had been men moments before. One tried to scream. His lungs were already dust. The leader lasted longest. Long enough to see the rift steady. Long enough to watch something take root. Then nothing. The spiral cyst began in this way. Present day. 2 years had thickened it. The cyst spread through stone, following channels carved millennia ago. What had once regulated balance now carried corruption. 6 bodies lay where they had fallen. Dried leather, hollow skulls. Fingers curled around tools dropped mid-use. Tonight, one moved. A skull turned. Vertebrae ground against stone. Green light filled empty sockets. Another corpse dragged itself upright, joints cracking as dead limbs remembered motion. They rose, slow, awkward, but rising. At the chamber's edge, a stairwell opened into one of many passages threaded through the ziggurat's lower levels, leading into the wilderness beyond. Soil and time had hidden the entrances. The dead were already moving through them. Chapter 17. The Celestial Heart. Uzaya left Hearthend Lodge just after noon. The messenger's words still echoed in his mind. The Grand Hierophant wishes to honor your service. But the young acolyte's eyes had lingered too long on his features, cataloging each detail as if preparing a report. Honor, or scrutiny disguised as gratitude. The morning's quiet had persisted, even through Hearth's End. People whispered about the incident, but when Uzaya passed, their eyes dropped. He had saved lives, but he had done so with an ease they did not understand. Uzaya pulled his cloak against the wind and kept walking. By the time he reached Guildstone Plaza, the cobblestones had warmed beneath his boots. He moved into the square as merchants called out from canvas-shaded carts, voices overlapping and falling away around him. Baskets of cabbages and onions sat open to the air, still dusted with soil. Nearby, crabs lay bound on chipped boards, beside fish wrapped in damp cloth. The sellers watching the crowd more than the goods. The stalls thinned toward the center of the plaza, giving way to fixed storefronts and stone facades. A bakery's door stood open, oven heat rolling out before dissipating into the street. Nearby, a jeweler's narrow frontage caught the light, iron bars shadowing thick glass. An apothecary's window hung heavy with braided herbs that brushed together softly when the breeze found them. Coins clinked, canvas snapped overhead, and a brief burst of laughter rose and faded as he moved on. At the plaza's center loomed the towering figure of the first Storm King, Faragoth. Formed from dark basalt with meteoric striations, it predated the city that had grown around it. The statue rose 200 feet into the air, one massive hand clenched and raised as if commanding the sky itself. During lightning storms, the statue drew the strikes, and for a breath, the veins lit from within, pale light racing through the stone before sinking back into shadow. Uzaya slipped through the crowd without drawing notice. The Church of the Celestial Heart rose from the rise above the plaza, the tallest structure in Eldenport. Spires of verdant marble reached skyward, every surface dressed and joined with deliberate precision. Soft green mineral veining ran through the stone in branching patterns, carefully oriented by the masons so the lines flowed upward along columns, arches, and spires, as if the church itself were growing rather than built. Dark ironwood was used sparingly, doors, ribs, and tracery, its deep grain providing contrast and restraint rather than weight. Two ancient oaks flanked the entrance, their presence sanctified rather than accidental. The church had been built around them, foundation and steps accommodating their roots as living pillars honoring the faith they sheltered. Above the doors, the archway was a triumph of relief work, the celestial heart rendered in intricate detail, antlers branching into leaf and light, hooves lifting from mist-carved stone as it guided souls across the threshold. Stained glass windows rose high along the church's face, in tall, narrow panels. Sunburst motifs worked in gold, forest green, and deep amber. From the steps below, the scenes were unmistakable. Clerics confronting the undead with disciplined calm, others kneeling beside the wounded as controlled bands of green radiance passed between hands and flesh. At certain hours, that same hue threaded faintly through the stonework itself, answering prayer with a quiet, living glow. He climbed the steps, boots silent on worn stone, and approached the sacred threshold. The doors opened. Sanctified oil and crushed herbs scented the air within. Quiet voices murmured prayers in the main sanctuary beyond. An older cleric met him in the narthex almost immediately. Green robes, a silver belt cinched tight, his eyes clear despite his age. "You're Uzaya." Not a question, a statement. "I am," said Uzaya. The cleric's expression didn't change. He studied him for a long moment, then, "Wait here." He disappeared through a side door without another word. Uzaya stood alone between the doors and the sanctuary. Carved reliefs lined the walls, the celestial heart guiding souls through mist, clerics in battle against skeletal hordes, figures passing between the ethereal and the world-bound. Calming chants reverberated from the balconies above. Minutes passed. The incense smoke continued its slow drift. Frankincense. Voices rose through the closed door, muffled and indistinct. Not prayer, discussion. Finally, a different cleric emerged. He was older, mid-50s, with iron-gray hair and the distinctive golden sash of an elder. His expression was composed, professional. "Uzaya?" He didn't extend his hand. "I am Elder Rilan. The council has convened regarding your assistance at Hearth End Lodge." "The wounded are recovering?" Uzaya asked. "It's too early to tell." A pause. "The guard has taken a turn for the worse." Relin continued. "We invited you in good faith. That invitation cannot stand. You sought fellowship with the Arcanum, the institution responsible for the Ember Vault desecration." "Desecration?" Uzaya echoed. 9 of our faithful, entrusted to their care for study after death, were instead subjected to necromantic experimentation. The scandal further damaged the Arcanum's reputation and nearly forced our intervention. "But I was rejected by the Arcanum," Uzaya said. "Your intent was clear nonetheless." Relan folded his hands. "The celestial heart does not ally with those who pursue power through institutions that defile the sanctity of death." Uzaya studied him. "And if I'd never gone to the Arcanum?" His expression tightened. "The council's decision stands." The church doors closed behind him with the finality of a gavel. Outside, Uzaya paused on the steps between the giant oaks that flanked the entrance. The afternoon air was cool. Leaves rustled overhead, their shadows dancing across the worn stone. He closed his eyes. 2 rejections now. The Arcanum, the celestial heart. Neither wanted him. Uzaya exhaled slowly and continued down the steps. The afternoon sun sank lower through coastal fog as Uzaya studied the city from the church hill. Eldenport fell away in uneven tiers, ordered stone giving way to tighter streets and weathered timber as the ground dropped toward the basin. Farther down, mist softened docks and half-flooded streets into a false calm that only held at a distance, the drowned quarter almost peaceful from above. Across the bay's curve, the northern ridge rose again, wooded slopes climbing toward Hearth End, where lamplight already flickered in upper windows. He started down. The mid-district smelled of bread and worked leather, chimney smoke, and horses. Blackstone showed through some of the buildings here. A bakery's rear wall was half old black and half mortared brick. The older material looked pristine and faintly glossy. The architecture shifted as he descended, timber replacing stone, shingles darkened by salt air and age. Ivy climbed walls where repairs had stalled. Salt air mixed with wood smoke as he entered the transition streets. Gulls circled overhead, their calls carrying over laundry lines strung between windows and doors left open to catch the light. Rickety stairs skirting steep drops doubled back on themselves toward the cove, replacing sloping paths where the quarter's elevation fell away. Buildings clung at odd angles. Terraced gardens held late turnips, winter squash, and herbs in clay pots. He skirted the quarter's northern edge, where the road began to climb again. Wooden buildings gave way to forest, pine and oak reclaiming the slope. Old growth followed, trunks thick as barrels, needles carpeting the trail. The air cooled beneath the canopy. An owl trilled. It was nearly dusk. Hearth End Lodge emerged through the trees. 3 stories of weathered clapboard, the color of driftwood, its cedar shake roof dark with moss on the north face. A painted wooden sign hung from iron chains above the porch. Hearth End in faded letters, the wood grain showing through where salt air had stripped the paint. The sign rocked slightly in the evening breeze. Smoke rose from the stone chimney, carrying the smell of burning oak. Amber light glowed in the windows. A wide porch wrapped the front of the building, railings carved from salvaged ship timber. Lanterns hung from hooks, not yet lit in the fading daylight. Uzaya climbed the porch steps, the old boards answering his boots, and went inside. That night, alone in his room, Uzaya lay awake longer than he meant to. The pendant was beating in time with his heartbeat. He sat up, hand pressed to his chest where it rested, warmth seeping through the fabric, its vibration faint but steady. A sound slipped out of his throat before he realized he was making it. Deep, held for a breath too long. The pendant answered. Its vibration shifted, matching the pitch, warmth intensifying as the two fell briefly into tune. Uzaya startled and cut the sound short. Silence rushed back into the room, the pressure settling where it belonged. He drew a careful breath and let his hand fall away from his chest. Sleep would be a long time coming. Chapter 18. The Falling Away. Uzaya woke to gray light filtering through the shutters. He lay still in the moment, staring at the ceiling beams. The visions had brought him here, to Eldenport. But why? The Arcanum had rejected him. So had the Church. He had saved lives at Hearth End. They were grateful enough to keep their distance. Uzaya sat up slowly, his hand lifted toward his chest instinctively, then stopped short. Maybe the visions were wrong. The thought did not argue. It simply remained. He swung his legs off the bed and started packing. Nara was wiping down tables when he came downstairs, his pack slung over one shoulder. She saw it at once and set the rag aside. Leaving? Yes. She studied him for a moment, then said, "You earned the room." Uzaya paused. "I appreciate it." "It's yours, anytime you need it." Uzaya inclined his head and stepped through the doorway. He didn't look back. The hike took some time. He moved away from Hearth End through the trees, the lodge disappearing behind him as the forest thickened along the slope. The trail narrowed, then widened into a worn road that descended toward the water. The drowned quarter spread below him, larger than he had thought from above. Not just docks and flooded streets, but whole blocks pressed into the basin, rooftops crowding together where the city had given up climbing. He kept walking. The afternoon unfolded around him as he explored, taking his time. Narrow lanes wound between buildings that leaned on each other for support. Water seeped up through old foundations and broken stone, pooling in low places before draining toward the bay through channels worn smooth by decades of tide. Laundry hung from the upper windows. Voices drifted from open doorways, arguments, laughter, the mundane sounds of people living here. Mist gathered in the low places as evening settled. It pooled along the streets, lingering around him as he moved through. He passed a woman hauling a basket of eels. A child sat on a wooden crate near the docks, carving something from driftwood. Two men argued beneath a canvas awning, the price of a fishing lure carrying clearly through the quiet. No one stared. No one whispered. Down here, pale skin and silver hair were just another misfit. By the time Uzaya reached the waterfront, the sun was sinking beneath the horizon. Amber and gold tinged the sky, the light slanting low across the bay. He found a narrow dock that jutted out into open water and walked to its end. The planks creaked beneath him. Mist gathered around the pilings and at his feet, rising from the water. He sat, legs dangling over the edge, and drew out his pipe, darkened with use and warm from his pocket. He pinched pipe leaf from his pouch and packed the bowl by feel, pressing it down with his thumb. He struck the flint once. Sparks died against the bowl. He struck it again, shielding the flame with his hand until it caught. He drew once, held the smoke, and let it out slowly. Uzaya stared across the water. His shoulders eased without him noticing at first. Liesenhold took shape through the fog against the horizon. Its tower leaned at a dangerous angle, as if it should have fallen long ago. The rest of the structure spread beside it, low and uneven, walls still standing where higher works had been lost. In the dim light, it was hard to tell where the ruin ended and the bay began. He drew again. The pull was smoother this time. The dock creaked as boats strained against their ropes. A hatch opened on one of the fishing boats behind him. A man climbed out, steady, unhurried. He moved like someone used to narrow footing and low ceilings. His beard was thick and gray. His hands were rough, the skin thickened and marked, still carrying the smell of fish and wet rope. He glanced in Uzaya's direction. "You looking for something?" he asked. "Somewhere to sleep," Uzaya said. "Rusty anchor, 2 blocks up, if you're not picky." He gestured toward the road, then went back below without waiting for an answer. Street lamps guttered outside the rusty anchor, their flames struggling against the damp. A warped sign hung over the entrance, an anchor carved into weathered wood. The building was broad and heavy, its timbers dark with age and salt. It rose above the surrounding roofs. Thick iron braces had been bolted across its walls, strapped on like crude surgery. Greasy amber light leaked from the windows on both levels, shadows shifting behind the glass. He heard the low rise and fall of voices, the muffled press of a crowded room. Uzaya opened the door. Sawdust coated the floor, softening old stains. A low haze clung to the room. Smoke drifted from torch to table to rafter, as though the saloon had been exhaling it for decades. The room noticed. It quieted almost at once. Conversations died table by table. Faces turned toward him, scarred, hollow-eyed, grime-streaked, calculating. A few women lingered in booths along the walls, seated on the laps of men with coin to spare, their attention practiced and unhurried. Uzaya approached the bar. The bartender, broad-shouldered and hard-faced, glanced disapprovingly at his chalky skin and silver hair, then went back to polishing a mug. "A room and a drink," Uzaya said. "Inn's full," he said at once. Uzaya took in the empty tables, the open stairwell, fresh mugs being poured for regulars. "Just the drink, then." The bartender filled a dirty mug and slid it over to him, without eye contact. The ale was bitter, unmistakably the worst on tap. Uzaya drank it down. "Another. We're closing." Behind him, someone ordered a round. Someone else laughed too loudly. Uzaya caught the bartender's eyes and held them. Intense, crystalline green in a face pale as chalk. The man behind the counter turned away, aligning glasses that had never been out of place. He was aware of the three men watching him from the corner, blades at their belts, eyes already narrowing with intent. One muttered something, another nodded. They stood and slipped out through the side door. Uzaya pushed his drink toward the bartender, left the exact coin on the counter, and stepped out into the misty street. The din rose again behind him. The tension he'd been carrying slackened. He looked up the street. Empty. Let them come. The street continued higher before it bent into a dark lane where the lamplight didn't reach. Water ran downwards along the curb, pooled in uneven places along the edges. The mist had returned in full, softening the streets, hanging low. Swallowing sound. As Uzaya walked, 5 men appeared, stepping from the shadows, spread out to block him. Short blades. A club, wrapped to keep it quiet. Faces already sure of the ending. The tallest of them stepped forward. A jagged scar cut down his jaw. "You lost?" he asked. Uzaya stopped. "No," he said, "but you're in my way." The man smirked, confidence worn too easily. He didn't budge. "You should leave," Uzaya said. They didn't. A low, gravelly sound rose from Uzaya's throat, formed by intent rather than thought. The sound came out of him in a way no voice should. It was wrong in tone and shape, heavy enough to make the men nearest him recoil. The one at his left clutched his head and folded, dropping hard to a knee. Another staggered backward into the alley wall, breath tearing out of him in a broken shout. The man with the scar froze where he stood. His smirk vanished. His weapon slipped from his hand and struck the ground with a sharp clatter. He lasted a moment longer, then screamed, knees giving way, and he went down hard. A horrible expression of terror frozen on his face. The others broke and ran, stumbling off in different directions without looking back. One remained, disoriented. He stood, shaking his head, hands quivering, eyes focusing back on Uzaya. "Go," Uzaya said. "Tell them what you saw." The man ran. Uzaya dragged the fallen body into the alley, hid it behind refuse, and was already gone. The street climbed as he entered what locals called the high end, where homes clung above the docks and the air smelled less of rot. Voices drifted behind shuttered windows as he passed. The street narrowed as it rose, winding and vanishing into fog ahead. After a time, a 2-story cottage came into view. It sat low and solid at a corner, stone and mortar fitted tight against the weather. Its windows were divided into small wooden panes, light glowing within. A narrow sign wobbled above the door in the wind. "Abe's Curiosities." A smaller placard hung in the window beneath it. "One bed available." Uzaya approached the front door and knocked. A half-elf answered the door. Uzaya stopped. He'd heard of them. Remnants of the old blood from when elves still walked the surface, before the Sundering, before the Storm Kings drove them into hiding. He'd never met one. The man looked older than he had expected for an elf, lean and weathered, hair tousled and pulled back. The pointed ears were there if you looked, subtle but unmistakable. "I'm Abe," he said. Uzaya took inventory. Abe wore a long coat of heavy, oil-darkened canvas, patches overlapping, leather reinforcing the shoulders, elbows, and cuffs, where fabric failed first. Pockets crowded the outside. The inside held more. When he moved, tools shifted softly, settling back into familiar places. A band circled his head, fitted with a hinged magnifying rig he could drop into place by habit, lenses clicking forward depending on what he needed to see. His fingers were permanently stained, grease under the nails, fine grit worked into the creases, the hands of someone who used them often. His amber eyes took in Uzaya's pack, his stance, the way he held himself, then settled on his face. He shifted aside, opening the doorway a little wider. "You need a room?" Uzaya glanced past him into the lamplit interior. "I do." 5 gold, Abe said, holding Uzaya's gaze. The price was high. "Fine," Uzaya said, not breaking eye contact. Abe opened the door the rest of the way, and Uzaya stepped inside. The front room was narrow but deep, the air warm and faintly metallic beneath the smell of old wood and cooking grease. A table sat near the center, with mismatched chairs pulled close, pushed back just far enough to keep the walkway clear. Shelves lined the walls, crowded with objects that looked less like wares and more like tools paused mid-task. Coiled rope hung from pegs near the door. Lanterns of different makes rested on hooks, some glass-clouded, some pristine. Along one wall, iron hardware had been arranged by habit rather than symmetry, close at hand for anyone who knew what they were looking for. Climbing hooks stood out among them. Simple things, old designs. 4-pronged iron heads, narrow and blunt at the tips, meant to catch stone seams easily. Several hung already rigged with line, knots set, others bare, stacked together as if there were more of them than anyone would ever need. Abe noticed Uzaya examining them. He reached up, took one down, and turned it once in his hand. "You like these?" he said, setting one into Uzaya's palm. "Take it. I've got plenty. Can't seem to get rid of them." He took another from the bin and hung it back in place without looking. "Your room is upstairs," he said. "First door on the right." Uzaya went up. The room was small. A cot, a table, a shuttered window. Clean. Quiet. He sat, let the exhaustion begin to settle. When he lay down, sleep came quickly. Dawn kissed hearth end with pale gray bands, cold light that softened nothing. Nara moved through the common room by habit, hands busy as she set the place in order. She reached for 2 mugs, stopped, put one back. She climbed the stairs. His door opened without resistance. The bed was neatly made, room clean. She stood there a long moment, her palm resting on the doorknob. Then she closed the door quietly behind her. Chapter 19. The lattice plate. Uzaya woke to the unfamiliar quiet of a place that expected nothing from him. Light leaked through warped shutters in thin ribbons, catching dust in the air. For a moment, he didn't move, listening, orienting himself. The cot creaked as he sat up. He swung his feet to the floor. A chipped basin waited on the table. Uzaya splashed his face, the cold cutting through the last of sleep. In the warped mirror by the shutters, he took quick stock. Stubble, a fading bruise, hair undone, nothing worth fixing. He dressed, checked the dagger at his hip, slid his old pipe into his coat, and went downstairs. Below, warmth and firelight filled Abe's shop. A pot gurgled on the stove. The air smelled faintly of bacon. Shelves lined the walls in careful order. Brass weights and scales, chipped statues, and colorful, tide-polished glass. Another wall was hung with carved bone charms, lengths of chain, old keys, and other tools of trade and travel, each tagged with care. Abe stood behind the counter, attention fixed on a bronze hinge beneath a magnifying lens. He glanced up at last. "I can make eggs if you want." Uzaya tilted his head. Abe gestured toward the pot. "Or porridge. Help yourself." Uzaya crossed the room. The porridge was thick with oats and dried fruit, a pinch of cinnamon. Simple, warm. He ladled some into a clay bowl and sat on a stool near the hearth. They ate together in silence, just not the uncomfortable kind. Abe finished and leaned back, exhaling. "Do you ever go down into the old parts?" Uzaya asked. "The ruins? Everyone does sooner or later. You looking for something specific?" "Just curious about what's under the quarter." "Most of it's flooded, unstable. But there are maintenance tunnels, the sewer of the old city, from before they stopped fighting the bay." He wiped his hands on a rag. "I used to own a warehouse, southern seawall, back when business was better." Uzaya waited. "Found a trap door in the floor one day," Abe said. "Maintenance access, I thought. Maybe smugglers had used it. Or there'd be something worth salvaging." He shrugged. "Went down a few times. There's a ladder, 60 feet or so. Drops you into the old tunnels." "What's down there?" "Nothing. The tunnel branched twice. Left at the first split, straight through the second." He paused. "A collapse there kept me from going any farther." "Any other ways down?" "Hard to say." He set the plate down. "That's as close as I ever got to what's under the quarter." He met Uzaya's eyes. The interest hadn't waned. "Watch the tide. Southern seawall floods at high water. You don't want to be down there when it comes in." Uzaya nodded. "The warehouse is falling apart," Abe added. "Roof's mostly gone, but the trap door's still there. Central column, just past it." He hesitated. "Probably still blocked, but things shift down there." "Appreciate it," Uzaya said. Abe waved it off, then yawned. He looked back down at his work. "The tide's going to be low today. It should be a good time for me to check the east wharf, see if anything else worthwhile washed loose." Uzaya rose, tightening his coat. "I'll be out for a while." "Back by sundown?" Abe asked. "Not prying, just habit." "We'll see." Uzaya stepped out into the fog. The bell above the door jingled once, then went still. Abe stood alone in the quiet. He crossed to a shelf near the back and retrieved something wrapped in oilcloth. Set it on the counter, unwrapped it carefully. The lattice plate caught the light, bending it around itself. He'd found it 3 days ago. 2 days earlier. The Silver Spire. The Silver Spire rose from the southeastern cliffs overlooking the bay. Abe had made the climb before, twice, delivering salvaged bronze fittings and a set of precision calipers Vandrian had commissioned. Both times the mage had paid fair coin without complaint. The cliffside stairs were steep, narrow, slick with sea spray. Abe climbed carefully, one hand on the iron railing bolted into the rock face. The bay spread below him, gray-green water stretching to the horizon. Fishing boats worked the shallows. Gulls circled overhead, their cries sharp against the wind. By the time he reached the top, his legs burned and his breath came hard. Smart choice of location, whether Vandrian planned it or not. The approach served as its own defense. A single precarious stairway, barely wide enough for one person to cross, steep enough to leave anyone winded and exposed the entire way up. The spire's entrance was modest, an oblong door set flush with the smooth stone exterior, flanked by narrow windows reinforced with iron crosshatch. No sign, no banner, only the door and the faint hum of enchantments from within. Abe knocked, and it opened almost immediately. Vandrian stood in the doorway, composed, but not quite at ease. His posture was controlled, movements precise, as if he rationed effort the way others rationed breath. He didn't look like a wizard. At first glance, he might have passed for a hermit scholar, but the impression didn't last. A tension showed in his eyes, a focus carried too far, as if knowledge had begun to leave its mark. His hair fell long and gray, his beard untrimmed, his face scored by years that showed in every line. He wore a dark working coat, reinforced at the cuffs, the fabric thick enough to take heat. A white shirt beneath it, collar open, sleeves rolled back and kept there. A leather apron hung from his shoulders, scarred by scorch marks and chemical burns, narrow tools fixed along its edge where his hands could find them without looking. "Abe," he said, stepping aside. "Come in." The interior felt more like a forge than a study. Tall windows cut into the outer wall admitted a hard coastal light, unfiltered. High ceilings were braced with iron beams. On either wall, work tables were bolted directly to the floor, their surfaces blackened by heat and pocked by acid. Brass instruments hung above them on hooks. A large slate table dominated the center of the room, its surface crowded with chalk diagrams, waveforms, geometric patterns, annotations layered in multiple colors, corrections scribbled over earlier work. Beside it stood a tall frame of copper wire, strung with taut lines like musical strings, though arranged in patterns that had nothing to do with music. At the far end of the room was a reinforced iron door. No handle, no visible lock, only smooth metal, worked with glyphs cut so deeply they appeared to be part of the door itself. The wards were active, quiet but unmistakable. Whatever Vandrian kept beyond it was not meant to be accessed casually or often. Vandrian cleared a space on the main workbench, brushing aside loose parchment and measuring tools. "Let's see it then." Abe unwrapped the object in the cloth. The plate was curved, no larger than a man's hand, its surface dark and glass smooth to the touch. An intricate lattice pattern ran across it, the ridges rising and falling without any obvious breaks or seams. It looked grown. Vandrian went still, attention fixed. He reached out, then hesitated. "May I?" Abe handed it over. Vandrian turned it slowly beneath the light. His fingers traced the lattice channels with the kind of care people reserve for things that might break if breathed on wrong. "Where did you find this?" "East Wharf, embedded in a wall near the old storage houses." "How deep?" "Just waist deep." Vandrian carried the plate to a brass lamp with a focusing lens, angling it beneath the concentrated beam. The channels within the lattice shimmered faintly, micro-thin pathways crisscrossing with geometric perfection. He stood quiet for a long time. "This wasn't made in the quarter," he said finally. "It doesn't look like it, but it's very old." "How can you tell?" "The precision." Vandrian pointed to where two channels intersected at a perfect angle. "See this? No tool marks, no grinding, no polishing. The lattice is integral to the material. It was all formed during creation, not added after. Purpose-built." He paused and added, "We don't know how this was done." He set the plate down and reached for a bigger magnifying lens. "These aren't decorations. They're harmonic channels." "You mean like sound?" Abe said, leaning in to look. "Yes, each pattern is tuned." He traced above a channel with one finger, careful not to touch. "It responds to vibration. It isn't meant to be struck. It's meant to answer." Vandrian straightened, turning the plate over in his hand. "See, the tuning breaks at the edges." He paused. "One plate does nothing," he said. "You'd need dozens, maybe hundreds, arranged correctly." Abe's pulse quickened. "Arranged to do what?" Vandrian didn't answer immediately. He turned the plate again, studying its curvature, the lattice flowing across the surface without interruption. "In simple terms, to regulate resonance," he said at last, looking up. "Not to create it, not to silence it, to control how it behaves once it's present. Whoever made it understood sound weaving at a structural level. These are older disciplines. Most knowledge of them is gone." "Have you seen work like this before?" Abe asked. "I've read about it." Vandrian set the plate down with care. "Veilguard construction, most likely." He tapped the plate once, lightly. "More pieces like this, assembled correctly, could give someone considerable power, should they learn how to use it." He met Abe's eyes. "I could use them," he said. "I won't pretend otherwise." He gestured to the plate. "If you're willing to part with this one, I'll pay you for it, properly. And if you find others, I'll compensate you for each." A fair offer. Abe had already made up his mind. He wrapped the plate back in its cloth, slowly, carefully. "I'll hold on to it." Something flickered behind Vandrian's expression, quickly masked. "Of course, it's yours." He stood up. "But if you change your mind, or if you find additional pieces, bring them here first. I'll match any offer you receive elsewhere." "Thank you, Vandrian." Vandrian walked him to the door, cordial, professional. But as Abe descended the cliffside stairs, the sense of being watched followed him all the way down. Vandrian had confirmed what Abe already suspected. The plate wasn't unique, and it wasn't inert. It belonged to something older, part of a larger system, which meant there were certainly more pieces, and whomever might gather them would decide what that system became. Abe left the spire with the sense that he was no longer just carrying an artifact, but a head start. He descended along the cliffside stairs faster than he'd climbed them. His hands wouldn't stay still. They kept returning to the wrapped plate in his coat, checking its weight, then returning again. Vandrian's words stayed with him. Purpose-built. One piece meant there had to be others. Had to be. But where? The drowned quarter was the obvious answer. Half the city had collapsed into the bay over the centuries. Tide and storm carried things where they didn't belong, and shook loose what time had forgotten. Abe had worked the waterfront long enough to know what the drowned quarter gave you. What turned up down there was never in good enough shape to matter. But this plate was. Abe reached the far end of the cliff-cut steps and turned toward the harbor. His pace quickened. Vandrian knew more than he'd let on, of that he was sure. He just needed to know where to look. His mind kept coming back to Liesenhold. He'd heard the stories for years. The ruins of Liesenhold, old chambers sealed beneath the tower. A Medusa said to lair somewhere below, depending on who you asked, the details of the stories changing every time the tale was told. But it was enough to keep people away. Enough to let rumor do the guarding. By the time he reached the waterfront, Abe knew where he needed to go. Vandrian's help would start where people could reach without risking too much. Abe would go where people refused to look. When he reached the shop, the plan was already settled. Supplies, equipment, low tide, a dawn crossing while the causeway was still passable. He would go to Liesenhold. He set the wrapped plate on the counter. One piece. But not for long. Chapter 20. absence. After the conversation with Abe, Uzaya waited for the tide to recede. He stopped at a weathered table overlooking the harbor and stayed longer than he meant to. Sunlight crept across the planks as he watched the quarter below him, its streets stepping downward toward the water, buildings settling into the slope where the city had stopped repairing them. Roof lines overlapped in uneven tiers, patched and repatched where nothing was ever finished. The place was broken, not abandoned, still holding together somehow. The water eventually retreated from the seawall, exposing pilings stained in bands of green and black. When the tide pulled back far enough, he went. The warehouse stood where Abe had said it would, along the southern seawall, a stretch no one dared enter anymore. Nothing there had ever been rebuilt. The building leaned against the stone wall behind it, like it was built that way. The roof had collapsed in sections years ago, leaving gaps where the afternoon light could come through. Beams jutted at broken angles, few still holding weight. Salt had worked its way into every exposed plank, crystallizing in the grain. Moss grew thick along the foundation, dark and spongy, water seeping out when he pressed his boot down. The back deck sagged into the canal. The pilings bore the waterline in layers, algae slick, barnacle crust, wood softened by rot. Another winter would send the whole structure sliding into the water. As he approached, mounds of shell fragments and gravel crunched under his boots. No one had been here in months, possibly years. The place was too far gone to salvage, too dangerous to inhabit, and too expensive to tear down. He stepped under what remained of the awning. The interior was shadow and ruin. Broken crates split open, their contents long since dissolved into black pulp. A rusted crane hook dangled from a beam overhead, swaying slightly with the subtle motions of the whole rotted structure. The central column stood in the middle of the floor. Timber post, thick as a man's torso, braced with iron bands gone orange with rust. Abe said the trap door was just past it. Uzaya moved carefully. The floorboards looked unstable. They groaned under his weight, but held. He found the hatch exactly where Abe described. Square frame set flush into the floor, nearly invisible under decades of grime and debris. The iron ring was solid rust, edges blurred where metal had oxidized into red-brown powder. Uzaya knelt and brushed away the dirt and scum. He gripped the iron ring, pulled. It resisted. He braced his weight, muscles straining, and pulled harder. The ring came free with a sound like tearing metal. Rust flaked off in chunks and crumbled to the floor. The hatch swung open. Cold air rushed up from below, stale, heavy with moisture and time. Air that hadn't mixed with the surface in decades. Uzaya couldn't see what lay at the bottom. Darkness. Iron rungs, bolted into stone, led down. Some were solid. Others had rusted through enough to leave questions. He began his descent, hand over hand, testing each rung before trusting it with his full weight. 10 feet down, 20, 30. Iron rungs groaned as he descended. The square of light from the trapdoor above shrank as he went deeper. 40 feet, 50. Then the ladder ended. In darkness, he felt his boots touch stone. He drew the glowstone from his pack. The blue light barely reached beyond his boots. He was standing at the end of a narrow corridor. Low ceiling, he could reach up and touch it without stretching. Walls close enough that he could span them with outstretched arms. The city above might as well have been another world. He moved forward. The corridor sloped downward, gradually at first, then more steeply. The walls were slick with moisture that never dried. Water pooled in depressions along the floor, ankle-deep in places. He moved slowly, waterlogged boots dragging. Old maintenance markings scarred the walls every 20 feet or so. Rusted lantern hooks jutting from stone at irregular intervals. Broken pipes that might have carried water, waste, or something else entirely, emptied into the passage at odd intervals. All of this was obviously human construction. Infrastructure from when the quarter still believed it could hold back the ocean. The evidence of that belief's failure dripped from every surface. A support beam had fallen ahead, wedged across the passage at chest height. He squeezed around it carefully, slowly, not wanting to be the reason the whole ceiling finally fell down. The corridor branched twice. Both times he chose the path that sloped downward, following Abe's directions from memory. Left at the first split, straight through the second. Time became difficult to track. No sunlight, no sense of the outside world, just the slow descent through darkness, the splash beneath his boots, the steady drip echoing ahead of him. The glowstone's light seemed unable to match the darkness. The air grew colder the deeper he went. He noticed the odor of something more mineral. He'd been descending for over an hour when the corridor finally ended. A pile of rubble blocked the passage ahead, broken stone and rotting support beams. It wasn't moving without tools, crew, and time. Uzaya stood at the blockage, studying it in the weak blue light. Along the left side, near the floor, the debris had shifted. A gap opened there, 3 feet across, its edges sharper and drier than the older rubble. Uzaya crouched, brushing the edge with his hand. Dry. Recent. He knelt at the opening and held his glowstone over it. The light found stone below. He sat at the edge, legs dangling into the drop. The opening was barely wide enough for his shoulders. He considered the climb back up, whether he'd be able to reach the edge from below, whether this was the kind of decision you didn't come back from. He secured a rope, tested to make sure it would hold, and dropped it down. Uzaya felt a deep vibration pulsing through the floor into his legs. Then again, this time the pendant resonated along with it. He could hear it, too, a deep frequency most would not perceive. A decision was made. He pushed his pack through first, heard it hit the stone below with a wet slap. Satisfied, he positioned himself in the gap. He slid down into the opening, legs first. Air dropped beneath him. The shaft narrowed at his waist and caught, momentum driving him lower. The walls cinched around his shoulders, edges snagging coat and belt, the dagger grinding against stone. He hung there, wedged, breath flattened against the pressure in his ribs. He did not struggle. Instead, he tested the walls. A measured shift, a turn of the shoulder. Fabric tore as he forced space where there was none. Stone scraped his face. His shoulder caught on a jut of rock. For a heartbeat, he held. Then something shifted. Stone cracked, chips falling, then heavier fragments breaking loose and clattering into the hollow below. The pressure gave, and his grip slipped from the rope. He fell. The impact drove the air from his lungs in a sharp grunt that echoed into darkness. He lay still, breathing through the pain in his ribs. Uzaya brushed himself off, retrieved his pack, and began to assess his situation. The world had opened into nothing. He was standing in a cavernous chamber. His glowstone dimmed. He raised it higher and squinted, but the light went nowhere. That was how he knew something stood across the void. The darkness stopped. A straight edge cut through it, not revealed by light, but by where the glow failed to travel. A vertical face rose from the floor into the unseen ceiling, flat and exact, too clean to belong to any cave. The vibration came from beyond it, through it. A steady resonance of sound and pressure felt in his chest, his spine, the base of his skull. He stood there, trying to orient himself. The wall of stone before him denied any sense of scale, less like something constructed than something the world had closed over and forgotten. Even here the mist remained. It drifted through the glowstone's light and kept to his steps. The crossing took longer than it should have. The ground was treacherous. Boulders of every size were strewn across the cavern floor. Between them, shattered rock lay in unstable heaps and shallow craters, erasing any clear path. He picked his way between the fallen blocks. The low hum began to distort his sense of distance. He stopped, checked his position, then checked it again, unsure how far he had truly come. The wall drew closer. 60 feet. 30. 10. Up close, the surface resolved into a single plane. Mirror-black stone rose beyond sight, unbroken, as if carved from a singular mass too vast to be moved. A collapse had torn open a narrow descent beside the wall. Rubble lay heaped to either side, leaving a tight path downward. This was the way in. The tunnel entrance opened into a corridor hewn of dark, polished stone. The floor, the walls, everything was crafted from the same material, seamless. Rib-like supports, shaped to bear immense weight, ran the length of each passage. Geometric carvings were worked into the stone, suggesting some sort of function rather than decoration. Uzaya felt his ears pop. He was deep now, far deeper than the maintenance tunnels allowed. He felt the weight of the quarter above. The vibration was constant. His teeth hummed with it. His chest resonated faintly, as if his whole body was being tuned. The corridor sloped downward. After a time, he entered a smooth, elliptical passage. He followed its bend until it opened into a circular chamber. Stone pillars rose around the chamber's perimeter, climbing into darkness, the glowstone failing before they ended. The walls were carved with the same patterns he'd seen in the old structure beneath Hearth's End. Larger, more complex, but unmistakable. Uzaya stopped at the threshold. Here the air thrummed in deep pulses. The stone of the chamber itself carried a faint green luminescence, enough to hold the room in shape. Winged statues flanked a long slab at the center of the chamber, their faces smashed flat. No markings, no inscriptions, only a shallow concavity in the middle. Color radiated from the object resting there, scattering across the green-lit stone. An ovoid set with gems of blue, red, and yellow. Light bent along its surface. Prismatic waves shimmered across it like heat rising from desert sand. Its outline refused to settle, as if his eyes could not agree on what they were seeing. The hum intensified as he stepped closer. The pendant at his chest felt cold. Not a warning, refusal. As Uzaya reached for it, his hand slowed against an unseen resistance. His fingers hovered just short of contact. The hum in the chamber shifted again, discordant, until it settled on an agreed equilibrium. The vibration in the air moved lower in his body, settling at the base of his spine. Then he heard movement, still distant, something heavy. Uzaya pressed himself back against the wall. Mist gathered and contracted around him, blurring the edges. Something was coming. He held still, breath shallow, waiting for the moment to resolve. The monstrosity entered the chamber from a passage he hadn't seen. It dragged itself forward on thick tentacles that sealed to the stone, and hauled its weight across the cavern floor. Each limb released with a slow, wet pull, the movement deliberate and exact. Its body was slick and dark, layered in dense ridges pulled tight around its central mass. The eye lay exposed, immense and luminous, ringed by layered growth rising in uneven bands. A faint green light swept the chamber in measured arcs as the iris turned in a slow spiral. The longer he watched it, the more effort it required to turn away. It moved from anchor to anchor without haste, its eye sweeping the chamber as it went. The mist had blurred Uzaya's outline, dulling the edges of his cloak until he was little more than shadow against shadow. The green light lingered at the altar where the stone lay for a long moment. Then the sentinel rotated in place and left the same way it had come. The vibration eased as the horror disappeared back into the darkness. Uzaya waited, counting his breaths. Time stretched thin, measured only by the ache settling into his muscles. When the hum of the chamber returned to its original pace, he rose from the shadows, slowly. The mist thinned around him, but did not leave. He moved to the altar and took hold of the stone. Resistance met his fingers as they closed around it. He paused at the sensation, felt the hum shift, but did not hesitate. He forced the stone into his arms. It was frigid. The cold sank into his hands. His fingers wanted to let go. He tightened them anyway, knuckles whitening. The stone was far heavier than he expected. It slipped. He caught it against his chest as the hum oscillated. Movement. Shuffling echoes. Then the embedded gems flared in perfect unison before breaking back into their competing pulses. No alarm sounded. No structure shifted. No ward rose to resist him. Uzaya moved back to the shadows and slung his pack over one shoulder like a sling, stabilizing the stone there against his chest. When he was just about ready to leave, he saw it. The sentinel standing in the chamber entrance. It was massive, its bulk held by thick tentacles anchored to the stone floor and walls. Its singular eye was fixed on the altar's center. The absence. This close, the sentinel's details became clear. Its body was layered in overlapping plates, ridged and scarred, edges chipped. The armor constricted toward the eye, leaving it exposed and aimed. The eye swelled. The green light bled through that wet surface and fell upon where he crouched. Uzaya felt himself locked in place by its attention. The pupil contracted. The sound tore out of the sentinel in a sustained shriek, a single brutal frequency. Uzaya's vision fractured at once. White bands split the world as the noise drove through bone and brain alike. His jaw locked, his teeth vibrated. Dust shook loose from the ceiling as the chamber became a pressure vessel. Uzaya fell to one knee, balance failing him. His breath stalled in his chest as the sound continued, raw and unrelenting. It stopped. The silence hit almost as hard. Uzaya staggered up, ears screaming, a thin, high ringing that refused to fade. The chamber swam, edges soft and unreal, as if the world had slipped 1 degree out of focus. Then the stone answered. Wrapped against his chest, it flared once, bright and undeniable. Uzaya felt the signal pass through him rather than settle, the response carrying on through the stone beneath his feet and far into the dark places below the city. The sentinel moved toward him, glistening tentacles hauling its mass steadily across the chamber. Uzaya ran. The stone's weight wrenched him sideways as he sprinted across the chamber floor. Behind him, tentacles slapped stone. He hit the breach by the wall at full speed, shoulder scraping the edges as he climbed back out. The cavern opened beyond. He crossed the debris field at a dead run, boots slipping on unstable ground, stone shards skittering beneath him, the stone battering painfully against his ribs with every step. The sinkhole yawned ahead, high in the cavern wall. The rope still hung from its rim. He tied the stone to the end, grabbed the rope, and hauled himself up. Hands burning, shoulders screaming. He wedged through the opening, gathered the rope, and pulled hard. As the stone rose, a faint green light flashed across the space below. Uzaya didn't wait. He kept moving, hauling the stone down the old maintenance corridor, forcing it past the collapsed beam until he reached the bottom of the ladder to the surface. This time he climbed without testing the rungs. One arm braced the stone, while the other reached blindly upward. Light bled from the hatch above. When he reached the top, he dropped the stone onto the warehouse floor and collapsed beside it, lungs burning. The hatch slammed shut. The sentinel below would not forget. Chapter 21. The Bounty. Uzaya woke to the memory of a green haze, the Guardian's eye fixed on him. Realization. The scream that marked him. The stone lay wrapped at the foot of the cot. Sleep had come thin and uneven, breaking apart the moment it began. What dreams surfaced never lasted long enough to form. The sense of something behind him that did not tire, did not hurry, and did not need to. Ribs bruised where the tight passage had crushed him, palms raw. Shoulders aching from hauling the stone up 60 feet of ladder, its weight dragging against his chest. He sat up slowly. Morning light leaked through the shutters in thin bands. He lay still, waiting for it. The smell of bacon never came. He pulled on his boots and stepped into the narrow hall. Abe's door was closed. Uzaya opened it. Bed untouched. Everything in place. On the wall hung several old satchels and a worn pack Abe had carried at different times over the years. Leather cracked, stitching mended, one strap torn and knotted back on itself. He turned back down the hall and went downstairs. The memory of the tentacled thing lingered, its presence wrong in a way he couldn't shake. Not wholly otherworldly, too wet, too physical. He felt with cold certainty his trespass would not go unanswered. That thing with the luminous eye and tentacles like living roots, that sound it made, the psychic scream. More than an alarm, it had marked him. He decided. The stone had to go. Selling it would be best. Even if he couldn't, he had to be rid of it. Abe's words came back. Vandrian at the Silver Spire. He's the only one in Eldenport I would trust with something unusual. Pays fairly, doesn't ask questions. Uzaya returned to his room. He wrapped the stone in cloth and worked the straps into place, settling it against his shoulder and chest. He felt the resistance immediately. Even without contact, a force pushed back, making each adjustment harder than it should have been. He checked his coat pocket. 2 gold coins left. Whatever Vandrian paid, at least he would be rid of it. Fog rolled in thick sheets across the quarter, softening edges, swallowing distance. After a few steps, he glanced back. Abe's curiosities was already gone, erased as cleanly as if it had never been there. The mist kept pace with him, swirling about his boots, never quite falling behind. The walk took close to an hour. As the ground rose toward the cliffs, he could taste the salt spray carried on the wind from the bay. The spire came into view at the cliff's edge, overlooking the bay below, drawn directly from the southeastern face. Smooth living rock rose into slender spires and flawless relief. The stone shaped with a precision that no chisel could have achieved. Nothing about it invited approach. The path narrowed into steps cut into the rock itself, steep and unforgiving. On one side, empty air and the drop to the cove below. On the other, iron rings and lengths of chain driven into the stone at irregular intervals, slick with spray. Uzaya started up. The stone he carried resisted him with every step, its force shifting unpredictably, as though it were fighting to slip free. One hand stayed on the chain, the other steadied the pack. He was aware of how exposed he was. Anyone watching from the spire would see the entire ascent. The stair leveled onto a broad stone forecourt before the entrance, carved clean from the cliff and left bare. It ran 20 or 30 feet along the spire's base before the drop resumed. By the time he reached the door, salt spray had soaked his cloak. He drew his shoulders in against the wind and cold. No guard, no sign. Just the door, a slab of stone shaped flush into the cliff face, its outline defined by seams cut too clean to be natural. Uzaya knocked. Bolts shifted. A moment passed. The door opened partially, then paused. Vandrian peered through the crack, surprise flickering briefly as he took Uzaya in. The pale skin, the drawn look of him. Not a client, not what he expected. His eyes shifted almost immediately to what Uzaya carried. The size of it, the way it was strapped tight against his chest. The effort it must have taken to get it here. "That's a lot to bring up my stairs," he said carefully. Uzaya shifted his grip on the straps and waited, shivering in the wind. The door opened a little wider. "I brought something you should see." "You look like you've had a climb." The door opened the rest of the way. "Come in. Let's see what you have." The interior was exactly what Uzaya expected of a mage. More workshop than home. Candlelight broke unevenly across the walls, catching on diagrams of arcane design pinned wherever there was space. Others clipped to shelves or tucked beneath instruments. Over the work tables, a colder, steadier glow held, revealing half-built mechanisms, glass components, coils of wire, rune-etched metal plates. Nothing looked finished. Nothing looked put away. A library occupied the back alcove, books packed tight and stacked where they did not fit. The air carried the sharp tang of electrical discharge and hot metal, copper bitter, as if something had been active not too long ago. Vandrian took his place behind the counter. "Put it here," he said. Uzaya set his pack down and unwrapped the stone. Knowing what it was didn't lessen the unease it stirred. The object itself was rough and worked, its surface uneven beneath the marks of long, deliberate shaping. The stone was pocked, full of shallow voids like trapped air, as if it had once been molten. Light failed to settle on it, breaking apart across the uneven surface and going nowhere. The gems were another matter. Large, rough, and half-exposed. Set at regular intervals, their arrangement suggested more than decoration. Vandrian's attention was drawn to them immediately. "Don't assume you understand what this is," Uzaya said. Vandrian glanced up at him. "I don't," he replied. He reached to a nearby shelf and uncorked a small vial, tipping a few drops onto the surface. The liquid spread, beaded, then ran off without reaction. No hiss, no heat, no shift. Vandrian waited. Still nothing. He set the vial aside and placed both hands on the table, on either side of the stone, still wary before committing to contact. Moments passed. "All right," he said finally. "It's stable." Only then did he lay his hands on it for a closer examination. After some time, he stopped. This is... He paused, then tried again. It's older than our history. Uzaya did not argue. Vandrian adjusted the lamp and studied the placement of the gems for a long moment before speaking. Where did you find this artifact? Uzaya looked him in the eyes. Is that what it is? Vandrian paused, then glanced back to the table. That's what I'm calling it, for now. Artifacts like this don't change hands casually, he added. The pause lingered. Do you want it or not? Uzaya asked. Vandrian didn't answer immediately. He stood over the table without touching the stone, eyes fixed, breath shallow, weighing something Uzaya couldn't see. If your intent is to part with this, Vandrian said carefully, I can offer substantial coin, more than fair. This is... I'm not sure there's a word for what this is. Make your offer, Uzaya said. Vandrian nodded once. Give me a moment. He disappeared into a back room. A lock turned, metal scraped against metal. When he returned, the leather satchel in his hands strained against its seams. He set it on the table. The weight spoke for itself. Uzaya opened it. Gold, some platinum, and a scattering of shiny gems catching the light. I think you'll find that fair. Uzaya grabbed the bag and threw it into his pack. He didn't bother counting. He was quick to thank Vandrian politely and turned to leave. Good luck, my friend, Vandrian said. Uzaya paused at the door, considered a reply. He chose silence. When the door closed behind him, he heard a lock turn. Outside, the morning air felt colder than before. Vandrian was capable. The stone would draw interest. As Uzaya descended the cliff path, mist rose from the sea below and found him, familiar as breath. He didn't think about the silver spire again, or about Vandrian. The scream answered instead. The green eye, the moment of recognition. Selling the stone hadn't changed that. His thoughts turned towards Abe's disappearance, his empty shop. The possibilities were many, all bad. It was just past noon when Uzaya returned to Abe's curiosities. The shop stood as he'd left it, unchanged. Here, Abe's absence pressed harder. Uzaya set the heavy pouch on the table beside the lattice scale. The weight should have felt like something earned, like options. It didn't. Uzaya went upstairs, Abe's room still untouched. Cloak still hanging on its peg. A small chest beneath the window held a few personal items, letters, a handful of coins, a knife worn smooth by use. Nothing that could explain where Abe had gone. Uzaya turned to leave, then stopped. Hanging on the back of the door was Abe's satchel, or one of them. Nearly worn out, old leather, frayed straps, perhaps kept as a backup. Uzaya opened the clasps. Maps, old survey sheets of the quarter and the surrounding ruins. Notes in Abe's hand, cramped and precise, tracking tide patterns, structural weaknesses, and safe approaches through collapsed areas. Beneath them lay a single sheet of fresh parchment with writing. Liesenhold, Lower Terrace, Tide Window, Dawn. Uzaya folded the sketch and slipped it into his coat. He stood at the front window for a long while, watching fog roll across the street. He took Abe's chair and watched the fire burn down to embers. He knew he should eat. He knew he should sleep. Instead, he sat there, letting the quiet settle, letting the place feel empty. The chair, the counter, the familiar clutter left exactly as it always was. Too final to ignore. He would look for him tomorrow, when the tide pulled back. Tonight, there was nothing to do but sit with the absence. Chapter 22. The Theft. Midnight. The silver spire rose from the cliff itself, its stone seamless with the rock around it, silver caps catching starlight along its peak. Its windows were dark, except for the second floor, where Vandrian's lamp still burned. The night did not stir, yet something moved within it. At the bottom of the cliffs, below the spire, where giant boulders broke the surf, two shapes began their ascent, moving with methodical precision. Small, hairless, glowing eyes sunk deep in leathery, wrinkled faces. Each wore dark wrappings close to the skin, short blades strapped flat across their backs. As they neared the top, one of them whispered a word, harsh and guttural. His form blurred, like staring at something through rippling water. His companion did the same. They crested the cliff near the stair path, moving slowly across the open ground towards the spire's foundation. From above, atop the cliff summit, movement against the stars. A massive shape descended the spire's face. It moved without sound. A vertical spine of black glass ceramic carried the weight of the form, smooth and uninterrupted, pressed close to the cliff face. 6 limbs extended from it at staggered heights, thick as a man's arm, moving with measured control. Beneath translucent skin, rigid supports traced the spine and limbs in precise lines, reinforcement placed where structure mattered and flesh did not. At the top of the spine, a drow upper torso was mounted, but elongated, drawn upward into a taller, narrower proportion. Arms reached farther than expected, ending in a blossom of clawed fingers. Its face was obsidian dark and smooth, white hair cascading around it. The eyes did not glow. They gathered light, wide and depthless, returning none of it. Above the mage's window, the arachne locked itself into the stone, holding positions no living climber could maintain. Before the spire, a lone figure appeared. She walked confidently forward toward the stone door at the front, but she did not knock. The air gathered beneath her, her hair tossed, as if blown by winds that were not present. Slowly she began to rise, toward Vandrian's bedroom window, where the arachne waited above. As she ascended, the 2 climbers resolved out of nothing before the spire's front door. They bowed their heads, not to her, but to the structure itself, in a gesture that resembled prayer. Gredlings. They saw the spire differently. Not its shape, but its truth. Every stone, every ward. Able to visualize both magic and the present reality as overlapping layers, aligned and misaligned throughout the structure. With practiced focus, they read the building as one might read a map. One of them pointed at the lock and made a soft clicking sound. If magic were visible, it would have looked like decay. The layered wards around the door didn't break. They unraveled. Bindings dissolved as their shared structure was quietly erased. Metal answered next. Tumblers shifted. Internal mechanisms disengaged in perfect unison. A final, satisfying clank echoed from within. The door swung open. The Gredling stepped in, listening, seeing with senses that had nothing to do with light. The magic-woven traps Vandrian had placed were layered. Even the Gredlings considered the work impressive. 7 distinct barriers lay between the threshold and the sentinel stone they were after. It sang to them in distant, unmistakable notes. The first barrier hummed at a frequency just below hearing, resonance designed to unmake minds. The Gredlings tilted their heads in unison, then stepped through it like smoke. The magic recognized only shapes. They had learned to fold themselves into hidden places that existed between definitions. The second layer tasted of copper and sweat, a sympathetic drowning meant to flood the lungs. But they breathed stone and shadow. They moved forward, threading through the remaining barriers with practiced efficiency. Each trap was identified, respected, and bypassed. The Sentinel Stone's song grew clearer with every barrier crossed. They had never doubted. They would retrieve that which they were commanded. Clank. Vandrian jerked awake. He'd been examining the stone in the vault for hours before exhaustion drove him to bed. Sleep had taken him quickly. The artifact vault's protective matrix had whispered constantly for 3 years, a presence at the edge of hearing, a reassuring murmur of ancient magic doing its work. The vault was not whispering. Its absence was deafening. He sat up, heart already racing. His hand moved through practiced gestures, his lips whispering an incantation as his feet found the ground beside the bed. Translucent energy coalesced over his skin, tracing faint patterns in the darkness. Before he could finish pulling on his left boot, the room came apart. Stone and timber tore free at the window. The wall around it ripped outward, taking the frame with it, and leaving the chamber open to the night. Vandrian sat on the edge of the bed, still bent over his boots. The Arachne crashed through the roof. Stone and slate rained down as it forced its way into the room. Vandrian made for the door, but it blocked him, slamming a thick, chitinous leg across his path. He had nowhere to go. The priestess floated in midair where the wall had been. Vandrian's hands snapped up to draw out the magic, words already forming on his lips. Too late. Sticky white strands erupted from gaps beneath its flesh-covered frame. They crossed the space in a blink, striking him and driving him back against the wall as webbing cinched tight around his body. Before breath could leave his mouth, the Arachne was upon him, fingers closing around his throat, overlapping and stacking, leaving no place for air. The priestess's robes settled around her as her feet touched the floor. Staff planted, violet energy racing along its length. She studied Vandrian as he gasped for breath, her face expressionless, then spoke in drow. Not to him, to the Arachne. Zalathan. The Arachne eased its hold. Downstairs, the Gredlings were nearly finished. Locks clicked, poisons neutralized, wards disabled. The Sentinel Stone lay unprotected. They lifted it from its inner cradle, placed it in a bag it shouldn't have fit in, then dropped out of sight with a blink and a shimmer. A loud click reverberated downstairs, from nowhere. Then another. Finished, the Gredlings left the way they'd come. The priestess stood before Vandrian. He was still held, webbing binding him in place, the Arachne's leg at his throat. "The stone," she said. A familiar click echoed up the stairwell from below. The priestess's expression didn't change, but something in her posture relaxed. "Ah," she said, "then it is done." She raised her staff and began to speak, an old tongue even Vandrian did not recognize. The shimmer along the staff intensified. A violet circle formed around him. Symbols ignited in the air, inscribing themselves as they turned. Geometric, perfect, terrible. They converged. His eyes widened despite himself. The casting took time. Each second refused to pass. Most spells were instantaneous. words and gestures flowing into immediate effect. But some were built, layer upon layer. The runes circled him in orbital paths, each inscribing itself in the air. Vandrian's training identified the pattern. He recognized the steps. Dimensional banishment. He'd read about it. Twice. Once in a theoretical treatise on planar magic, once in a warning about pre-sundering sorcery. It was considered a mythic spell. Many doubted it truly existed. It was said it took minutes to cast, but centuries to undo. The sort of magic reserved for enemies who couldn't be killed, but had to be removed. His mind raced through possible countermeasures. Disruption, anti-magic, planar anchor. The list was academic, theoretical. Every counter required free hands and spoken words, and things he couldn't possibly obtain. The runes completed their rotation, locking in place around him. The temperature dropped. Frost crystallized around him, on the walls, the floor, creeping up the bed. Then he felt it take hold. Not pain, bifurcation. The sensation of being in two places at once, his bedroom and somewhere else. The arachne released him. The webbing slackened. His bedroom drifted away. He stood in a corridor. Stone walls extended in both directions, gray and featureless, lit by sourceless illumination that made no shadows. The air smelled of nothing. No dust, no moisture, no scent of stone or age or occupancy. Vandrian's ears rang with the absence of sound. No wind, no settling stone, no ambient noise of a living structure. The silence was absolute. He walked forward. 10 steps. 20. The corridor stretched ahead in kind, without variation. Identical passages branched off at regular intervals, extending into distances his eyes could not resolve. He turned left at the first junction, walked 50 paces, turned right, walked again. The pattern held. Perfect sameness. No landmarks, no where, no indication anyone had ever been here. His breath quickened. He forced himself to stop. Think. He'd read the warnings. The treatise had been specific. Victims of dimensional banishment were sealed in recursive space. Mathematically infinite. Self-referential. Walking forward brought you back to your starting point through corridors that felt linear but weren't. Every path led nowhere. Every direction was the same direction. The architecture was the trap. He touched the wall. Cold stone. Solid. Real. His fingers came away clean. No grit. The light here had no source. It simply was. Enough to see by, but not enough to cast shadow. He tried magic. Words of power, precision gestures. The spell guttered, unable to form. The corridor offered no echo when he spoke the words. Vandrian walked faster. Left, right, straight. Trying to map it. Trying to find variation. Anything. A crack in the wall. A change in the light. A passage that differed from the others. Nothing. His heart hammered. He slowed and forced himself to breathe. The mathematics were elegant. The recursion folded on itself so completely that distance became meaningless. Time felt wrong. How long had he been walking? Minutes? Hours? His body reported exhaustion, but his mind couldn't trust it. He might have been here days and experienced minutes, or the reverse. There would be no rescue, no clever escape, no counterspell. The priestess had finished the casting. The seal was complete. Forever. The understanding settled into him with physical weight. This stone, this silence, this empty, perfect geometry. Vandrian's composure unraveled all at once. The scream came from somewhere deep and primal. Rage, grief, fear, all together in one horrible sound. His body shook in the effort. The corridor accepted the scream and returned it, but not as echo. The sound came back different, multiple voices overlapping his own, some older, some younger, not his. The pain from other ages, other victims. The corridor remembering every tortured sound it had ever consumed and returning all of them at once. The cacophony lasted seconds. Then silence reasserted. Vandrian knelt in the corridor, throat raw, hands shaking. Far away, in a bedroom that no longer connected to his reality, the priestess lowered her staff. "Contained," she said, turning to leave. The Arachne was already climbing back out through the roof. 60 seconds, and the spire was empty. The sentinel stone was returned. Vandrian was gone. Only silence remained. Morning light found the spire violated. The upper floor was completely destroyed, debris scattered unevenly across the front grounds. When the city watch arrived and saw what had happened, they called for the Crucible to send professionals to investigate. The mages came, studied the artifact vault, found the wards inverted, disabled by something that understood them better than whoever had cast them. Vandrian was gone. No body, no blood, just absence. The doors were sealed, and the silver spire placed under quarantine.
Come back to the deep. The world has been dreaming what I could not keep. Could not keep. Could not keep.
Chapter 23. The Stone Garden. Uzaya left at first light. He prepared quickly. Water flask, rope, hook, glowstone. He stashed the sketches in his coat pocket and locked the shop behind him. The quarter was waking. Water lapped at doorways. A fishmonger cursed somewhere down the block, bailing out his stall. Gulls circled overhead, crying for scraps. Mist followed him, wisping around his boots and the folds of his coat. The quarter gave way to the sunken mid-districts nearer the coast, where flooding was seasonal, predictable, and frequent. Buildings there had surrendered decades ago, their foundations too rotted to bear weight. Streets ended in collapsed structures or water-filled dead ends. Shops and warehouses remained only as rotting husks, their original purpose no longer legible. Leisenhold, despite appearances, had never truly been a castle. Among the Veilguard, it was called an amplification hub, a site where harmonic forces were focused and directed, tuned to operate at scale. The ruins, including the infamous Leaning Watchtower, were incidental. What mattered lay below. The resonance orb hung in its chamber, suspended over converging ley lines. When it functioned, the world dimmed and the spiral retreated. With the advent of the Storm Kings, the systems all eventually failed. No record survived. Now, Leisenhold is generally avoided. Except by Abe, Uzaya thought, pulling his leg up and out of the muck. As he tracked across the soggy plateau, the ground fought him at every step. Mud clung to his boots, releasing after some effort, and a wet, defiant, sucking sound. Shallow water pooled between ridges of slick earth, cold seeping through his soles as he moved. Halfway across, he noticed the statues. Not many, but impossible to miss. They were scattered across the flats, nearly buried, or tilting where the ground had given way beneath their weight. The tides had worked them for generations, sanding most features down to suggestion. Others endured with disturbing clarity. Uzaya's pace slowed as the realization hit. Petrified. Mud dragged at his boots as he pressed on. Leesenhold rose out of the flats in broken tiers of stone, its frontage dominating the shoreline. The structure crowned a low, rocky hill that lifted it above the tidal reach, though centuries of settling had drawn its foundations closer to the water. Sections of the structure had slumped or collapsed over time, their lower courses exposed where tide and erosion had stripped the ground away. What remained leaned inward on itself, walls fractured and misaligned, as if the structure had been slowly sinking for generations. Abe's sketch guided him along the eastern side, where the flats met the castle wall. The map was precise. Coordinates, tide windows, structural markers. The old scavenger knew his craft. Uzaya found the broken lantern first. Shattered glass lay among the remains of his camp. He crouched, brushed mud from the bent brass housing. The seams were hand-cut, slightly uneven, reinforced where no reinforcement was needed. Abe's work. Distinctive. The archway crumbled in the uphill face of the castle wall, set 10 feet above the mudflats. Beyond it, a shadowed stair descended into the structure's foundations. The stair dropped in tight angles, turning back on itself as it sank. The wall pressed so close that his shoulder struck stone at every corner. Dust shifted underfoot. Air from below rose cold and steady. With each turn, the noise of the surface receded until even the wind was gone. The stair opened onto a final landing, the floor thick with stone dust and fragments fallen from above. Beyond it, a short hallway led into a domed chamber of black stone. The floor was etched with broad circular patterns, mirrored imperfectly in the ceiling overhead. Uzaya remembered the spiral beneath the church at Holford. It was similar. Along the walls, shallow channels had been cut and filled with a dull, reflective metal. The veins spread and crossed, branching and intersecting with measured precision. At the center of the chamber, suspended within a corroded metal frame, was the resonance orb. It was massive, 9 feet in diameter, a perfect sphere covered with overlapping scales, hand-sized, slightly curved, and textured with intricate ridges and bumps. Some were missing, leaving gaps in the surface, revealing a rough, gray metal beneath. The frame was old and heavy. The mechanisms that once controlled the orb's position were rusted solid, seized in place, locking the sphere where it hung. He moved closer. As he rounded the frame, a figure came into view at the base of the orb. A statue of Abe stood there. One hand was extended toward the frame, fingers hovering just short of the surface. Tools lay at his feet: chisel, small pry bar, hammer. His expression was one of shock, eyes wide, mouth gaping, as if he was about to speak. Uzaya stepped towards him. Every feature was intact, every detail preserved in stone. Even the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, earned through decades of squinting at things, were perfectly captured. Uzaya took it in. His pack. He opened it carefully. Inside, wrapped in cloth, a single lattice scale from the orb, complete and unbroken. Uzaya shifted his stance, aligning himself beside Abe. Abe's petrified arm was raised only inches from the frame. He raised his own beside it. For a moment, their postures matched. Uzaya pressed his palm to the orb's surface. The pendant warmed sharply. The eye forced its way through. A glistening, fleshy shape pulled itself out of the green gem at the heart of the pendant. A lidless eye, fringed with tiny tendril legs. It did not float so much as extend, tethered to the pendant by a distortion in the air. It had always been there, watching. Vertigo hit as his vision doubled. What the eye saw, he saw. What it knew, he knew. There was no separation. The link was locked. Uzaya felt his body stiffen. Knowledge arrived all at once. Not images, not words. Certainty. The Medusa. A thought surfaced, unbidden. What is she? The answer came in a vision. The vision presented Liesenhold as it had once been. Not a singular history, but two overlaid. The first layer was Liesenhold 4,000 years ago. The resonance chamber thrummed with purpose. At its center, the orb crawled with traces of light, hundreds of harmonic scales precisely arrayed, slowly turning within its frame. The orb drew power from the ley line junction deep below, each scale necessary, harmonics layered together in impossibly complex patterns, all resolved into deliberate function. Entropy pushed upward, the field pressed down. Order held through focus and will. Above, sunlight was reduced, filtered through the shadow field. It spread from the pyramid to distant node points, muting the sun's strength and washing the world in a dim, moonlit pall. Enough light to see, not enough to harm those who have only known darkness. But it was the beginning of the end for the drow who ruled both Tharn Eskar and the dark realm below. The Storm King Faragoth was leading an uprising that had already struck a death blow to the drow technology. The systems were failing, and so with it was the age of the Ancient One. Within the chamber, a figure toiled, the Keeper. Hands busy adjusting the scales, tuning frequencies, struggling to maintain the system as the nodal network failed. Panic never stopped his work. Bound by oath, he continued toward a solution, even as the orb faltered and sunlight bled through the shadow field for the first time in millennia. When the orb finally failed, the Keeper did not. The second layer of the vision, simultaneous and overlaid, was Liesenhold 173 years ago. A group of humans entered the chamber below, clerics and an ensemble of guards. They did not understand what they had found. They built the castle over the ancient Veilguard foundations, stone atop stone. Later, a woman, Ylvare. She wore the robes of the Concord, a scholar's posture, but a wizard of some standing, the sort who did not revisit conclusions once drawn. She had studied the orb for years, long inert in its rusted frame. She considered it an artifact, something to be cataloged and decoded. She believed she understood it. The ritual of the orb followed, convened by the council and wholly under her direction. Their intent was containment, to redirect any remaining energies into the sealed holding chambers they had prepared in the old levels below. The plan was to then move the entire apparatus to the Crucible Vault for historic preservation. The design was sound. Her understanding was not. Ylvare stood near the orb at the center. The instant she spoke the final word, the surge struck. Spiroforce rushed upward, drawn through the orb through harmonic channels, amplified by technology older than her language. The change was instant. Serpents burst from her scalp, eyes blinded, then reformed with power and new focus. Thoughts fractured, her own life memories draining away, leaving her sense of self empty. Yet her body endured. Something else entered her with the surge. Not knowledge, but compulsion. The Keeper's psyche, its residue, was still bound to the chamber. It insisted its mandate be preserved, and formed that same oath eternally into whatever was left of her mind. The curse settled like chains. Guard Leesenhold, protect the orb. The vision faded. The eye withdrew back into the pendant. Uzaya breathed in as the pendant began to cool again. He set a hand on Abe's petrified shoulder. "I'm sorry, Abe," he said softly, then turned toward the exit. Halfway up the stairs, he heard the sound of moving water. He'd lost track of time. The tide had come in. The terrace where the watchtower stood had subsided centuries ago, below the main structure's elevation. It and the castle's lower grounds were already beginning to flood. The mudflats Uzaya had crossed that morning were gone. In their place, frothing brown water stretched to the mainland, choppy and cold, the current pulling hard toward the open sea. There was no way back. Uzaya looked up at the leaning watchtower, stark against the purple sky. 4 stories tall. A safe place to rest. Climbing wasn't out of the question. The angle made it possible, even with his lack of experience. He waded across the terrace until he reached the tower's base, water to his ankles. The fallen bell lay near, bronze, broken, sunken in the dirt. The stairs up the tower were long choked with rubble and fallen beams. Its outer stonework, however, was rough enough to climb. Uzaya drew the rope from his pack, fixed the hook, and threw. After the 3rd attempt, it caught, wedged between stones near an open window some 20 feet up. He tested the line. Tight. He climbed. Hand over hand, boots finding purchase on the old stone. Once high enough, he used the tower's awkward lean to his advantage, swinging onto the incline and climbing the rest of the way with less effort. At the top, he stepped over the broken railing and into the belfry. The floor was mostly gone. What remained was a narrow stone ledge, barely 5 feet across. Above, the darkening sky showed through gaps in the vaulted roof where the bell had once hung. He leaned against the wall and looked out from the tower. The ruins spread beneath him, the castle, the plateau now impassable, the far-off lights of the drowned quarter. Uzaya set his pack down and tried to find a comfortable place to wait for the tide to recede. The sun slipped beneath the horizon. Uzaya sat with his back against the tower's inner wall. He pulled his cloak tightly around him. The stone held the cold, giving nothing back. The urgency that had carried him this far had gone quiet. He felt his eyes growing heavier by the moment. It wasn't long before he found himself drifting off to sleep. He did not resist it. Uzaya woke to the sound of sloshing water. He craned his neck over the edge of the battlement and peered below. The Medusa stood there. He guessed 8 feet tall. Serpents writhed across her scalp, each moving independently, tasting the air with forked tongues. The sound of their hissing was faint and unnerving. Uzaya knew her name from the vision. Ilvare, he said softly. She stopped at the base of the tower and looked up, as if she'd heard him. It knew exactly where he was. Uzaya didn't move. There was nowhere to go, just the platform, the drop, and the water below. She stood there, perfectly still. Only the serpents writhed and coiled about her head like a living crown. Her voice entered his mind without permission. Veilguard. A statement. Recognition. When her eyes fixed on him, the sickness came. Pressure built behind his eyes, hard enough to split thought. Then he understood. He was too far, 50 feet at least. Her power couldn't reach him here. Her words violated the distance anyway. I guard. I maintain. I protect. A compulsion burned into corrupted flesh. She moved closer, water breaking around the scaled length of her body. Leave. It lingered a moment longer. Serpents watched. Hatred coiled. Then she left, gliding back through the water toward the castle and the chambers she had claimed below. Uzaya exhaled, only then realizing he'd been holding his breath. He sat alone in the tower as the darkness deepened. Still hours to go before dawn. Sleep came in fragments, only minutes at a time. Near the deepest point of night, a distant rumble. The tower shuddered. Uzaya jolted awake. Sleep did not find him again. By the time the sky lightened, the tide had receded. The plateau was slick, but crossable. Uzaya climbed down from the tower at once, moving deliberately, every muscle stiff from cold and exhaustion. He crossed the tidal flats as the sun rose, boots sinking into cold silt that would soon be claimed again by the sea. He skirted a fresh sinkhole, wide as a wagon. Far ahead, the outline of the low district rose through the mist. The mud gave way to firm ground as he reached the mainland, continuing up as the streets rose from the water. The drowned quarter was already stirring with life, but when he reached the more populated parts, there was no mistaking it. People were staring. Not the usual wary nod or half glance he was used to either. A woman saw him and drew her child back inside, closing the door. At a nearby stall, a merchant looked up, then bent back over his goods without a word. Two men on a corner stopped talking as he approached. One of them glanced away, then back again, eyes widening. A moment later, the corner was empty. Uzaya tried to dismiss the pattern, but it stayed with him. Mist kept to his heels, as ever. Today, it hung back. Finally, he reached the corner where Abe's Curiosities stood. The door hung crooked, splintered, broken. Uzaya went still. Someone had broken in while he was gone. He crossed the distance slowly, scanning the surroundings. He pushed the door open. It scraped across the floor, wood fragments catching. The shelves were bare. Drawers stood open, their contents spilled across the floor. Floorboards had been pried up at the seams and left gaping. Even the hearthstones had been pulled free. He stood listening, expecting something else to reveal itself. Footsteps, voices, nothing. Clearly someone was looking for him, someone who knew of the artifact. He stepped back outside to look around. Across the street, a torn piece of parchment was nailed to a post. Most of it ripped away, but it was still legible. Uzaya, half-breed resident. Reward for information. His stomach tightened. A bounty? He became aware of voices nearby, too close. So I'm walking in. I'm telling you, it was him. 10 gold just for telling the guard? That's where he lives. Look. 3 men stood at the junction in the road. Locals he recognized by sight, but didn't know. One caught his eyes, already backing away. Uzaya went back in to gather what he could. Outside, the voices multiplied. More people drifting closer, louder now. He slipped out through the back door, unseen. Chapter 24. The Awakening. Part 1. 10 Bricks Gate. A fire burned on the high stone at the island's crown, kept more for passing ships than for ceremony. Below it, Thane Orlin kept watch. He had done so for nearly 6 decades. His father had watched before him, his grandfather before that, a lineage of watchers bound to stand vigil, their service unbroken even as its meaning thinned into ritual. They did not question the charge, they kept it. Tenbrick's Gate was a monument with no surviving record of origin. Its purpose argued over in myths no one fully accepted. It had always stood silent. Until 2 nights ago. Wrapped in his heavy cloak against the cold sea wind, Orlin stood at the cliff's edge. Dawn was an hour off, sky still dark. Below, waves broke hard against the rocks and boulders that ringed the island, crashing and collapsing back into the sea. Further out rose a soaring arch of twisted mirror stone, anchored into the bedrock below the surface. The frame was thick and torqued, the stone forged into shape rather than cut, smooth as glass. Tenbrick's Gate. The arch spanned nearly 60 feet across. A deep, omnipresent drone saturated everything, issuing from the gate itself, though exactly where one couldn't determine. The vibration carried through the ground and into his body. Within the open span of the gate, the air wavered faintly at the center, a slight unsteadiness that registered only if you kept your eyes on it. Behind Orlin, his garrison stirred. 6 men, all he had. All the council at Carathalor had thought needed. "Sir?" Merrick stepped closer, young, his helmet a little too big for his head. "It's still doing it." "I can see that," Orlin quipped. Within the open span of the gate, loose spray lifted from the surface of the water, rising briefly at the center before being flung back out. A few scraps of kelp followed, drawn up, spun once, then dropped hard against the rock. It stopped as abruptly as it began. The air within the arch went still again. What does it mean? Orlin didn't know how to answer, so said nothing. The gate had been silent since the days of the Storm Kings. No one alive knew how to activate it, or even what it connected to. Orlin's father had kept the oath, and his father before him, a long line of watchers. They preserved the records on the island and performed the rites exactly as they always had. But whatever mandate or authority had once sanctioned the Watchers' duties had vanished long ago. The Watchers remained, recognized in Carathalor, but reduced to ceremony more than function. Even so, Orlin understood one thing. The portal was stirring. "Get a boat ready," Orlin said. "Fast one. Straight to Eldenport. The Elder Council needs to know." "What should I tell them?" Orlin kept his eyes on the open span of the gate. The faint wavering at its center tightened briefly, then eased again, the bassy drone saturating the air. "Tell them the gate is waking," he said. "Tell them I don't know why. And tell them," he added, "to send someone who does." Merrick left with haste. Orlin remained there for a while, staring up at the ancient arch. He turned back toward the Sanctus Librarium, a squat brick building raised where the Watchers kept their records. What little survived of the earliest accounts of the gates was kept here. Shelves held cracked leather folios, rolled diagrams bound with cord, and stone tablets set into shallow niches. Scrolls and early volumes lay sealed in the inner vault, their margins crowded with competing explanations. The oldest texts were spare and restrained, closer to record than story. Later copies grew more elaborate, more speculative, drifting into the fantastical, and had not been opened in years. If there was anything known that still applied, it would be there. Within the open span of Tenbrick's Gate, the air began to move again. Not all at once, a shifting near the center. Shadow turned within, depth where there should be none. His watch was ending. Part 2. Caer Thalor. The council chamber in Caer Thalor, capital of Tharn Eskar, was built to impress. Vaulted ceilings rose above stained glass windows and crystal fixtures, satin curtains softening the stone. At its center stood a table of ancient oak, broad enough to seat 30, dominating the space by sheer presence alone. 12 counselors sat around it, representing the 12 districts. Baltus stood at the head of the table, reviewing reports with the enthusiasm of a man reading a grain inventory. Gray hair, gray robes, gray everything. Decades of bureaucracy had leached the color from him. Item 7, he intoned. Eldenport requests emergency funding for infrastructure repair. Sinkholes in the Low District. Again? Councillor Thrace barely looked up as he waved a dismissive hand. Those in Eldenport are fond of this tactic, exaggerating their damages to extract our gold. Eldenport sits on water near a swamp. Of course, things sink. Deny it, Councillor Thrace concluded. The report mentions casualties. There's always casualties, Thrace scoffed. Murmurs of agreement around the table. Baltus paused. There is one additional matter. 2 nights ago, a seismic event was reported across multiple provinces. It was felt here, as you're aware, in Eldenport, and as far north as Holford. Silence. What kind of earthquake hits everywhere at once? Councillor Mara asked. Not an earthquake, said a voice from the far end of the table. Everyone turned. Councillor Vess, old, thin, draped in a flowing purple robe with gold accents. He rarely spoke. Vess was one of the realm's most famous historians, but granted little respect at this table. Everyone had forgotten he was even there. Explain, Baltus said. Vess stood slowly. Earthquakes propagate. They have epicenters. This was felt simultaneously. No delay at all. Harmonic alignment can do this. Something deep activating across a linked network. Thrace rolled his eyes. I see. We blame ancient magic. Nonsense. I'm talking about what we built our cities on, Vess said. Veilguard engineering. The technology used when Tharn Eskar spanned the upper and the lower realms. It's been dormant for millennia. What if it's not anymore? What if, Mara mocked. You sound like a street prophet. Something is waking beneath us. Enough, Baltus cut in. This council deals in facts, not speculation. We'll commission an investigative committee, or a survey. We'll meet again in 4 weeks. 4 weeks? Vess stared. You felt the tremor, and you want to wait a month? We follow procedure. Procedure won't matter if... This session is adjourned, Baltus interjected. He gathered the papers before him and left. The other counselors stood, stretching, already discussing lunch plans and tax disputes. Vess remained seated, alone at the table. He looked around the chamber. Ancient stonework. Dwarven craft, precise in every joint. Built by hands that no longer dwelt on the surface, maintained by humans who had never learned the techniques or bothered to know the history. We have closed our minds to their existence. We have built our kingdom on their bones. Drow built foundations at their feet. Elven archives burned. Dwarven fortresses claimed and repurposed. And now the makers were returning, and no one in these chambers understood how any of it worked. Vess had read the texts, studied the fragmentary records more deeply than anyone still alive. If those systems reactivated, what then? No one was listening. By the time anyone did, it would be too late. Part 3. The Exodus. The Crucible Vault, occupied an entire city block, the largest structure in Eldenport. 7 stories of cream-colored stone rose from foundations of black mirror glass. 4 corner towers anchored the complex, each crowned with copper domes weathered to a muted green. Between them, tiered terraces stepped downward in measured bands, forming gardens where rare herbs grew under careful arcane cultivation. The carved stone face of the founder dominated the crucible's entrance, 60 feet of weathered granite staring down at the plaza below, expression frozen between judgment and warning. His beard flowed into the architectural relief work, merging with interlocking planes that stepped inward to frame the massive arched doorway beneath. Above, carved into the central facade between the 3rd and 4th floors, an inscription in 3 languages: knowledge preserved, order maintained, corruption denied. 4 entrances serve the crucible's functions: the Founder's Gate for council business, the Archive Portico for scholars, the Eastern Service entry beneath the Forge Wing, and a southern vault door of black iron where dangerous relics entered and rarely left. A district away, in the outer hollows, rose the black towers of the Arcanum. 9 centuries old and proud of it, those who taught there resented everything the Crucible represented. The Crucible watched them with severe institutional prejudice. They suspected their crooked towers were places to practice conjuration and the summoning arts. The Arcanum resented the scrutiny. The Crucible didn't care. Eldenport's central plaza should have been bustling with midday commerce. Instead, half the market stalls stood empty. Wagon traffic had thinned to a trickle. Those who remained moved with hurried purpose, eyes down, conversations clipped. 3 prominent merchant families had left the city entirely in the last week. 2 more had closed their warehouses indefinitely. The harbor master reported 7 ships departing early, cargo holds half empty, captains citing unfavorable conditions. The northern roads were cut off. Undead had been sighted gathering along the edges of the quagmire. Villages nearest the marsh had already begun to empty, and no one was willing to test the roads beyond that. Sea routes were the safest way out. Those with modest means fled north to Brinehand Bay, paying whatever the pirates demanded. Those with real wealth paid more still for southern passage to warmer ports. The city was bleeding gold, confidence, and people. Part 4. The Contingency. Deep within the Crucible Vault, through the Founder's Gate, the passage climbed. Broad marble stairs rose in slow tiers, each ascent measured and ceremonial, forcing each step to acknowledge the height gained. Walls thickened. Light softened through crystal insets along the upper walls, stripped of brilliance. By the time the council chamber was reached, the city felt distant, reduced to something held below. The chamber crowned the ascent. Vaulted ceilings arched overhead, stone ribs locked together with impossible precision. Stained glass lined the upper walls, finer than any in Eldenport's churches. Not devotional, declarative. At its center was an oblong table of polished obsidian, black as the foundations below, reflecting the faces of those who sat around it. 7 exhausted elders gathered there now, wearing formal robes of deep blue with silver trim. Elder Castle spoke first. White hair cropped close to the skull, sharp eyes set in a face worn thin by command. He carried himself with the quiet authority of a man shaped by decades of military service, discipline so ingrained it no longer needed display. Let's begin with the drowned quarter. Captain Tormund? The guard captain stepped forward. Promoted after his predecessor was lost in a quagmire incident, he looked as though the post had aged him faster than the years had. Dark circles sagged beneath his eyes. He placed a leather folder on the table. 3 sinkholes in 48 hours, Tormund said. His voice stayed level. Tanner's Row, 12 dead, 23 injured. Fisherman's Wharf, no casualties, but 30% of the docking capacity is gone. Salvage Street, we recovered 2 bodies. He hesitated, then continued. The third was heard screaming for nearly an hour. Then it stopped. He flipped a page. Castle folded his hands on the table. Captain, stick to what you can prove. Tormund swallowed. Prove? The word came out sharp. The sinkholes are spreading. The sounds are getting louder. Things are gathering in the quagmire. People are dying while we argue over whether it fits precedent. Breslin snorted. Precedent exists for a reason. So do warning signs, Tormund shot back. We've already ignored them, to our loss. 3 watch posts vanished beneath us, and we told ourselves it was the weather. Yana's rings clicked softly. You're suggesting a cause beyond erosion? I'm suggesting there's something below us. Silence. Thicker this time. Castle's gaze never left Tormund. Doing what? It's a pattern, Tormund said. The sound doesn't wander. Breslin pushed back in his chair. Old tunnels, empty space. You hear echoes and your mind fills in the rest. Then send engineers, Tormund said. Let someone look. Castle nodded once. We will. Relief flashed across Tormund's face. Didn't last. After we've addressed the quagmire perimeter, Castle continued, we can't pull forces from the gates. Tormund waited for a reaction from the others. Anything. The matter of the quagmire, Tormund continued. There are husks. Dead people. They're moving in groups. Large clusters gathering along the marsh edge. Always a little closer each week. Routes used last month are no longer passable. 2 patrols went in. Neither came back. Elder Maris waved her hand away. How many? It's hard to say. Possibly hundreds. The fog never lifts. Whatever's out there stays hidden in it. The spiral gathers them, Maris replied lightly, like debris in a current. This isn't driftwood, Tormund said sarcastically. They're organized. We've all seen it. Or, Elder Breslin said carefully, you're seeing patterns where none exist. Tormund's jaw clenched. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, Captain, Breslin said. You're describing symptoms. What's the actual threat? You felt the tremor 2 nights ago, Tormund said. Silence. Elder Maris frowned. That is unusual. Castle folded his hands. Let me offer perspective, Captain. The city is experiencing seismic instability. The quagmire expands seasonally. Corrupted creatures have always gathered where the spiral is strong. Sinkholes in the quarter. Nothing new. It's built on sinking ground. A coordinated threat across multiple provinces would be unprecedented, and this council cannot act on that assumption. The precedent is in your archives, Tormund said. The foundation of the Crucible is your precedent. Elder Maris shook her head. Fairy tales. Enough, Castle said, his hand lifting toward the window. We've already lost merchant families to panic. Half the market district sits empty because rumors spread faster than facts. He met Tormund's eyes. A public declaration makes it worse. Evacuation means collapse. No gods, no governance, no defense. We hold order with who remains, or we lose the city, whether the threat is real or not. Elder Yana spoke quietly. But if the captain is right, then we act when the threat is undeniable, not before.
They're already leaving, Tormund said.
We will not sacrifice the city to fear. Tormund stared at him, eyes glaring. You're asking me to wait until it's too late. Your duty is to prevent panic, Castle said. Mine is to decide when it can no longer be prevented. Elder Myris shifted in her seat, her expression tightening, but said nothing. Castle looked around the table. Is there anything else? Elder Thylin spoke without hesitation. The half-drow in the drowned quarter, Uzaya. Castle turned to her. Explain. He came to the crucible seeking entry, Thylin said. He used a Veilguard pendant as leverage. Fourth Age construction. Active bonding was verified. I examined it and returned it to him. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. You returned an active Veilguard artifact? Elder Breslin asked. He is the bonded bearer, Thylin said. Severing that bond would have been dangerous. She turned to Tormund. Captain, where was this man during the incidents? Tormund flipped through his folder. Witnesses place him near Tanner's Row the day before the sinkhole. He was seen at Fisherman's Wharf the morning of the collapse. Circumstantial, Elder Myris said. Proximity alone is circumstantial, Thylin replied. But combined with an active Veilguard artifact, it cannot be dismissed. If the pendant is awake and the ground fails in his wake, the connection cannot be ignored. Cause or catalyst, I cannot say. Castle folded his hands. Possession of a Veilguard artifact without council authorization is illegal. He has no standing authorization, Thylin said. Then we bring him in for questioning. Carefully. Bonded artifacts defend their bearers. Containment must reflect that. Silence. The quarter calls him the Mistwalker, Tormund added. Superstition, Maris muttered. Castle studied Thylin. Your assessment. Is he a threat to the city? Thylin paused. The pendant accepted him. It's active. Such things only activate when something has failed. Balance. When something must change. Or be stopped, Castle said. Thylin inclined her head. Possibly. Captain Tormund will have authorization to summon the Ordained. They will take him into custody and bring in here. The room went quiet. If the artifact proves dangerous, they are best equipped to deal with the situation. Castle met Tormund's eyes. Preferably alive, but the city's safety takes precedence. Tormund stopped at the end of the table. We sent word to the Arcanum 2 days ago for support at the wall. No answer. Castle didn't look up. He folded the parchment before him. We cannot compel them, so we plan around what we command. Several elders shifted uncomfortably. Then we are done. Chairs scraped back. Elders rose, voices already dropping as they turned away to other matters. Taxes, shipping delays, personal disputes that could be endlessly argued. Tormund gathered his things, but did not leave with the others. Elder Myris lingered as well, crossing to him as the chamber emptied. Off the record, she said quietly. I believe you, but panic destroys cities as surely as an invasion. We just need more time. We may not have it, Tormund said. Myris glanced toward the empty space where Castle had sat at the head of the table. Some truths cannot be acknowledged until they can be contained, she said. That is the shape of power. It does not change because it should. She touched his arm briefly, then turned away. Tormund remained a moment longer, looking at the empty chairs. Chapter 25. The Judgment. Part 1. The Notice. The drowned quarter woke under low, colorless skies. The smell of sewage and rot hung in the air. It had rained all night. The low district was flooded yet again. The street lay ankle-deep in places, reflecting nothing. A fish merchant cursed as he cleared his stall, lifting trays onto 2 soot-stained bricks that never left the stoop. An old woman sat outside her door, skirt gathered in her lap, waiting for the water to recede enough to cross. No one spoke much. The usual morning banter was gone. Most stayed inside. Those who didn't kept their heads down, hands busy, as if finishing quickly mattered. A sound moved through the district. A low, wet slurping that went on too long, then stopped all at once. The ground shuddered. Those few who had ventured out into the flooded streets stopped what they were doing. Someone swore under their breath. No one asked what it was. At the fishmonger's stall, 2 women spoke in low voices. "Did you hear? Janssen's place went down last night. Ground just gave way. Whole family." "I heard. They're saying it wasn't natural." "You think it's the Mist Walker?" the first said quietly. "He was here yesterday, walking through like he belonged." "What do you think happened to Abe?" Neither of them finished the thought. They didn't need to. Not far from Abe's shop in the upper quarter, a city guard nailed a notice to a message board as a small crowd began to gather. Someone stepped closer to it and read it aloud for the others. By order of the Elder Council, information sought regarding Uzaya, half-breed resident of the drowned quarter. 50 gold for information. 100 if detained and brought to the city guard. The crowd shifted, impressed with the reward. "I've seen him," someone said. "Then say something," another muttered. The guard was already gone by the time the murmurs died down. The notice stayed where it was, but it no longer mattered. People drifted off in different directions, taking the words with them. By afternoon, the city was talking. They came forward with stories, eager for coin. Rumors grew teeth. People who had never spoken to Uzaya suddenly knew where he lived, where he hid, what he planned to do. Most of it was lies, but some of it was true. Part 2. The Quagmire. The Quagmire frontier had been expanding steadily for years. But in the days since the tremor, the advance had accelerated. Ground that had been solid for generations gave way underfoot. What was farmland last season was bog now, fetid water pooling where crops had grown. In the evacuated villages, the air was thick with the scent of rot. The roads had already disappeared beneath pools of brackish water. Vines crept up door frames and window shutters, and pale fungus filmed the lower walls. The Quagmire had claimed these places for its own. Beyond the gates of Valros, miles from the city walls, the guard had established a perimeter along the abandoned farm roads where the northern fields gave way to marsh. Empty cottages stood open to the wind. Fences sagged. Round-the-clock patrols kept watch on the mist rolling in from the Quagmire. Humanoid forms walked with the echo of remembered motion. The dead, reanimated by spiral corruption bleeding up from the Quagmire's depths. Other things moved as well. Things that didn't hold a shape long enough to describe. A patrol of 4 guards stood at the northern checkpoint. One of them held a flask he shouldn't have been carrying. Another hadn't shaved in days. "Movement, 50 yards, the patrol leader said. The others turned. Shapes emerged from the fog. "How many?" 8. "No, 10, no." More kept coming. 12, 15, 20. They were closing the distance. "Pull back," one guard whispered. There weren't nearly enough of them to face what was coming. They fell back, slowly, eyes fixed on the dead as they moved. The corpses advanced without haste, breath rasping through torn throats. They did not leave the fog. They kept to its edge, drifting with it as it rolled across the fields. A restless chatter moved within it. The dry rasp of insects rising and falling in uneven waves, wings ticking against reeds, small bodies skittering through wet grass. Shapes pressed against the mist and withdrew. Other things kept pace, shrouded just beyond sight. The figures did not advance. They gathered. More shapes took form behind them, a sallow fog drifting in their wake. By the time the patrol reached the gates to report, more than 100 stood at the edge of the Quagmire's new front, waiting. From Sarek's watchlog, Gates of Valros, Day 47. Noting changes in behavior. One of them stood at the edge of the zone for 6 hours today. Used to be Millbrook Garrison. I recognized his uniform. They buried him in it after the fever took him last winter. Didn't sway like the others, didn't shamble. Just stood there watching us, watch him. Something bigger is moving beyond the tree line, but I can't get a clear look. Dark against the fog. It paced the perimeter. Once. Jaren says I'm imagining it. 47 days staring at corpses will do that, he says. I hope he's right. As Uzaya crossed the mudflats toward Liesenhold, 4 solemn figures were already advancing through the flooded streets toward Abe's Curiosities. Black armor, layered and segmented. Reinforced leather over padded cloth, plates fitted close to the body. Their edges were trimmed in deep purple that caught the light like oil on water. The armor was battle-scarred, dented, scraped, scorched. Repaired, not replaced. Each wore a helm of blackened steel, featureless except for narrow slits to see. No mouths, no faces, nothing pretending to be human. At their chests, a purple insignia set directly into the plate. A simple key, broad-headed and blunt-toothed. The symbol was unmistakable. The Ordained. Drawn from the Unbroken. Bound by oath to the Church of the Celestial Heart. Sent only when fate had already decided. They carried no single discipline. Not warrior, not priest, not mage. Each discipline folded together, hardened by violence. Steel, spell, and sacrament made one. They walked with purpose, boots sinking into soaked earth without hesitation. The streets did not slow them. They moved as if the city had already yielded. People watched from doorways, shutters closed. The road opened ahead of them without a word spoken. No one tried to stop them. The Ordained were not sent to question. They were sent when the realm required it. The figure at the fore stopped at the door at Abe's Curiosities. Taller than the rest, broader through the shoulders, the leader stood utterly still. He was a fixed point the others oriented themselves around tactically without thinking. Each part of the same body. Warden Thorn tested the door. Locked. He nodded to Osric, the shortest of the cadre at a mere 6 feet, broad-shouldered, carrying a maul. One strike, the door splintered. They entered. Cold hearth, empty counter. The plate sat on the table where Abe had left it, geometric patterns shifting subtly. Warden Thorn paused. Ancient construction. Artifact. Take it. He pointed toward the lattice piece. As Brother Kale wrapped the plate in cloth and placed it in his satchel, the others were already searching. One went up the narrow stairs to the 2nd floor. Another checked the back room. They worked through the shop with practiced precision, leaving nothing untouched. Thorn returned his attention to the counter. Empty. He stepped back outside. A crowd had gathered at the corners. His gaze passed over them and did not linger. The half-drow was still at large, but they had found something the elders would want to see. "Back to the crucible," he commanded. The crowd drew back as they passed. The street emptied behind them. Chapter 26. The Hunted. Uzaya moved through the quarter like a ghost, keeping to the alleys and back streets, less known paths he discovered over time. The least visible routes through the busy thoroughfares were already second nature to him. Now, it paid off. He couldn't hide in the quarter. Too many eyes. Too many people who'd sell him out for a coin. But where? The thought came suddenly. Vandrian's tower. The mage had bought the stone he'd found days ago. Vandrian would understand if he was being hunted, might even offer his help. A room in the tower, remote, warded, protected. The idea brought a small measure of ease. He traveled slowly, keeping to the shadows, waiting for the crowds to thin before moving through. Morning turned to afternoon. By dusk, he had reached the road leading to the Silver Spire. The Silver Spire stood seamless, drawn into form rather than built, pulled upward from the cliff itself. No joints broke the surface, no tool marks. Smooth planes and subtle curves defined it. As he crossed the cliffside stair, the damage was impossible to miss. A massive hole gaped in the second floor, the wall torn away and lying in shattered pieces below. Above it, the ceiling had collapsed inward, leaving the room open to the air. A crude wooden barricade had been erected across the entrance, heavy planks braced in a rough frame and anchored into the surrounding stone with iron brackets. An official notice had been nailed to the wood. By order of the Crucible. Entry forbidden. The door itself was intact. Above it, the second floor was a ruin. Uzaya stared. A sinking certainty settled in him. Vandrian was gone. The spire was not. The barricaded door did not budge, but the open wall in the second floor offered another way in. Uzaya circled below the damage, retrieved the hook from his pack, and cast it upward. It caught on the first try, wedged between the exposed floor edge and a broken section of the outer wall. He tested the line. It held. He climbed the rope, boots braced against the seamless stone as he worked himself upward. Sheer effort drove him higher until his hand closed over the edge. He hauled his weight up and rolled into what remained of the bedroom. The bed lay crushed beneath stone and timber. Thick strands of something clung to the frame and trailed up the wall, dried and translucent, rope thick. Webbing. No blood. He moved through the tower with care, room by room, floor by floor. Downstairs, Vandrian's artifact vault had been torn apart. Display cases lay shattered. The containment markings had been scraped away. Whatever Vandrian had collected was gone. The tower was empty. Uzaya found a room on the second floor, opposite the ruined bedroom. A study. Shelves lined the walls. A desk and leather chair worn smooth at the arms. A window faced the spire's approach and the sea beyond. He took out his pipe and a pinch of pipe leaf, packed the bowl, lit it. The ritual was comforting. Smoke drifted toward the open window as he settled into the chair. He let himself relax, just a little. The sun was quickly setting. Evening settled over Eldenport. Fog rolled in from the coast, as it always did, softening the edges of sound. Uzaya stood at the study window. Beyond the forecourt, the stone fell sharply to the rocks and water below. Waves struck the cliff face, casting foam into the air. Far to the east, Gate Isle stood across the water, dim but unmistakable. To his right, a grand view of the Drowned Quarter curved inward along the shore. Windows glimmered. Thin strands of smoke rose from chimneys and cook fires, drifting and dissolving into the air. Life continued, as it does. The fog thickened outside the spire. Wind whistled past the window. Smoke from his pipe drifted toward the opening, thinning as it curled along the glass before vanishing into the night. When he was finished, Uzaya tamped the pipe, slipped it back into his cloak, and closed his eyes. The room settled. His breathing slowed, the tension easing from his shoulders as the edge of sleep began to take him. He heard it. Schluck, schluck, schluck. Uzaya's gut tightened. He scanned the grounds, the cliff stairs below. At the edge of his vision, a shadow moved in the darkness. Something huge. He leaned into the window, peering into the fog. A shape formed. Too tall, moving with an inhuman rhythm. Then another, and another behind it. The wind parted the fog for a heartbeat. 10 feet tall at least. Green-black skin, slick with slime. Thick tentacles slid across the cobblestones, hauling the swollen body forward with slow, deliberate purpose. Each movement came with that sound again. Schluck. What should have been a face was consumed by a single rounded eye. A thin green beam flickered from its center, sweeping the ground as it advanced. Uzaya pulled back from the window, heart hammering. A sentinel. He looked out again. They were nearly to the door. One of them stopped. The beam lifted, climbed the wall, reached the window. It lingered there. It knew he was here. Uzaya moved fast. Out of the study, down the corridor, toward Vandrian's bedroom. Below him, the barricade splintered. Something struck the stone door. Not once, repeatedly. The impact traveled through the spire. A dull force felt through the floorboards as the door shuddered in its frame. Then the stone gave. A grinding report echoed up the stairwell as the door tore free and fell inward, smashing into the front room below. The wet sounds changed, no longer muffled, slapping against stone, dragging upward through the stairwell and halls. The ruined bedroom was just ahead. He reached it and looked out through the gaping breach in the wall. 20 feet down, maybe more. Movement below. Uzaya turned. A sentinel was slithering up the stairs, its mass rearranging to the shape of the incline as it rose. The eye fixed on him. Tentacles reached forward. Uzaya spoke a word, backwards, the syllables folding in on themselves. His left hand closed, then opened, palm up. Fingers spread. Kethzara Vow. Darkness snapped into being around it. A globe of black liquid held in the air, the consistency of slime or ooze, smooth and cohesive, sagging against its own weight without falling. It enveloped the sentinel, struggling within as the dark conformed around it, flowing around its mass. Tentacles pressed forward, pushing against the surface. Thick bulges stretched outward, then slid back into place, leaving the globe unchanged. A wet, muffled sound leaked through, strained and wrong. Inside, the air would be thick, each breath hard-fought. The sentinel slowed, caught up in the tar-like substance. Uzaya didn't wait to see what happened. He ran to the breach and jumped. He hit the ground and felt something tear in his shoulder. For a moment he lay there gasping, teeth clenched in pain, his arm refusing to answer. He forced himself up. The front area lay open before him. Broken stone, scattered debris, nowhere to hide. The cliff stairs waited beyond. He glanced toward the front door. A sentinel was pressing its bulk back out through the shattered doorway, its body reshaping to the breach, tentacles dragging through debris as the eye fixed on him. The horror in the stairwell had passed through, and now loomed at the jagged opening above. As it steadied itself, Uzaya saw the eye begin to glow. He was moving before the light fully formed. He crossed the open ground at a sprint, his injured shoulder flaring with every stride and dragging his balance offline. Behind him, the sound kept coming. Shluk, shluk, shluk. He hit the cliff stairs going much too fast as the path fell away beneath his boots. There was only one place left he could go. The Crucible. Uzaya ran through fog-cloaked streets, taking the steep servants' stairs that cut through Merchant's Rise, a route he'd mapped months ago for exactly this kind of flight. The wet adhesion of the tentacles echoed behind him, hidden in the fog. One street over, right around the corner. The sound cut through everything. The stairs burned through his legs, but his Veilguard blood carried him upward through the pain. The sentinels followed, just out of sight. When the Crucible finally emerged through the mist, Uzaya spied the guards standing watch. As he closed the distance, his legs grew heavier, each step more difficult. A faint subsonic drone became apparent. The Crucible wards were in effect. 50 feet. 30. Uzaya risked a glance back. He saw one of the sentinels looming in the middle of the street, several blocks back along his path. Its form was nearly lost in the fog. Then his blood went cold. Something pricked at his mind. Uzaya snapped his gaze back and ran toward the guards. "Hey!" Uzaya shouted, waving his arm. Even at a distance, his skin gave him away. Weapons came up at once. "That's him," one of them said. "The half-drow." Uzaya didn't slow. They stepped into his path and grabbed him, hands closing hard around his arms. "I'm turning myself in," Uzaya said, absorbing a stiff blow from one of them. The guard who struck him looked him over, then grinned. Another laughed. "I'll take that bounty." They tightened their grip. Uzaya turned his head to look back the way he'd come. They were gone. The guards took him in through the Crucible vault's side gates, past walls that had never known daylight. "The elders will want to question this one personally," the captain said. "Lock him up. We'll send word." They led Uzaya down a long hall of polished stone. Voices and footsteps carried in clipped echoes as guards moved about their business, passing by without comment. At the far end, stairs descended. They took him down into the lower level, where the air turned cold. The steady glow of magic light gave way to hooded lanterns, then to wall-mounted torches guttering against rough stone. At the end of the passage, the cells waited on either side. Plain, iron-barred, worn by generations of use. They shoved Uzaya inside one of them and slammed the door. The lock closed with a loud clunk. Footsteps faded up the stairs. Silence followed. The cell was small, walls close enough to touch with both hands, ceiling brushing hair. The bare floor bled warmth from his feet. A single wooden bench was bolted along one side. The place carried the weight of those who had been here before him, waiting, afraid, drained. Uzaya sat on the bench. Water flask, a few coins, even his dagger, all taken. Null tone. The guard who had grabbed it flinched as if burned, the cold biting through his grip. "Wrap it," the captain said at once. "No bare hands." The blade vanished into cloth and iron, carried off without ceremony. The pendant still hung at Uzaya's neck. The guards didn't notice it, or didn't care. Small blessings. Uzaya sat in the dark. Hours passed. Eventually, footsteps approached. Multiple people, torchlight growing brighter. The cell door opened. Guards, 4 of them, and someone else standing at their center. Elder Castle. Sharp eyes, authority radiated from him. "Come with me." The guards hauled Uzaya to his feet and led him from the cell, up the stairs and along faceless corridors that curved and widened as they went. The passage opened at last into a large circular chamber where the Elder Council met, but no other elders were present. Uzaya was seated at the center, hands bound behind him. Guards lined the walls, with 2 posted at the doors, watchful and silent. Castle was studying him. "Uzaya," he said finally. "Half-drow, resident of the Drowned Quarter. Present at every major incident I'm aware of. Associated with recent missing persons. In possession of forbidden Veilguard artifacts." The lattice scale rested on the table between them. Castle reached toward the scale. His hand slowed as it neared the surface, stopping short of contact. The patterns shifted. Not moving exactly, adjusting. The geometry reconfigured where his shadow crossed it, lines slipping into new alignments that had not been there a moment before. He withdrew his hand. His expression remained composed, but the pause lingered a fraction longer than necessary. Then his gaze lifted to Uzaya's chest, where the pendant hung. Castle did not step closer. He looked at Uzaya. "Explain." "I came to Eldenport to see what's happening here," Uzaya said. Castle's gaze stayed on the lattice piece. "To see what's happening," he said. "Back collecting forbidden artifacts?" "They were Abe's, a scavenger. The one who is now missing," Castle cut in. "He went to Liesenhold," Uzaya said. "I found him petrified." Castle's expression didn't change. "The Medusa," he said flatly, "in Liesenhold." The way he said it made the claim sound impossible. Uzaya held his gaze. "People die there, believing it isn't." Castle's eyes narrowed a fraction. "You expect me to accept that?" he said. "You were caught concealing illegal Veilguard relics." Uzaya didn't argue. "The relics weren't hidden," he said. "They were where they belonged." Castle raised his hand. "What I hear," he continued, "is a half-breed with illegal relics, suspected of murder, followed by chaos and disaster everywhere he goes." Castle's eyes met Uzaya's. "You are the constant." He stood. The guards jerked to attention. "Given the severity of the accusations and the evidence," Cassell said, "the sentence will be carried out swiftly." He turned to leave. Uzaya lifted his head. "What sentence?" Castle paused. "Not long enough to reconsider. Just long enough to be precise. The kind that prevents further risk," he said without turning. He flicked his hand toward the guards. "Take him." The guards closed in, hands clamping hard around Uzaya's arms. He let them. The pendant remained against his chest. They hadn't taken it, couldn't take it, or wouldn't. That meant something. "Constant watch," Castle instructed, then added, "the dampening cells, They dragged him through the corridors, down the stairs, to the prison cells, and kept going. Deeper still into older stone, through passages half ruined and never fully reclaimed, to a row of cells that hummed faintly with blackstone. This was not part of the prison proper. No ledgers marked what happened here. They shoved him inside. No windows. One slab to rest on. A bucket. Absolute dark. The door slammed shut. The lock closed with a heavy metallic clack. One of the guards paused. "Good luck getting out of this one, Split Blood," a smirk in his voice. "Dawns when they execute traitors." Footsteps receded. Silence. In the dark, Uzaya sat unmoving. He was alone, but the pendant's weight was constant. He felt the presence of the fleshy eye. Castle believed the problem was buried. Uzaya closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. To listen, he let the noise fall away. Chapter 27. The Convergence. Part 1. The Herald. Orlan stood on the cliff, looking out over the water at the ancient arch embedded in the rock below. Tenbrick's Gate, dark and still against the restless sea. They call him a Watcher. He inherited the job from his father. His grandfather had held it, his great-grandfather before that. 7 generations standing watch, tending the gate once commanded by something far greater than them. The Watcher had never seen the gate show any sign of life, nor had anyone before him. The surface began to churn. Concentric rings formed, spun up, dissolved, then formed again. Before long, the arch held a spiral vortex of opaque patterns, swirling mist, and shadowed shapes. The shimmer at the gate's heart thickened before Orlan's eyes, bulging outward as if something leaned against it from beyond. Then a figure stepped through. Orlan's breath caught. A surveyor. No one else could have crossed a forming gate and lived. He stood the height of 3 men. His body was massively built, all deliberate proportion and heavy muscle. His skin was near black, resolving to deep blue where light meets it, smooth and hairless, without seam or flaw. Dark robes hung from him in heavy folds, sleeveless and open at the chest, bound at the waist. Where eyes should have been, burned a fierce blue radiance. Not light reflected, but light contained. For a moment, the figure stood utterly still, the air around him charged with electricity. Then he turned his head toward Orlan, lingering for a heartbeat. Orlan tried to move. Couldn't. Time slowed around him. A crushing weight pressed down on him. He tried to run, but his legs were anchored in place. One hand strained toward his sword, inching forward with agonizing slowness. His breath came after he remembered to take it. The world dulled, distant, and muted, sealed off from him. The 2 guards were motionless. One stood with his mouth half open. The other held a crossbow half raised. Below them, the surveyor moved through the surf. He glided through the water toward the shore, black robes trailing, blue radiance gathered around its hands. When it reached the beachhead, it turned toward the gate and traced the outline of the arch in the air. Blue light followed the motion, hanging for a breath before fading. Then it moved along the beach, pausing at measured intervals before moving on again. At the farthest point, it halted and turned its head toward Eldenport. The dark sprawl of the city stretched along the coast beyond the cliffs. A faint blue current passed across the smooth plane of its face, tightening as if drawing something distant into alignment. It held there, motionless. At last it turned back to the gate. Within the arch, the air folded and began to spiral, reforming in slow, deliberate motion. The surveyor lifted its arms, palms open, as though offering itself to the space before it. It stepped forward. The shimmer closed around its form. For an instant, a blue current flared along the curve of the arch. Then it was gone. The wind stilled. Orlan dropped to one knee as the weight vanished all at once, movement returning as his breath came back in a ragged rush. His limbs shook, refusing him for a moment longer, as if they hadn't yet received the order to obey.
What was that?
One of the guards managed, bent forward, breathing hard. Orlan drew a small ink vial and quill from his coat and began to write. He folded the parchment, sealed it, and handed it to the guard. "Take this to the Crucible Vault," he said. "Alert the Elder Council. Now." The boat pushed off from the rocks below, oars biting into the water as it turned toward Eldenport. Orlan watched it shrink against the gray swell until it was no more than a moving shadow on the surface. He turned back to the gate. It stood still again. But the hum had not stopped. Part 2. Caer Thalor. The council chamber in Caer Thalor was built for comfort, not crisis. 12 counselors sat around a massive table of darkened elm, its surface worn smooth by centuries of debate. Their robes were cut from heavy cloth, dyed in deep crimsons, indigos, and forest greens. The hems worked with metallic thread that caught the light as they shifted. Rings gleamed on soft hands. Signet chains rested against embroidered collars. The markings they wore were not symbols of service, but of possession. They did not govern Tharn Eskar as a whole. Each spoke for a territory, a route, a ledger of obligations that extended beyond the chamber. Beneath that lay family interests and old promises. The counselors wore those claims the way a queen wears her jewelry. Counselor Vess was the exception. He held no territory and carried no ledger. He sat on this council and on Eldenport's Elder Council, appointed to each for his knowledge of the Veilguard. When questions of resonance arose, they called on him. When votes were cast, they did not. Servants moved silently between them, refilling wine goblets, placing platters of roasted quail and honeyed figs within easy reach. Incense burned in ornate braziers, masking the smell of sweat that had begun to linger in the room over the past week. No one spoke of it directly. The missing servants, the guards sent to outer posts who had not returned, the growing emptiness in the halls. Instead, the counselors ate, drank, and debated minor allocations, lingering over details that did not matter. The chamber remained immaculate. Beyond its walls, the city was coming apart. Counselor Baltus stood at the head of the table, reviewing reports without his usual composure. He had occupied that place long enough that the room normally bent around him. Today, his gray hair lay out of order. His silken robe, worth more than a common household earned in a year, was darkened with perspiration. The parchments before him multiplied as he read. Notices, reports, requests that did not stop coming. All bad news, with no answers. Counselor Mara sat 3 seats down, draped in violet silks, hands folded on the table's edge. Soft-spoken by habit, deadly by connection. Her family's web of alliances stretched from Caer Thalor to the coastal cities. Her plate held untouched pastries. She sipped wine from a silver chalice, saying little, but her eyes saw everything. Counselor Thrace filled his seat at the table, broad and red-faced. He was more interested in his roasted duck than the discussion. Thrace had come by his seat with coin, not lineage, and distrusted scholars on principle, especially those who forgot who paid them. At the far end of the table sat Counselor Vess, eldest of them by 2 decades, thin as parchment, white hair hanging past his shoulders. His face was lined with the marks of long hours spent squinting at ancient texts in poor light, but his eyes were bright, warm even. Many considered him the greatest historian in Tharn Eskar. His Histories of the Realms was widely read, prized by scholars and, more impressively, by the people across the realm. In outlying towns, a single copy might serve an entire village, but few at this table cared what his histories said. Item 1, Baltus said, tension edging his voice. Tenbrick's gate is active. The Watcher reports unusual activity. Thrace shifted his weight, chewing as he spoke. Define unusual. A figure emerged, did not engage, assessed the coastline around the gate, then returned through it. Silence. A scout, Vess said quietly from the far end. More likely, a surveyor. What's a surveyor? Mara asked, her soft voice strained with tension. Someone who prepares the way, Vess said slowly. The gates were only used for one thing. He set his hands flat on the table. And that's invasion. His words hung in the air. Baltus turned to the next parchment. He cleared his throat. Item 2, Eldenport. Multiple sinkholes reported. Frequent quakes. Some public concern. The markets are experiencing a downturn. Commerce has been affected. He paused. Additionally, there does seem to be undead of some sort, observed near the quagmire, even reported near the gates of Valros. Numbers vary. Harmless. Just standing there. A faint sigh escaped him, more weary than troubled. Nevertheless, the people are concerned. Thrace stopped eating. The undead are nothing new. Baltus nodded wearily, continuing to read. Many citizens have attempted to flee by sea, afraid to travel north. The docks are reaching capacity. Let them flee, Mara interjected, sipping her wine. Eldenport has always been unstable. It's built on swamp and ruin. Item 3, Baltus's voice dropped. The northern mountain gate. Everyone looked up. The gate stood only hours from where they sat. What about it? Thrace demanded. It's spinning. Vess stood slowly. Show me the report. He read, his weathered face going pale. When did this start? 2 days ago, Baltus said. A low vibration accompanies it. Vess looked around the table. You have to understand what this means. Tenbrick's gate is active. The mountain gate may be activating. These are part of the same ancient network. So? Mara asked, leaning back in her chair. So this is coordinated. Vess's voice rose. 3 gates. 3 points of entry. Caer Thalor, Eldenport, and wherever the third one is. You're speculating, Thrace said dismissively. Why 3? I'm reading history. Vess's hand came down on the report. There is another gate. We just don't know where. The gate network was built for instantaneous troop deployment across the realm, even into the sunless realm below. If multiple gates activate simultaneously, it can only mean one thing. Thrace scoffed, pushing his plate away. The Drow civilization has been dead for 3,000 years. Even if any still survive, they're not invading anything. Then explain the gates, Vess said, managing a half-smile. Natural reactivation. Ley line fluctuations. Thrace waved dismissively. We'll commission a study. There's no time for studies. Vest turned to Baltus. You must mobilize the Royal Guard. Summon the Arcane Legion. Baltus hesitated, looking around the table at the other counselors. Now is not the time for panic. By the time you act, Vest said, his voice hardening, they'll be through the gates. Counselor Vest, Baltus said carefully, exhaustion thinning his voice. We appreciate your historical perspective, but we must follow proper procedure. A vote will be called tomorrow to determine our response. Tomorrow? Vest stared. You felt the tremor last night. Everyone in this city felt it. And you want to wait until tomorrow? We will respond appropriately, Baltus repeated. His hands trembled slightly as he gathered his papers. Vest looked around the table. Mara sipped her wine. Thrace picked at his duck. No one met his eyes. Then I'm done here, Vest said quietly. He gathered his notes and walked to the door. Counselor Vest, Baltus called after him. Where are you going? To the archives, to learn what's coming. He paused at the threshold. Since no one here is, the door closed behind him. The council sat in silence. Finally, Thrace spoke. He's always been dramatic. Murmurs of agreement rippled around the table. Baltus moved to the next item on the agenda and began to read. Later, deep in the archives of Caer Thalor, the council's arguments felt far away. Candlelight marked points between towering shelves, dust drifting through the still air. Stone and age pressed in from all sides. This was a place built to preserve what others forgot. Vest pulled ancient texts from their shelves, brittle parchments depicting the gate networks of Tharn Eskar, theorizing likely locations for Veilguard infrastructure after the Sundering. He spread them across the table and studied each by candlelight. 3 gates were marked on the ancient schematics. Vest traced them in sequence, aligning old ink with the new reports. Tenbrick's Gate lay along the southwestern coast, active. The northern mountain gate near Caer Thalor, showing signs of activation. The shattered one was marked near Holford in the north. Together, their positions formed a triangle across Tharn Eskar. Part 3. At the gates of Valros. Captain Sarek stood on the wall as dawn broke over the quagmire. Another watch had ended without relief. He had been there for 3 days, barely slept. The horde had been gathering since the tremors began. Now hundreds of them stood scattered in the mist along the frontier, swaying, twitching. Some didn't move at all. Behind the horde, deeper in the fog, larger shapes moved. Sarek raised the spyglass, narrowing his view until motion separated from mist. A spindled silhouette breaking the haze as Sarek held the glass steady. Too many limbs showed before the rest of it was visible. 8 legs, a shell-plated body the size of a mule, twitching tendrils where a face should have been, probing the air. Sarek knew it then. A crawler. Burrowing things, meant for the deep, rarely seen on the surface and never in daylight. Commander Torvin stepped up beside him on the rampart. He was thick through the chest, a hand shorter than Sarek, beard iron gray and cut close, dark curls brushing his shoulders. His armor was serviceable plate, the city's crest nearly polished smooth. Straps had been replaced with mismatched leather. He settled his weight into the parapet and let the stone hold him. He didn't ask what Sarek was seeing. He looked for himself. Still growing, I see, Torvin concluded after a moment. Sarek nodded. More every hour. Then the ground shook. A crack. audible even from the walls. Sarek held the spyglass steady as the swamp floor sagged, mud sliding downward, water pulling inward with it. The edges were all he could make out as the ground gave way. The sinkholes were multiplying. At the edge of the hole, something pale took shape. Through the glass, Sarek caught flashes of gray-white hide, uneven, hunched, and muscular. When the blur resolved, eyes bulged from its shoulders and neck, dozens packed into waxy flesh where muscle should have been, slick and unblinking. The face drifted in and out of clarity, shallow and unfinished. Nothing there but the clustered eyes. It crouched at the sinkhole's edge. "What is that?" a guard whispered. "Pale horror," Sarek said. "Creatures that open the earth." He kept the spyglass trained on it. They appear in the records during the siege of Grimhollow, 3 centuries ago. Another crack. A second one, less than 200 yards from the first. "They're making the sinkholes?" someone asked. Then the gas came. Yellow-green vapor seeped from the fresh holes and settled into the low ground, pooling instead of drifting. It only deepened, spreading outward until the horde beneath it vanished from sight. The stench followed moments later. Sulfur, rot, and something else that burned the back of Sarek's throat even from the wall. Along the lower works, men shouted and pulled cloth over their faces as the fog expanded. Sarek watched the garrisons at ground level in front of the gates. One man staggered back from the mist, another dropped where he stood. A third tried to haul in clear and failed. The gas kept coming, swallowing boots, knees, then torsos. A soldier fell hard. No screen, no warning. Convulsions took him, foam at his mouth, his skin already graying as the others dragged him clear. "Get the healer!" someone shouted from below. Sarek lowered the glass. He already knew. Dead before they reached the steps. Toxic vapor bled up from the fresh sinkholes and spread across the gate yard at the edge of the quagmire. Grass blackened where it touched. Water filmed over and darkened. Along the base of the walls, the gas pooled, forcing the last of the troops to retreat. Within the choking shroud, the horde stood untouched. "Look," Sarek said, pointing with the spyglass. More shapes emerged from the pit. Inhuman, unnatural, clawed. They joined the horde. "We can't reach them through that," Sarek said, pointing over the toxic fog. "They don't need us to," said Torvin, eyes fixed on the horizon. "They're changing the terrain. When they're done..." He didn't finish. Everyone knew the walls wouldn't matter anymore. In the plaza, the Veilguard twins stood silent. "Why aren't they waking?" a sentry asked, voice thin. "The horde's right there." "They will," another said. Not certain. Hopeful. From his position on the wall, Torvin kept looking back to the stone guardians standing below, scanning for any sign of movement. Nothing. A messenger pushed through to Sarek's shoulder. Runner came back from the ordained compound. Sarek kept his eyes on the fog. And? No one's there. Guard said they heard horses before dawn. Along the wall, men shifted their weight and checked their strings again. Sarek said nothing. He lifted the glass and looked north into the gas thickening over the lower ground, at the shapes moving within it. Torvin turned to his officer, his weathered face grim. "Message the Elder Council and Caer Thalor. Tell them it's time. We must have reinforcements." Sarek and Torvin remained on the wall, the horde massed on the horizon. Neither spoke. The Veilguard twins, inert. The gates of Valros looked smaller beside the horde, and 600 men to hold it. Part 4. The Pirate's Prophet. The docks reeked of desperation, salty air thick with the stink of bodies pressed together. The eastward docks were choked with hundreds of souls, merchants clutching lockboxes, mothers dragging their children, nobles barking orders at their servants. Desperation thickened the press. Fear rode it. Travel north was impossible. Beyond the gates of Valros waited the horde. The only escape was by sea, and there weren't enough boats. Fleet Master Roderick Vane stood on the deck of his flagship, the Iron Kraken, watching the crowd surge and break against the docks like a living tide. He was tall, spare to the bone, his face split by an old scar no one asked about twice. A black mustache and close beard framed a mouth that rarely bothered to smile. 5 hand-picked captains stood behind him, silent. He had earned their attention. This was too large a harvest for one knife. "I'll set the price," Vane said. 500 gold per head. No negotiation. One captain shifted, his left sleeve pinned neatly at the elbow. 500? Vane didn't look at him. "They'll pay, or they'll drown. Either way, we sail full." The captains dispersed. Those with money pressed forward. Merchants hauling ledges, nobles clutching jewelry boxes, traders gripping deeds and promissory notes. Coin decided position. City guards had tried to impose order, but the effort collapsed almost immediately. The crowd was too large, too frantic, too aware that every wasted moment narrowed their chances to escape. Those without coin were pushed back. No gold, no passage. Only the slow, crushing understanding that the ships would sail without them. A merchant stepped forward, middle-aged, soft hands, silk robes stained and torn. He offered everything he had: bolts of silk, crates of spices, exotic goods worth a small fortune. His servants were already unloading them at his feet. Vane's appraiser, a thin man with wire-framed spectacles, scanned the manifest. 300, maybe. "But my family." The merchant gestured behind him. His wife, 2 children. The youngest clutched a cloth doll, no more than 6. "There are 4 of us." "Then you're one short," Vane said. No malice, just arithmetic. "Choose." The merchant swallowed and looked up at him. "Please." Vane looked past him at the line stretching down the dock. Hundreds more pressed forward. Time was money. Money was passage. Passage was survival. "Hurry up, or lose your place," he said. The merchant bent, pulled his children close, whispered words meant only for them. Then he stepped back. "Take them." The youngest turned. "Papa?" "Go with your mother." She was pulled aboard. His wife followed, without looking back. The merchant stood alone as the crowd closed around him. "Next," Vane said. By midday, the pirate vessels were overloaded. Holds brimmed with gold, jewelry, and portable fortunes of every kind. Passengers were crammed below decks into spaces meant for cargo. The ship sat low in the water, heavy enough to make even seasoned sailors uneasy. Vane stood on the Iron Kraken's deck as they pushed off, watching the crowds still packed along the docks. His first mate approached, ledger in hand. "Best haul we've had in years, Captain." "Mark the harbor," Vane said. "We'll return once it settles." "If there's anything left," said the first mate. Vane smiled. Not cruel, just practical. "There's always something left." The fleet split as it cleared the harbor. 3 ships turned north toward Brinehand Cove. Lawless, pirate territory. The others bore south, carrying those who had paid enough to choose their destination. The docks remained crowded long after the sails vanished. The merchant who had bought passage for his family stood at the edge of the dock, watching the ships vanish into the coastal mist. At his feet lay his daughter's cloth doll, dropped and forgotten. He stared at it for a long time, but he didn't pick it up. When the tremor came, the dock shuddered. A woman screamed. There was splashing as people went into the water. The merchant did not turn. The ships were already beyond sight.
Chapter 28.
The Horde. The gates of Valros had stood for 3,000 years. Since the Sundering, when the Drow retreated underground and the Storm Kings claimed the surface, the gates had always prevailed. Armies had broken against them, sieges had failed before them, kingdoms had risen and fallen in their shadow, yet the gates remained. Every child grew up hearing it said without ceremony, "While the gates stand, the city's safe." Captain Sarek knew the saying, had sworn his oath standing before those gates, had walked the length of the wall 1,000 times. He stood there now, looking north toward the approach road, and told himself it was as it had always been. The gates would hold. They had to. Sarek looked out over the quagmire. He felt the tremor first, lasting through a full breath. After several heartbeats, another. Along the wall, several men turned north at the same time. For a moment it carried like thunder, the way a peal rolls across open ground. The steady rhythm broke that illusion quickly. "Captain," his sergeant said. His voice was tight. "North approach." Sarek looked. Beyond the quagmire's frontier, half lost in the toxic fog, something advanced. He saw straight lines where none should exist, a vertical mass moving through the haze, its upper edge swallowed by clouds. Like a wall set in motion. At first he took it for a siege tower, some vast engine rolling toward them on wheels. Then one section lifted free of the ground. A deep, concussive boom followed, distant and heavy. It faded completely before the next one arrived, leaving the air slack between them. The fog did not clear all at once. It thinned unevenly as the shape moved forward. A pallid mass rose above the yellow haze, its upper edge swallowed by it. No detail, only scale. As it advanced, the fog peeled away below. Two massive legs came into view, thick and misshapen, lifting and setting down in a slow, steady rhythm. Each step landed with a deep concussion. The ground trembled, even along the wall. Then the body came clear, gray-white, like flesh left too long in water. The surface did not hold still. It shifted, pressed outward. Shapes moved beneath it. Faces forced up from inside, mouths opening soundlessly. Hands pushed against the skin from within, stretching it thin before slipping back. Where a face should have been, there was nothing. No features, no eyes. Only pale flesh, roughly shaped, retaining just enough of a human outline to make the absence unmistakable. Sarek heard his men gasping along the wall, the sound running the length of the battlements. "Horns!" Sarek commanded. He cut 2 fingers toward the signal master. The response was immediate. After a brief scramble, the horner planted his feet and lifted the long bronze instrument from its cradle. The metal was thick cast and darkened unevenly, its surface bearing old casting seams, repairs hammered flat, and a web of hairline cracks where stress had settled and stayed. It had been kept ready, but never tested. He drew a deep breath. The war horn sounded above the battlements. It carried through fog and stone without rising or falling. Other horns took it up along the wall, the same warning reinforced, until it filled the city's streets and alleys. Just inside the gates, confusion took hold. People stopped where they stood. Others ran without knowing where. Most had never heard the warning before, but none of them mistook it. Along the wall, the archers went still. Bows lowered, hands slipped from strings, eyes fixed on the shape in the fog, and on what gathered beneath it. No one spoke for a long moment. "We can't fight that," someone said. Sarek wanted to argue, wanted to say the twins would stop it, but the words never came. Part 1. The Valric twins. They stood on either side of the gates, as much a part of the city as the foundations it was built on. Two immense stone constructs, so familiar they barely registered to those who passed beneath them. They were part of the city's shape, as enduring as its walls. Generations had been born, aged, and buried beneath their shadow, without ever seeing them move. They were spoken of the way one spoke of mountains, enduring, unquestioned. One held a sword, the other stood with fists clenched. Guardians of the gates, the last gift of the old empire. Today, they moved again. The vibration rattled the ground, a low grinding deep in the stone. Joints fused for decades, slowly turning. The crack of rock breaking free from centuries of stillness. Within the stone skin, something woke. Gears turned, locks released. Sculpted joints scraped as weight-bearing segments shifted. The left twin turned his head. It did not move quickly. The joint resisted. Centuries of stillness calcified into its seams. Fused grit and settled debris cracked apart, grain by grain, as the weight shifted. A low grinding filled the air, abrasive and disproportionate to the slight turn of the head. Flakes of weathered stone broke free and fell. Larger fragments followed, crumbling from the neck where mineral had fused plate to plate, falling in a steady spill of dust and rock. It continued. The sound did not ease. People had named him Blade, for the sword that defined him. Light bloomed in his eye sockets. Deep blue. Not on the surface, but from within, as if something long sealed had finally found its gaze. The right twin followed. Clutch, named for the weapon he lacked. Within his eye sockets, the same blue light burned. As they woke, birds burst from nests built high along their shoulders, scattering into the sky. Then Blade's hand tightened on the sword hilt, 30 feet of carved stone half buried in the earth. The ground resisted, then cracked around it. The sword rose, dirt and rubble spilling from around the blade and crashing down at its feet, dust billowing outward. Clutch flexed his hands. Stone fingers spread, then drew together again with a sound like breaking masonry. The twins were advancing. Each step drove force into the ground. The impacts carried through the wall itself. Watching the twins move, Sarek felt a surge of confidence he hadn't expected. They had stood outside these gates longer than any living memory. Longer than the city itself, if the stories were true. They were built to answer threats like this. The thought came easily. The twins would stop it. He turned to his sergeant. "Get the archers ready. When the crawlers close, we strike. Together." The order moved down the wall. The twins had placed themselves between the gates and the open ground beyond. Past them, the horde continued to emerge. Part 2. The Wall. Along the 100-foot battlements, 273 archers took their places. Most were city guards, men accustomed to routine patrols and quiet shifts on the wall. The militia stood among them as well, those who practiced with bow and blade when they could, never truly expecting to use them in earnest. A smaller number were veterans, men who knew what waited beyond the gate, and answered anyway. Hands checked bowstrings twice. Quivers were shifted, then shifted again. No one spoke. Sergeant Gavrin walked the line. Younger than most on the wall, but no one mistook him for Green. He'd drilled the company hard over the past week, crash training in volleys and coordinated fire. He knew who had steady hands and who would run when the creatures got close. The professional soldiers he didn't worry about. They'd seen combat. It was the shopkeepers and carpenters, standing shoulder to shoulder with his guardsmen, that concerned him. "Knock!" His voice carried across the wall. The archers reached for their quivers together, drew arrows, knocked them to strings. More details from the horde were visible now through the yellow mist. Hundreds of shapes moving at different speeds, some fast, some slow. The difference was, now they were coming. "We wait for Captain Sarek's signal," Gavrin shouted. "Volleys, coordinated. We don't waste arrows." He looked down at the approach road. The smaller things were spilling ahead of the Titan now, crawling out of the fog in a dense, low press. Insects, centipede forms, skittering shapes that hugged the ground and flowed around stones and debris, filling every gap as they moved. Larger creatures pushed through them. Shambling dead waded forward, legs half lost in the crawling mass. Serpentine forms slid over it without slowing. Winged things dipped low, touching down only long enough to vanish back into the mist. The ground itself seemed to be moving. It was more than he'd expected, more than the walls had ever faced. "Hold!" he called. The archers held, strings drawn, arms trembling from the tension. Gavrin watched, waiting for Sarek's signal. Part 3. The Plaza. Behind the gates, the inner plaza was packed with soldiers. 300 men, maybe more, guardsmen and volunteers alike. All faced the closed side portcullises flanking the main gate. Captain Sarek descended from the wall and crossed to where his horse waited. He mounted, not for ceremony, but so he could be seen. The plaza went quiet. "Men of Eldenport," he called. His voice carried, steady and practiced. "You know what comes. You can hear it. You can smell it." He let that sit. "The gates of Valros have never fallen. Not to siege, not to sorcery, not to any army that has marched against them." He turned in the saddle and pointed north toward the gate. "The Valric twins defend this city. They have stood longer than any of us have lived. They were made for what approaches now." Some of the men straightened. Not fearless, steadier. "If the gates fall, you hold the plaza. You hold until the twins break the horde. When they do, we drive what's left into the quagmire and end it there." He raised his sword once. "For Eldenport." He said it with grim conviction. "For Eldenport," the answer came back. Uneven at first, then again stronger. Sarek pulled the reins, bringing his horse around, and rode back toward the wall. The horde was 300 yards from the gates. Part 4. The Titan. The Titan advanced on the gates of Valros. It rose higher than the walls. Its pale flesh moved subtly as it walked, the surface never quite still. Shapes pressed outward from within, swelling briefly before sinking away again. It moved on two massive legs, each step unhurried. The ground answered each impact, stone carrying the force outward through the city's bones. Where a face should have been, the flesh remained smooth. The twins stepped forward to meet it. Blade raised its sword. Morning light slid across the old granite edge. Clutch set its stance, feet planted, shoulders squared toward the horde. Far ahead of the twins, a crawling layer of horror rolled over the terrain. Insectile bodies squirmed and clustered, pouring into sinkholes and shallow breaks, vanishing briefly before boiling up on the far side. Within that monstrous carpet, the dead moved. Shambling forms waded forward, legs half buried in seething insects, bodies lurching with each step. They did not hurry. They did not stop. When the horde met the line, Blade responded. Stone met rot with a force that shattered bodies. The fabled sword swept low, pulverizing the masses, crushing them all into the ground. For a moment, the advance buckled inward. The dead pressed forward into Blade's reach. The granite blades swept through them in devastating arcs, bodies bursting apart as it passed through them. Hundreds fell over long minutes, the approach road becoming a graveyard of crushed corpses and crawling things. For a moment, it seemed the Guardians would hold. The crawlers did not pass. They surged around Blade's feet, climbing over fallen bodies and stone alike. Insectile forms swarmed up its legs in rippling sheets, clinging to joints, spilling into seams, flowing wherever gaps allowed. They did not strike. They did not bite. They covered. Blade's sword struck the ground, the massive edge smashing through the writhing mass at its feet. Crawlers burst apart. The swarm recoiled, then closed again. The dead shambled past it, continuing toward the wall. Clutch met the flyers. They dove at the construct's head in shrieking flocks. Its arms swept through them in a single arc. Granite met bone. They died as they fell. The Titan collided with Blade. Stone and pallid flesh met with a tremendous, deadened impact. The force carried through the ground and into the wall. Blade held, pushed back a step, its feet gouging trenches into the approach. The Titan's bulk wrapped around its sword arm, pinning the granite blade in place. Clutch charged, lowered its shoulder, and drove into the flank. The impact barely registered. The Titan yielded a handspan, no more, then held, an immovable presence that swallowed the force effortlessly. The ancient construct struggled, hammering its fists into the resistance closing around it. Each blow sank in. Each accomplished nothing. Blade tore free, raised its sword, and struck. The massive edge cut deep into the creature's bulk. Black ichor poured out, thick and viscous. The wound gaped, then closed, healing, reforming, flesh knitting back together almost as fast as stone tore through it. On the wall, Sarek's hands tightened on the parapet. "It's healing," he whispered. Around the twins' feet, the horde pressed forward. Crawlers swarming, shambling dead pushing through. Blade swung again, then again. Each wound reformed almost as soon as it was opened. Beside it, Clutch struggled. Pallid flesh had flowed up to its waist, engulfing and holding, refusing to let go. Yet it fought on, hammering its fists into the Titan's bulk, but slower now. Then Clutch did something unexpected. From deep inside came a new sound, liquid shifting under pressure. As the flesh of the Titan drew closer, Clutch's jaw split open, stone plates parting along hidden seams. A function sealed for centuries finally answered. The oil spilling out burned with an intense chemical heat, the air shimmering above it. Flames erupted across the battlefield, yellow-white. The Titan's flesh charred and blackened, its skin cracked and peeled away. Shapes trapped within stretched against the flaming membrane as if in agony. A burning slab of flesh dislodged, falling to the ground in a heap of ashen slag. The oil flowed while the horde burned. Crawlers folded into smoke. Larger things blistered, split, and came apart. The shambling dead staggered, blackened, and dropped where they stood. On the wall, men shielded their faces from the heat. When the flames died, the approach was a wasteland. Charred husks littered the ground. The shambling dead lay in blackened heaps, scattered and finally still. What remained of the horde, dozens now instead of hundreds, staggered forward through the smoke, disorganized and broken. But the Titan did not burn like the others. The flames scorched its surface, blackening the outer layer. Beneath it, new folds of flesh pushed up, fresh, drained of color. Its mass swelled and flowed, closing over Clutch's last free arm. Pale white flesh pressed inward, not to crush, but to engulf, forcing its way into the twins' open maw, flooding the cavity, seeping into joints and seams. Clutch struggled within it, ancient mechanisms straining against their limits. The Titan did not hurry. It yielded where it needed to, then flowed again, patient and unyielding. Inevitable. Its bulk surged. Stone disappeared beneath it, shoulders first, then chest, then head, all drawn inward. Swallowed. The blue light in Clutch's eyes flickered once, then went dark. When the Titan straightened, it was larger. Blade fought alone. From deeper in the quagmire, the crawlers kept coming. They flooded over the construct, clogging its hinges, burying metal beneath a moving carpet of bodies. Blade slowed. Each swing took longer as the weight accumulated. Motion bled away. The construct stood buried under layers of crawling things. Part 5. The last day. The Titan reached the gates of Valros. Runes of warding flared along the stone, blue, then white, blinding in their intensity. The Titan leaned in. Crack! The runes went dark. Granite split along the seams around the gates as iron shrieked and hinges twisted free. The wall around them gave way. Sections of battlement sheared off and dropped into the inner plaza, carrying stone, weapons, and men with them. Defenders were flung from the parapets or crushed where they stood, buried where the wall came down. When the dust settled, the gates hung askew, half attached and half fallen. The wall had been driven inward, stone and battlement strewn everywhere. The city lay open beyond the wreckage. Across Eldenport, people stopped where they stood and turned north. In the harbor, ships being loaded for flight fell still. Sailors looked at one another. Understanding passed without words. The gates of Valros had fallen. Part 6. Dead in 13 minutes. Minute 1. The paving stones were split and buckled. Chips of mortar and powdered stone sifted down from the collapsed wall. Where the gates had stood, stone and iron lay. Dust choked the air, bodies crushed beneath fallen blocks. Some screamed as they were dragged clear, others trampled underfoot by men who did not look back. Death is meant to be an ending. When it isn't, something fractures in those who watch it fail. When the wall gave way, the dead staggered over the rubble. The survivors struggled to form a line. Dust hung low over the fractured paving.
Hold the line.
Sarek commanded, voice low. The front ranks locked shields. The dead hit them. No coordination, no tactics, just overwhelming mass. Bodies slammed against wood and steel. Rotting hands grabbed at spears. Teeth snapped at exposed flesh. They never slowed. Men in the front rank shoved back, boots sliding on loose rubble. Someone went down and didn't get back up, dragged under by the press of bodies. A horse reared, screaming, iron-shod hooves lashing out. Bodies closed in, dragging it down. Blades hacked and stabbed at arm's length. Steel bit, stuck, tore free. Nothing changed. The dead pushed on, heedless of wounds that would have stopped any living thing. The line buckled. Men tripped over the fallen, over debris, over each other. Shouts turned to screams. Orders dissolved into noise. Someone broke, then another. The front scattered. Minute 2. The crawlers followed. Not in force, in spillover. Chitinous bodies forcing through gaps left by the collapse, dragging low across stone and rubble. Too many legs. They came over the fractured paving, long bodies scorched black. Burned segments split and smoked as they moved. One collapsed halfway through the square, twitching once before going still. Others kept coming. Shouts rippled through the plaza. Men wilted. Those who stumbled did not rise again. Minute 5. The gas rolled in through the shattered gates. Yellow-green and heavy, it clung low to the ground. What had lingered on the walls was now seeping beyond them. It moved over the fallen first, pooling in armor seams and open mouths. The burned crawlers smoked faintly as it reached them, their charred plates darkening further beneath the haze. Men staggered as it filled the space, seeping into breath and cloth alike. Coughing turned to choking. Some fell where they stood. Others took a few steps more before convulsing and going still. Orders died in throats that could no longer draw air. Lines thinned as men broke and stumbled through drifting poison, colliding with rubble, with each other, with the dead. The haze drifted across stone and steel, blurring edges as it passed. Minute 9. The ground shuddered under a titanic step. Men turned as the shape emerged from the haze. It came fully into view. Pale flesh rippled across its bulk, faces pressing and slipping beneath the surface. What remained of Clutch was gone within it. No one raised a weapon. Those who could ran. Those who couldn't simply stared. There was nothing to be done. Captain Sarek stood amid the dead he'd cut down. His sword arm was bleeding, his shield gone. The Titan turned, regarding him with eyeless awareness. Sarek raised his sword. The Titan surged forward. Minute 13. The soldiers ran. The wounded were left where they fell. The horde found them. Blade still stood on the approach road, motionless, beneath thousands of squirming things, crawling into the joints, the gaps, and the spaces between. The Titan towered over the inner plaza. The streets were layered with the dead. Gas drifted through roofless buildings and along the harbor roads, dissolving into the cold air. The last of the shambling dead wandered the perimeter, moving without direction. Silence settled over Eldenport like ash. Part 7. The Pale Horror. Lisanne had made a mistake. She lived 3 blocks from the gates. Should have run, should have grabbed her children and fled. But she'd thought the gates would hold. Then they broke. She pulled Dren and Lissa into the cellar and closed the door. held them in darkness, hand over mouths. Whispering, "Don't make a sound." They heard the city tearing itself apart above them. Stone grinding, wood splitting. A distant rolling thunder that never quite stopped. Silence followed. She waited, counted to 100, turning the numbers into song. Maybe they were safe. The world dropped away. The cellar floor split without warning. Stone sheared loose. The house came apart around them as the foundation gave way. They fell together. Lizanne clutched the children. Light flashed through the collapsing roof as they tumbled down. In that brief, weightless moment, she saw it. Not above them. Waiting below. A pale, humanoid shape crouched at the bottom of the pit, heavy and still. Muscles bunched beneath its skin. Eyes studded its shoulders and crowded the mass of its head, too many to count, all turned upward, watching them fall. Then came darkness. Harbor Master Rowan Pike stood on the eastern dock. He'd heard the gates break. That terrible sound. Now he saw sails. Ash gray, long and taut, drawn tight over hulls built for speed, not numbers. He grabbed his spyglass. Coal-skinned figures in silver armor lined the decks. Drow. Prows inlaid with bone and silver, human skulls built into the rails and side frames. They were sailing straight toward the eastern wharf, in from Tenbrick's gate. "Sound the alarm," he shouted. "Naval assault, eastern approach." Rowan looked back at the city. Smoke climbed from the northern districts, darkening the sky above the walls. This wasn't just the gates. The eastern docks had no defenses. Warehouses. 20 guards with crossbows. Nothing built to stop warships. The first would reach the wharf in 10 minutes, and no one was coming to stop it. Chapter 29. The Rising. Part 1. The Dampening Cell. The cell was black stone, glossy and seamless, cold enough to ache against bare skin. Faint iridescence surfaced when light caught it, an oil-slick shimmer. The walls curved inward overhead. No corners, no angles. The surface was threaded with geometric channels sunk into the stone, inlaid with metals he could not identify, worked with the same precision as the lattice scales. And the ziggurat beneath the drowned quarter. Veilguard-era resonant stone, shaped by techniques the Crucible could use, but never replicate. A suppression design, not meant to imprison mages, but to dampen magic and restrain the spiral's corrupting aura. The Crucible had not built this cell, but they understood it well enough to use it. The dampening effect hit him immediately, a heavy weight like a lead jacket. The connection thinned. The power that should have answered did not. But the resonant stone recognized what he carried. The harmonic key, pendant and blood. Ancient frequency threaded through both. The lock on the door, unlike the cell, was old iron, corroded but solid. No visible weakness in the mechanism. The door itself was oak, banded with iron, hinges on the outside, frame set cleanly into stone. He had checked it once, then again. Nothing loose, nothing compromised. The guard had said dawn. 3 hours. Perhaps less. Uzaya reached inward, where his power should gather, that familiar sensation of eldritch force knotting at his core. Nothing answered. He extended his awareness toward the guards beyond the door. His thoughts failed to carry. He sat back down and closed his eyes. He had become accustomed to the steady vibration emanating through the ground. It was easy to ignore if he didn't think about it. At some point, that changed. War horns sounded from the northern walls. Deep, sustained blasts, the city's call to arms. Distant, but unmistakable. He placed his palm flat against the floor. A tremor moved through the stone into his hand, up his arm, settling behind his ribs. Steady. It swelled beneath him, eased, then swelled again. Then something answered above. A massive crack split the northern distance, a concussive fracture that drove through stone and buried chambers alike, shaking dust from mortar seams and sending a low shudder through the vault. The war had reached the city. Uzaya heard muffled voices beyond the cell door, a sharp exchange between two men, rising fast. Another voice cut in, running footsteps, then silence. He leaned back against the wall. The vibration carried through his body, stronger than before. Part 2. The Fisherman. The fisherman's name was Sebastian. He'd worked these waters for 30 years, knew every current and channel, every shift in tide and wind. He'd set his nets before midnight like always, let his boat drift while he dozed against the mast, waiting for dawn to haul his catch. He woke to the sound of rushing water. Not waves, not the tide. Water draining, gurgling. Sebastian stood, gripping the rail. His boat was tilting, the water level dropping fast. In the low light before dawn, he could see other boats nearby, listing sideways as the water rushed away beneath them. What in the... A grinding sound began, deep, from below the surface. It reverberated around the basin, rattling the hull beneath his feet. Then he saw it. The water folded inward not far from the boat, between him and the coast. A whirlpool opened, the surface spiraling down into a violent vortex, pulling everything toward its center. His boat drifted toward it, slow at first, then faster. Sebastian grabbed the oars, rowed hard. Useless. The current was too strong, too focused. The boat spun sideways, caught along the far rim of the whirl. The grinding grew louder, carrying up through the water and into the hull, a vibration that did not break, only intensified. Sebastian held on as the boat tilted, water sloshing over the sides. Other boats were already near the center. One by one, they vanished into the churning water, the screams cut off as they went under. Then, through the churning water at the center, Sebastian caught a glimpse of something dark pushing upward. It broke the surface like a blade driven up from below. It kept rising. The water surged outward, then collapsed back in, the drainage accelerating. Black mirror glass rose to first light, reflecting nothing. The obelisk shuddered once as it reached its full height, then settled. Sebastian's boat spun along the outer rim of the whirlpool. As he fought for balance, the rotation briefly carried his view north toward the hillside. Dust erupted in thick clouds there. Buildings slid and collapsed as the slope heaved, something colossal rising beneath it. He had no time to understand it. The boat careened sideways and tipped. For one brief moment, he hung there, staring up at the obelisk looming over the emptying cove. Then he was falling. Earth and water closed over him. The obelisk stood rooted among capsized boats on the exposed basin floor. Above it, a ziggurat had risen from the hillside, its black stone surface covered in silt and rubble. When dawn reached the drowned quarter, the water had not returned. The city woke to a different shape. Part 3. The Escape. Hours passed. Uzaya sat on the floor with his back against the wall, eyes closed, breathing slow and measured. His body was still, his awareness turned inward. The tremor came without warning. A crack ran through the stone beneath him. The floor dipped under his weight, then held. Uzaya pushed himself up as the cell shifted. Thin stress lines crawled along the curved walls, then split open. Rubble and dust shook loose from the ceiling, choking the air. Shouting echoed from somewhere above him. Panic was spreading. The stone groaned. He tried the door again. The frame had loosened. Another tremor twisted the hinges. Uzaya watched as a gap opened at the seam. He gripped the edge and pulled. It gave. He forced it wider and slipped through. The passage was empty. Uzaya had only seen these corridors once, when they dragged him down here the day before. Most of the cells here were unused, save one where a body lay crushed beneath fallen stone, part of the ceiling still sagging where it had given way. He kept moving, always choosing up. The passage was strewn with debris where the ceiling had collapsed. Fresh cracks ran through the walls, stone pulling apart under strain. Uzaya climbed over fallen masonry and ruptured flooring, deliberate in each step. He was nearing the surface when the final tremor struck. The floor buckled. He braced against the wall as stone tore open beneath him, a jagged seam ripping down the corridor toward the exit. The vault groaned under its own weight. Walls leaned inward. Dust fell in sheets. Uzaya cleared the widening split and ran. Behind him, the passage failed. Sections of floor dropped into darkness as something immense forced its way upward through the crucible itself. He dove through the last open doorway as the corridor collapsed and struck the landing hard. The great hall convulsed. The ceiling split from corner to corner. Daylight flared through widening gaps. Heat rose from the depths below. Uzaya forced himself upright and ran. The stone slanted beneath him, buckling toward the surface as fractures raced through the structure. A final crack chased him through the doorway. He burst into the hall. The ceiling was gone. Open air yawned above. Uzaya stole a glance over his shoulder. The crucible was sinking. Black mirror stone rose through the wreckage. Part 4. The Emergence. High above Eldenport, a raven traced a slow circle. From that height, the rupture beneath the crucible appeared as a clean incision, half a mile long. It split the district end to end. Streets fractured. Buildings on either side pitched outward as the ground beneath them heaved. The Black Pyramid rose through the crucible, faster than felt possible. The earth around it tore open, venting heat and molten stone through widening seams. Thousands of tons of black mirror stone punched upward through its floor, obliterating the chamber where the elders had condemned Uzaya to the cells below. The central hall was erased. The western wing sheared away as the pyramid's flank drove through its foundation. Massive blocks tumbled into the opening fissure. The eastern half fell to destruction, supports dragged sideways, stone tearing free. As it continued to rise, heat vented violently around its base. When it finally crested, molten stone poured from the breach, where friction and pressure had liquefied the bedrock around it. Lava spread outward from the rupture, following streets and filling alleys. A widening pool formed around the emerging structure. Buildings blocks away ignited from radiant heat alone. Glass softened and ran in its frames. Iron warped. Wood burst into flame before the flow reached it. The pyramid's ascent slowed, then ceased. It settled into the molten basin it had created, sending heavy surges through the lava as it settled in the liquid stone. The pyramid pierced the heart of the district. The crucible vault was not destroyed. It was displaced. Carved faces that once looked out from the crucible's walls lay shattered at its base. Age-old spires stood broken and half-buried in cooling stone. Masterwork masonry had been sheared apart, wedged beneath the pyramid's foundation. Higher still, near the apex, a vast symbol had been carved into the stone, an inverted eye etched deep into the gleaming surface, lines descending from it like roots, large enough to be seen for miles. The mark of the Ancient One. Across the city, as Uzaya escaped, the ground split in 5 places at once. In the market district, Senna, a net mender, was running for the docks with her children when the cobblestone street they were on split and cracked apart. She stopped short, hauling her children back with her. Something rose from the opening. Blackstone. It did not assemble or unfold. It simply emerged, pushing upwards through the earth, uninterrupted. A single surface, perfectly flat, climbing higher and higher, without seam or joint. Senna didn't wait to see its end. She fled with her children. When she looked back, it towered behind her, a rectangular monument, absolute against the copper sky. In the iron market, another rose. In Temple Hills, a third. 5 across the city, taking their places. Part 5. The Amber Dome. When the pyramid breached, the atmosphere changed. The morning sun climbed toward noon, but its brightness died as Uzaya watched. From its summit spread an amber field, a vast curved dome spreading out across the sky. As it expanded, sunlight dimmed in steady measure. Day turned to dusk beneath it. Color drained from the world, leaving stone and earth washed in a muted copper gray, and with it, the cold. Beneath the field, warmth drained away. It stretched out over the ziggurat, now dominating the drowned quarter. Another pulse, another anchor. The dome expanded for miles, even reaching the obelisks that had risen beyond the city. Where amber met black stone, geometric symbols along the obelisk's surfaces shone with blue light. Connecting and reassembling a network last used when Tharn Eskar was at its height, unified under the reign of the Ancient One. Finally, it was done. The city lay sealed beneath an amber dome. The sky remained visible, but not the same. The sun hung overhead, present, but stripped of its power. A low, almost imperceptible vibration spread across Eldenport. The shadow field was in place. Part 6. The Calling. Uzaya headed north, toward the gates of Valros. The direct roads were gone. Lava filled the lower streets between him and Merchant's Rise, moving slow and certain, following the grade. So he cut east through the outer hollows, keeping to higher ground. The Arcanum rose ahead, its black towers intact against the copper sky. The doors stood open. He slowed. The forecourt lay empty. No movement inside, no light in the windows, no chant, no ward flare, no sign of a stand. The warped stone around the sheared tower still held its faint glow. Everything else lay dark. Uzaya watched a moment longer, then continued on his way north. Beneath the shadow field, the city was coming apart. People ran without direction. Smoke rolled through the streets from burning stone and timber, thickening the air until it burned the lungs. Bodies lay broken among the rubble. Survivors fled past him without seeing him. He kept clear of the lava as it flowed through the fractured streets, creeping slow and deliberate, catching anything it touched on fire. Heat rippled the air above it, warping stone and iron alike. The pendant burned as well, but not with heat, with cold. The pyramid's subsonic hum throbbed through the ground and air. The pendant rejected it outright. Wrong, twisted, corrupted. Uzaya felt it in his blood, in his bones, a certain kinship with the pyramid itself. It was Veilguard in origin, he was sure of it. But the power driving it was not. The spiral, corrupt. Still, he felt its pull. Not from the corruption, but from the stone itself, calling from somewhere beneath the frequencies it was never meant to carry. Uzaya continued north through a city on fire, his mind restless, thoughts scattered. He slowed, then stopped. Uzaya turned around and looked back the way he had come. The black pyramid dominated the skyline. At its apex, the symbol of the eternal eye watched the city. His vision clarified, focus returned. He began walking toward it. Before too long, he was back at the edge of the district where the pyramid now stood. The streets had been scoured by the heat. Some ran black with cooling lava, others choked where the flow had hardened. Buildings had burned to ash or collapsed outward. Others stood like islands, encased in stone, where the molten rock had cooled around them. Drow detachments moved through the streets, overlapping sweeps in disciplined formation. Uzaya avoided them and kept moving. Even as every instinct urged him to stay hidden, the pendant pulled him forward. The black pyramid rose just ahead. 400 feet of smooth mirror stone, seamless and unbroken. His gaze traced upward. The massive carved eye crowned the apex, hewn directly into the black stone, contained within an inverted triangle cut deep into its face. Lines descended from it like roots. 50 feet down from the apex, the pyramid's walls had retracted into themselves. The black exterior had slid downward into the pyramid beneath it, revealing a horizontal band of open air. Within it, a narrow platform extended from the face, open on all sides. Below that opening, asymmetric towers of uneven height clustered together, breaking the pyramid's seamless face. Steep roofs cut into the skyline. Spires of carved black rose along the surface, their stone duller and more worked than the mirror-smooth exterior. Narrow ports opened between them, angled outward toward the city. Tall windows glowed with muted amber light. Near the pyramid's base, the streets gave way to hardened lava. Dark, uneven flows lay frozen in place, cracked and buckled where they had cooled. What little cover remained ended there. From his vantage point, Uzaya could see wide arches gaping along the foundation, framing passages into the pyramid's interior. Drow forces flowed through the vast apertures in controlled intervals, ranks forming just inside the shadowed ports, while armored sentries held position along the foundation. Uzaya slipped behind the buckled corner of a collapsed tenement, where the outer wall had fallen inward and the upper floors had pancaked into the street. He crouched in the shadow of the wreckage and went still. Heat shimmered in the air. Stone cracked as it cooled. A detachment of drow advanced from one of the archways at the base. Warriors in formation, black and silver armor, a robed magister among them. Behind them drifted a figure in dark robes, floating a handspan above the stone. His eyes were closed, his face slack with concentration. One of the wizardly kind, those who dealt in the impossible. They were headed in his direction. Uzaya held his breath. The pendant pulled harder, insistent, but he did not move. The wizard slowed. One hand lifted, fingers spreading slightly, not reaching so much as listening. Uzaya felt something brush against him, a probing presence, passing through stone and shadow alike. But it did not pass through him. The wizard's eyes snapped open. They fixed on Uzaya's position. The wizard made a brief, precise gesture. The warriors surged forward. At the same instant, the air around Uzaya shuddered. A low frequency enveloped him where he hid. His breath caught. His limbs refused him. Unable to move, unable to speak, not even able to fall. Stasis took him. The warriors closed in around his frozen form. The wizard drifted closer. His attention settled on Uzaya, a probing awareness reaching through the stasis field. Uzaya felt it once more, something intruding. Instinct answered. Uzaya sent his thoughts in like fashion, flaring outward through the stasis field, presence meeting presence. The pressure pushed back. "Who are you?" Uzaya thought. The message carried cleanly, without sound. The wizard halted mid-drift. His attention sharpened, no longer distant. Recognition passed between them in that silent space. "Thex," came the reply, calm and precise. "Magister of the harmonic arts." The pressure withdrew. Thex's gaze fixed on the pendant at Uzaya's chest. His eyes widened, just enough. He raised a hand toward it. "He bears the pendant of the eye." Then, in Drow, the words carrying weight. "Velkureth. Veilguard." The warriors shifted, glanced at each other. This wasn't just a trespasser. This was something else. Another stepped forward, clearly captivated by Uzaya's appearance. His pale skin, his white hair and sharp ears, the similar bone structure of his face. "What is this?" His voice carried disgust. "Drow blood, but defective." Thex cocked his head. Surface raised, sun corrupted, yet carrying a Veilguard relic. His gaze lingered. Not hostile, not concerned, not curious. Measuring. He drifted in a slow circle, examining Uzaya from every angle. "Emperor Nethris will want to see this." Thex made an odd gesture. The stasis reconfigured instantly. Uzaya felt himself rise off the ground, floating. The warriors surrounded him, taking his arms and guiding his weightless body toward the pyramid. "Take him to the Ascendant Court," Thex said, still not touching the ground. "The Emperor will decide what to do with it." Even in stasis, Uzaya felt the fleshy eye pulse from within the pendant. Cold. Chapter 30. The Transcendence. Part 1. The Black Pyramid. They carried him upward, and the pyramid closed around him. Uzaya's body hung suspended in the air, unable to move, unable to speak, but fully aware. He floated between the Drow warriors while the wizard drifted ahead. Inside the pyramid, light from the archways faded within a few steps. The wide entrances narrowed into tight passages, each branching in a different direction. They chose one. As he was ushered along, Uzaya struggled against the sense that the dimensions of the structure were far greater than the pyramid's exterior would suggest. Sound carried too long, the warrior's footsteps returning to his ears with a delay that made no sense. They entered a vast, featureless chamber, marked by plain columns that rose endlessly into the void. Another opened beyond it. The space stretched wider than the pyramid should allow. Its floor bore no mark of passage. A cool breeze brushed his skin, where no air should move. The corridor opened onto a broad processional way, wide as a road, its ceiling lost to darkness. Trees grew here, unlike any he had seen. Along the edges of the path, gardens of dense shrubs and flowering growth framed stone facades, their greens muted and their blossoms a uniform milky white. A steady current murmured nearby, gentle as a stream. They passed an ornamental basin where a tree-shaped column rose, liquid cascading from carved bowls along its length in an unbroken cycle. A bird crossed the space from one tree to another. Uzaya watched it go, unsettled that the motion felt so ordinary. They passed a temple that rose on one side, crowded with arches and sculpted figures locked in silent devotion. Opposite stood a sterner, unadorned hall built for assembly or judgment, with others behind it swallowed in the darkness. The symbology of the eternal eye was everywhere, worked into walls, reliefs, and carved surfaces alike. The way ended at a junction of branching halls. They turned toward steep stairs marked by candelabra and carried him upward. The warrior's boots barely whispered on the polished stone. The wizard floated ahead without sound. The only noise was the steady beat of Uzaya's heart, and beneath it, the low drone of the stasis field holding him suspended. He would never have imagined this was what lay inside the pyramid of his dreams. The shattered one rose in his mind. Black stone, open sky, silence. He had stood at its threshold once. If he had entered then, would he have found the same thing? The thought broke as warmth spread from his chest. The pendant was no longer cold. The warmth was not comfort. He recognized it for what it was. Alignment. It thrummed against his skin, keeping time with his heart. They climbed higher. The passages began to change. Plain stone gave way to worked surfaces etched with spirals that repeated without resolving. Silvery lines ran through the stone itself, threading through walls and columns, folding back on themselves, overlapping and rejoining. Uzaya tried to follow them and lost his place almost immediately. Reliefs showed figures in worship, bodies twisted and elongated, their devotion rendered without balance or restraint. This was no accident of design. The pyramid had been built for this purpose from the beginning. It was shaped to resonate with the spiral. Doctrine set in stone. The drow had not lost their way. They had chosen another. They emerged onto the ascendant court. The platform projected just below the apex, open to the air on three sides. A space meant for proclamation and judgment. It overlooked Eldenport in ruin. The city spread beneath it in full view. Above it, the grim symbol dominated the stone, an inverted pupil, broken circles, roots cut deep. A faint purple light stirred within its lines, motion contained beneath the surface. Emperor Nethris Duskrin stood at the edge. He was tall for a drow, skin the deep black gray of volcanic stone, white hair drawn back into intricate braids threaded with silver wire. Eyes were a muted lavender, steady and unreadable in the dim light. His armor was black, articulated in flawless plates that fit without seam. Silver channels ran through the metal in precise lines, harmonic currents moving beneath the surface in steady rhythm. When spells struck him, they faltered. Light bent off the plates. Force lost cohesion before it could settle. A cloak of midnight silk fell from his shoulders. Where it hung low, the fabric thinned and faded, light passing through it, so that the edges of his form seemed to blur and recede. At his hip rested a curved blade, its pommel shaped in the likeness of the eye above. The warriors repositioned Uzaya so that he was facing toward the Emperor on the ledge. Nethris looked north, showing no sign he had noticed him. The deep cult's offering served its purpose, he said, gesturing toward the shattered gates of Valros, toward where Cathulmar still stood, motionless. Tell them to retrieve it. I need it contained in the rifts before it decides to act on its own. A warrior bowed. At once, Emperor, and hurried away. After a long moment, Nethris turned toward Uzaya. He moved with a fluid grace, slow and deliberate. His gaze moved over Uzaya's face, lingered on the unnatural pallor of his skin, then settled on the pendant at his chest. What is this? He gestured toward Uzaya as he spoke, the motion dismissive. The wizard settled onto the stone and stepped forward. Drow blood, Emperor, an abomination, surface raised. Yet he gestured to the pendant, a Veilguard artifact. Nethris's eyes narrowed. He stepped closer to the pendant, but did not touch it. The rhombus shape, the workmanship, the matrix precision. Velkureth. He spoke the word carefully. Thuindar. Veilguard. Bonded. He circled Uzaya, assessing him as if he should not exist. Nethris halted directly in front of him and leaned in, within inches of the stasis field. You are corrupted. The wizard nodded. He belongs to neither world. I can bring him into alignment. But the pendant has bonded to him, Nethris mused. Dispel the stasis. The wizard gestured, and the ambient drone abruptly ended. Uzaya caught himself as he dropped to his feet. Nethris reached toward the pendant. His hand stopped only inches from it. These were buried with the old order, lost when Tharn Eskar was taken from us. Uzaya met his eyes but said nothing. Nethris stepped away and looked out over the ledge. Smoke obscured the city. Buildings burned if they stood at all. Hundreds of drow patrolled the streets below, securing the districts. You are an anomaly, not fit to be claimed by drow or anything else. Yet you carry our relic, one you cannot possibly understand. It understands me, Uzaya said, not hiding from the contempt in the Emperor's voice. The Emperor flinched, then moved closer. Blasphemy, he whispered, the word forced through clenched teeth. His gaze dropped to the pendant. But it answered. The words slipped from him before he could stop them. He froze, breath caught halfway in. From the pendant burst a blinding light. Nethris raised his hand, shielding his eyes. Part 2. The Ascension. Light shone outward from the pendant, spilling in every direction. It was steady, unyielding in its authority. Uzaya couldn't move, held by the weight of some attention that made gravity feel like a suggestion. The Ancient One. Here, now, at this moment. The heat in the pendant rose fast, turned scorching hot, then failed. As it did, the fleshy eye disengaged and began to emerge. It pulled free from the pendant, stretching its ethereal form, then materializing as it lifted into the air. Fist-sized now, it hovered between them. The pupil was an inverted triangle, black as void, surrounded by a burning iris of crimson light. Delicate tentacles writhed around it, thin as fingers, moving with a slow, liquid grace. Nethris braced. His hand moved toward his blade. The warriors on the ledge beside him shifted, weapons half raised. The eye grew. Nethris held its gaze.
Why? He screamed upward. Why him?
He turned to his guards. The command caught in his throat.
Kill him.
Thex did not move. A heartbeat passed. Then 3 drow warriors started forward. The eye pulsed. The 3 warriors halted mid-step, armor clattering together as movement died. Their mouths opened, but no sound came. Their bodies began to smoke as skin tightened and cracked. Armor corroded in place, the metal aging centuries in seconds. Rust bloomed across the metal surface, leather split. The flesh beneath withered and dried. One fell, then another, then the third. Bodies crumbled into dust. Corroded metal fragments clattered to the ground. The eye saw it all. The remaining warriors backed away, weapons lowered. Discipline gave way to fear. Nethris stared at the remnants of men, 3 of his finest. "Impossible," he whispered, stepping back toward the ledge. The eye continued growing, tentacles lengthening, the triangular pupil widening within its burning iris. Now 2 feet across, then 3, then 5. It was adding to its mass, flesh forming from nothing, or from somewhere else, from wherever the eye truly belonged. No longer ghostly, its surface glistened, throbbing with life. 10 feet across, the tentacles now thick as a leg. Its presence filled the court, writhing, reaching. A 4th warrior lunged, blade sweeping as he closed the distance. The strike cut through empty air. Uzaya had not moved. The warrior had simply misjudged the space. Distance bent around the eye. The correction came without warning. The warrior vanished mid-step. His armor collapsed to the stone, empty. The metal already smoking, already corroding. The eye continued to expand, rising above the floor of the court. Its mass no longer confined to the space that had birthed it. Tentacles extended, thickening, stretching outward as the eye lifted toward open air. Several guards broke and ran. They made it 3 steps. Bodies crystallized, then shattered. Fragments scattered across the ledge like broken glass. The servants were already kneeling, faces pressed to stone. Not moving, not breathing loudly, not attracting attention. The eye paid them no heed. It drifted upwards toward the apex. Nethris stood motionless at the edge of the ledge, staring up as it passed him, rising above the pyramid's crown. The eye hovered, a vast mass of wet flesh suspended in open air. Its crimson center burned, unblinking. In the streets and buildings surrounding the pyramid, drow forces halted, weapons lowered as they looked up. Across the burning districts, anyone with eyes could see the impossible shape suspended over Eldenport. A seal. Then it spoke, not in words. Reality bent to carry the message. Certainty pressed into every mind on the ascendant ledge, into those watching from below, into all who could see the pyramid. Witness. Part 3. The supplantation. Nethris stumbled back. His hand went to his blade, but he didn't attack. Couldn't. Not after what the eye had done to his guards. He looked at Uzaya, at the pendant, at the eye hovering above. Then his expression changed. "The Eye-bearer," he whispered. The prophecy was real. He fell to his knees. Not submission, but the weight of realization crushing him. "For centuries we waited," served the spiral, built its empire. But it never came. He looked to Uzaya. His eyes held fury and despair. "We were never meant to rule?" Nethra screamed, raising his blade. Not toward Uzaya, but toward the Ancient One itself.
I am Emperor!
Above, the eye's pupil focused. It pulsed once. Reality distorted. Nethris simply ceased. His blade clattered to stone. Armor collapsed, empty. No body, no remains. The other guardsmen didn't move. The servants remained prostrate. Only then did understanding start to take shape. Silence on the ascendant court. Uzaya felt it. The Ancient One settled its attention on him. A tapping at the threshold of his mind. An invitation to receive. Uzaya closed his eyes and breathed. The pathway opened without force. Knowledge flowed into him, not as an intrusion, but an awakening. Neither taught nor learned. Simply present, as if it had always been there, waiting for him to notice. The pyramid's purpose, the network's design, the Ancient One's will, the Drow's true role, the spiral's unchecked corruption. And with it, the accounting, not in guesses, in lives. Holford was the first to fail. The people there, the Enclave, all swept into the receding tide. The Drowned Quarter, a voice over breakfast, porridge offered without expectation. That kindness had not survived. Everything that had tried to define him from the outside suddenly fell away. Uzaya understood then why the Ancient One had waited for one who would not turn away once the cost was known. Uzaya stood where countless others had broken. He accepted. Epilogue. Far beneath the world, in chambers once tended but long since abandoned, the pyramid hummed. It was much smaller than the one that rose in Eldenport, and far older. Spiral corruption had long since threaded the stone, turning its ancient channels toward entropy. At the center of the inner sanctum, a figure stood before the resonance heart, where the pyramid's power converged. He was tall for a drow, skin dark as the black stone around him. White hair, braided and bound with bone and silver, fell past his shoulders. An elliptical stone rose from a pedestal at the center of the sanctum. Fractures split its surface, and beneath them something moved. Green and heavy, slow as sap drawn through stone. This was the pyramid's resonance heart, the place where its power aligned and its will took shape. The air felt heavier near it. Movement slowed almost imperceptibly. Sound dulled around it. The figure stood motionless before the core, his awareness spreading through it, tracing the network that ran beneath the world like a second skeleton. He came to test a single question. Did it still live? Then the frequency shifted. The change carried through the chamber as pressure. The hum dropped out entirely, a beat of silence. Then it returned, unchanged in tone, yet no longer in accord with the world around it. Far above, after 3,000 years of silence, the Black Pyramid had awakened, but not with spiral energy. The figure's breathing slowed. "So," he said quietly, "it still answers." His fingers touched the spiral-carved pendant at his throat. Its pulse slipped out of rhythm, then returned, altered. Resistance pressed back through the network. Centuries of preparation resolved into clarity. The Drow had invaded to conquer, expecting the pyramid to serve them as it once had. When it woke, its potential was immediately turned against them. The Ancient One asserted itself through the very channels the Drow had dutifully enabled. The system answered, but not to them. What asserted itself now was a dreadful vision, one stripped of Drow authority, moving through systems they had reawakened and lost simultaneously. Mortis understood then what they had become. Not chosen. Used. He turned from the resonance heart and looked upward, not toward the surface, but toward the presence now moving through the network they no longer controlled. The words of the prophecy spun maddeningly in his mind. The Eye-Bearer was given to rule. He will be made the punishment. Behind him, the resonance heart's glow steadied within its fractures. Whether the network could still be reclaimed no longer mattered. Far above, the Eye-Bearer stood where that question had already been answered. Far below, Mortis felt the weight of what must follow. End Book 1. You've been listening to an audiobook of the Chronicles of Uzaya, written by Robert Ray.
There is a knowing in thee, and never wakes and never sleeps. It sees the root beneath the root, the word beneath the word. Look away, look away. What watches from the deep has always known your name since before your mother's sleep. Does not judge and does not grieve. It only marks what comes and goes. The ones who stay and those who leave, and everything the darkness knows. Look away, look away. What watches from the deep has always known your name since before your mother's sleep.
About the author. Chronicles of Uzaya began not at a desk, but in a bed. It was written during and after recovery from pinched nerves, first in his back, then his shoulder, one session at a time. The story was shaped by random dice rolls. What the dice decided stayed. What endured became the foundations for the Chronicles of Uzaya. As a musician, Ray writes the way he composes, with rhythm in mind. Every line in this book was shaped for cadence. Readers who find themselves reading passages aloud are doing exactly what was intended. The world of Tharn Eskar grew from a tabletop tradition, but every creature, faction, magic system, and culture within it was shaped specifically for this world. The harmonic Blackstone technology and the spiral ley line system are grounded in real principles of frequency, resonance, and vibration. Ancient cultures understood that sound shapes matter. It moves stone. It orders structure. This story grows from the possibility of harnessing that force in both magic and architecture. Original music inspired by this world can be found at SUNO.com under the handle @Uzish777. This audiobook is narrated by an AI voice built using 11 Labs technology. No human voice was used in the recording.